My family put my grandmother in a nursing home and told her I was dead to keep me away. I discovered my family had placed my grandmother in a nursing home and told her I died in a car accident to prevent me from visiting and learning about their neglect. I'm 28 years old. My grandmother Helen raised me from age 6 after my parents died. She was everything: mother, father, best friend, teacher. We were incredibly close. She attended every school event, supported my career, celebrated every milestone. 2 years ago, Helen was diagnosed with moderate dementia. Still functional, still herself, but needing more support with daily tasks. My Aunt Sarah and Uncle Tom, Helen's children, insisted they'd care for her. Said I was too busy with my career across the country, that they'd handle everything. I called Helen every week. We'd talk for hours. She'd tell me about her garden, her book club, her neighbors. I'd share work stories, relationship updates, life events. Our bond remained strong despite the distance. 6 months ago, Helen stopped answering my calls. I'd call her home phone, no answer. Call her cell, straight to voicemail. I contacted Sarah asking what was wrong. "Mom's dementia has progressed," Sarah said. "She's having trouble with phones. Technology confuses her now. It's better not to call. It agitates her." I asked about visiting. Sarah discouraged it. "She has good days and bad days. A visit might be overwhelming. Let us manage her care. We'll let you know when she's ready for visitors." Months passed. I sent letters, cards, gifts. Sarah said Helen received them, but couldn't respond due to her condition. I trusted Sarah and Tom. They were her children. They loved her. They'd take care of her. Last week, I was in their city for a work conference. Decided to surprise visit Helen at the house where Sarah said she was living. The house was empty, clearly unoccupied for months. I called Sarah, demanding to know where Helen was. She eventually admitted, "Mom's in a nursing home, Meadowview Assisted Living. Her dementia required professional care." I drove straight to Meadowview, asked to see Helen Patterson. The staff looked uncomfortable. "Ms. Patterson doesn't receive visitors, family orders." "I'm her granddaughter. She raised me." "According to our records, you're deceased. Ms. Patterson was told you died in a car accident 6 months ago." My heart stopped. "I'm standing right here. I'm not dead." "We were informed by her daughter Sarah that you passed away. Ms. Patterson has been grieving your death for 6 months." I demanded to see Helen immediately. Showed ID proving I wasn't dead. The staff, realizing something was very wrong, allowed supervised visitation. Helen was in her room, alone, staring out the window. When she saw me, she screamed, "You're dead! I went to your funeral!" "Grandma, I'm alive. I'm right here." "No! Sarah showed me the obituary, the death certificate. You died in a car crash." Sarah had fabricated my death to keep Helen from asking about me. Created fake obituaries, fake documents. Told Helen I was dead so she wouldn't question why I never visited or called. The full extent of the betrayal emerged over the following days. I stayed near the nursing home, visiting Helen daily with staff supervision to help her process that I was alive. The staff provided documentation of everything Sarah and Tom had told them. 6 months ago, Sarah and Tom placed Helen in Meadowview Assisted Living. Told staff Helen's granddaughter, me, had died in a car accident. Provided fabricated obituary and death certificate. Requested staff not mention me to avoid triggering grief episodes. The fake obituary was sophisticated, created using online templates, included my photo, listed funeral details, even named a fake cemetery. Sarah had shown this to Helen, then to the nursing home staff as proof of my death. The fake death certificate listed cause of death as motor vehicle accident, with official-looking stamps and signatures, all forged. The nursing home staff had accepted these documents at face value, having no reason to doubt grieving family members. Helen had been living for 6 months, believing I was dead. The staff described her grief, refusing to eat for weeks, crying constantly, asking repeatedly about funeral details. She'd mourned me while I was alive and desperately trying to contact her. My calls to Helen's phones? Sarah had disconnected them when Helen moved to the facility. The cell phone number I'd been calling for months was canceled. The home phone rang in an empty house. My letters and gifts? Sarah had intercepted everything. The nursing home records showed no incoming mail for Helen from me. Sarah had apparently been collecting everything sent to Helen's old address. When I'd asked Sarah about visiting, she'd discouraged it, claiming Helen was not ready. Reality. Sarah couldn't let me visit because I'd discover Helen believed I was dead. The nursing home staff felt terrible. We had no reason to question the family. They provided death documents. We were trying to be sensitive to Ms. Patterson's grief by not mentioning you. I obtained Helen's care records. The neglect was documented. Helen was in the facility's lowest tier of care, despite needing more support. She rarely had visitors. Sarah came once a month. Tom came quarterly. She had no activities, no social engagement, no quality of life enrichment. Her dementia was moderate, not severe. She could have been in assisted living with regular family contact, not isolated in memory care. Staff notes revealed concerns. Patient seems depressed beyond dementia, mentions deceased granddaughter constantly. Family visits are infrequent. Patient appears lonely and neglected. Sarah and Tom had placed Helen in the cheapest care situation, told her I was dead to explain my absence, and visited minimally themselves. They'd eliminated me from Helen's life to avoid accountability for their neglect. I found the forged documents Sarah had created. The obituary listed a fake funeral date. Sarah had told Helen she'd attended my funeral, even described it in detail. Helen had mourned at a funeral that never happened for a death that never occurred. Text messages between Sarah and Tom revealed their reasoning. Sarah: Mom keeps asking about Emma. When is she visiting? Why doesn't she call? Tom: What do we tell her? Sarah: I'm going to tell her Emma died. Then she'll stop asking. Tom: That's extreme. Sarah: It's necessary. If Emma visits, she'll see how little we're doing for Mom. This way, Mom grieves instead of questioning. They'd killed me off to prevent me from discovering their neglect. Fake death was easier than explaining why I never visited, or why they'd placed Helen in inadequate care. I contacted an attorney specializing in elder abuse. Showed everything: the forged documents, the facility records, the text messages between Sarah and Tom. Your aunt and uncle committed multiple crimes, the attorney explained. Elder abuse through isolation, fraud through forged documents, and emotional abuse by fabricating your death. I filed criminal complaints and civil lawsuit. Also filed for emergency guardianship of Helen, arguing Sarah and Tom were unfit due to documented neglect and emotional abuse. The legal proceedings moved quickly due to the severity of the abuse. Criminal charges against Sarah and Tom included elder abuse, fraud, forged documents, identity fraud, fake death certificate with my name, and conspiracy to commit elder abuse. The prosecutor emphasized the cruelty. The defendants told their mother that her beloved granddaughter, who she'd raised, had died in a car accident. They fabricated obituaries and death certificates. They kept the grandmother in isolation, grieving a death that never occurred, to hide their own neglect. The nursing home testified about Helen's condition when I was dead versus after learning I was alive. Ms. Patterson was severely depressed, withdrawn, and non-participatory for 6 months. After her granddaughter's first visit, learning she was alive, Ms. Patterson's demeanor changed dramatically. She began eating, engaging, smiling. The fabricated death had caused severe psychological harm. Medical experts testified about the trauma. Grief is one of the most severe emotional stresses, especially for elderly patients with dementia. The defendants deliberately inflicted that trauma on their mother to cover their neglect. The forged documents were analyzed. The death certificate was a clear forgery. Wrong format, fake official stamps, signatures that didn't match any real officials. The obituary was created using online templates with fabricated details. Sarah and Tom's text messages were presented as evidence of premeditation. They'd planned the fake death deliberately to eliminate me as a witness to their neglect. Their defense claimed they were protecting Helen from stress. The granddaughter lived far away and couldn't visit regularly. We thought telling our mother she'd passed would be less stressful than explaining the distance. The prosecutor destroyed this. The granddaughter called weekly, sent letters and gifts, wanted to visit. The defendants intercepted all communication and fabricated death to prevent any contact. This wasn't protection. This was isolation and abuse. The jury convicted on all counts. Sarah received 3 years in prison for elder abuse and fraud. Tom received 2 years as an accessory. Both received probation, restitution, and permanent restraining orders from Helen. The guardianship case was uncontested. Sarah and Tom lost all rights to make decisions for Helen. I became her legal guardian despite living across the country. I moved Helen to a better facility near me. Proper assisted living with activities, social engagement, and daily visits from me. Her dementia remains moderate, but her depression lifted entirely once she understood I was alive and she hadn't lost me. Helen still struggles with the fake death. Sometimes she forgets and mourns me. Then I visit, and she remembers with joy and relief. "You're alive! I thought you were dead." "I'm alive, Grandma. I'm here. I'll always be here." Therapy helps Helen process the trauma. Her therapist explained, "Your grandmother experienced genuine grief for 6 months. That pain was real, even though the death wasn't. She's processing both betrayal by her children and relief that you're alive." Extended family was divided. Some relatives defended Sarah and Tom. They were overwhelmed with caregiving. They made a bad decision. They fabricated my death and forged documents to hide elder abuse. That's not overwhelm, that's criminal. Other relatives supported me. What Sarah and Tom did to Helen, making her grieve her granddaughter's fake death, is unforgivable. Friends who knew Helen and me were horrified. They told her you were dead? Made her mourn you for 6 months? While you were desperately trying to reach her? The nursing home implemented new policies, requiring death certificates be verified through official channels, allowing residents to receive mail directly, and questioning any family requests to isolate residents from other family members. Elder abuse advocacy groups used the case to illustrate psychological abuse. Fabricating a loved one's death to prevent contact is severe emotional abuse. This case shows the importance of verifying family claims and protecting elderly residents' relationships. Do I forgive Sarah and Tom? Never. They stole 6 months of Helen's life, made her grieve a fake death, and isolated her to hide their neglect. Will Helen ever trust them again? No. She understands what they did. Her dementia affects memory, not judgment. Sarah and Tom are in prison, their reputations destroyed. The children who faked their niece's death to hide elder abuse. Helen and I are rebuilding. She lives near me now. I visit daily. We're making up for the 6 months they stole through fabricated death and forced isolation. Some betrayals involve making someone grieve for the living. Sarah and Tom's was one of them. They're paying for it. Prison, probation, permanent loss of relationship with Helen. Helen paid for it too. 6 months of grief, trauma, isolation. Damage that can't be fully undone. But she has me now. Alive, present, daily. That's what they tried to take from her. Failed. I'm here. Helen knows I'm here. That's enough to keep healing. Sarah and Tom wanted to hide their neglect, exposed themselves as abusers instead. Helen wanted her granddaughter. Has her now, every day. That's the only victory that matters. They tried to kill me off in Helen's world. I'm alive in it instead. Completely, daily, permanently. Their fake death certificate is evidence of their crimes. My presence is evidence of their failure. Helen and I won, by surviving their cruelty, together. My cousins were secretly giving my grandfather expired medications to accelerate his nursing home placement. I discovered my cousins had been systematically replacing my grandfather's current prescriptions with expired medications from years ago, causing health deterioration to justify moving him to a nursing home. I'm 31 years old. My grandfather Walter is 80, managing multiple chronic conditions with daily medications but living independently and enjoying good quality of life. He takes blood pressure medication, diabetes medication, cholesterol medication, and thyroid medication, all of which keep his conditions stable when taken as prescribed. Walter lives in his own home with daily visits from family members who help with medication management, grocery shopping, and transportation. My cousins, Brian and Michelle, coordinate his medication refills since they live closest. Walter trusts them completely to pick up prescriptions from the pharmacy and organize his weekly pill boxes. 6 months ago, Walter's health started declining despite taking his medications faithfully. His blood pressure became erratic, diabetes control worsened, cholesterol levels spiked, and thyroid function destabilized. His doctors were puzzled. The medications should be controlling these conditions, but lab results showed they weren't working. We may need to try different medications, his endocrinologist said. Sometimes patients develop resistance or need dosage adjustments. They changed his prescriptions, increased dosages, added new medications. Nothing helped. Walter's conditions continued to worsen despite apparent compliance with medical treatment. Walter became increasingly fatigued, dizzy, and weak. I don't understand. I take my pills every day like I'm supposed to. Why am I getting worse? His doctors ordered more tests, adjusted treatments repeatedly, but couldn't explain why previously stable conditions were deteriorating. Walter went from independent and active to barely able to manage daily activities. Brian and Michelle started suggesting nursing home placement. Grandpa, your health is failing despite medication. You need professional care. You can't live alone anymore when treatments aren't working. But I want to stay in my home. I'm taking everything the doctors prescribe. And it's not working. That means you need more intensive care than home management can provide. Last month, I was helping Walter organize his medications and noticed something odd about the pill bottles. The labels looked correct. Right medication names, correct dosages, proper pharmacy information. But when I checked the expiration dates, they were years old. His blood pressure medication expired in 2021. His diabetes medication expired in 2020. His thyroid medication expired in 2022. Every bottle in Walter's cabinet contained expired medications, some from 4 years ago. I checked Walter's pharmacy records online. His prescriptions were being filled regularly with current medications. Fresh bottles every month. But the pills in Walter's possession were ancient. Brian and Michelle were picking up current prescriptions from the pharmacy, then replacing them with expired medications before giving them to Walter. He was taking pills that had lost potency years ago, receiving no actual therapeutic benefit while believing he was taking proper medication. That's why his conditions were worsening. He wasn't actually medicated at all. The evidence of what Brian and Michelle had been doing was extensive. They'd been replacing Walter's current medications with expired versions for at least 6 months, possibly longer. I examined all of Walter's medication bottles. Blood pressure medication, bottle labeled correctly with current date, but pills inside were from a bottle that expired in January 2021, 4 years old. Diabetes medication, current pharmacy label, but pills from bottle that expired in March 2020, 5 years old. Cholesterol medication, recent label, pills from bottle that expired in August 2022, 3 years old. Thyroid medication, current prescription information, but pills that expired in November 2021, 4 years old. Every medication Walter believed was current was actually years expired. Pharmaceutical experts confirm that most medications lose significant potency after expiration. Some become completely ineffective. I checked Walter's pharmacy records online. Brian had been picking up fresh prescriptions monthly as scheduled. The pharmacy confirmed they'd filled hundreds of dollars worth of current medications over the past 6 months. So where were the current medications? I searched Brian and Michelle's house while they were out. Found Walter's actual current prescriptions hidden in their basement. Dozens of bottles of valid, unexpired medications that should have been given to Walter, but were being stored unused. They'd been systematically replacing current medications with expired ones, keeping the real prescriptions for some reason, while letting Walter take ineffective pills. Text messages between Brian and Michelle revealed their strategy. Brian: swapped Grandpa's blood pressure meds with the expired ones again. He'll never notice the difference. Michelle: good. How much worse does his health need to get before we can push for nursing home? Brian: doctor said his conditions are dangerously uncontrolled. Another month or 2 of this and he'll need professional care. Michelle: perfect. The expired meds are working exactly as planned. They'd been deliberately giving Walter expired medications to cause health deterioration that would justify forced nursing home placement against his will. More messages showed their awareness of the harm. Michelle: is it safe to keep him on expired medications? What if he has a medical crisis? Brian: that's kind of the point. His health gets bad enough that staying home isn't an option. Then we move him to assisted living. Michelle: what about the real medications? We have hundreds of dollars worth. Brian: keep them. Never know when they might be useful. Or we can sell them. They'd been hoarding Walter's actual medications while giving him expired pills that provided no therapeutic benefit, deliberately creating medical crises to control his living situation. I documented everything. Photographs of expired medication bottles with current pharmacy labels, the stash of actual current medications at Brian's house, pharmacy records showing regular refills, and text messages discussing the scheme. I told Walter what I'd discovered. He was devastated. They've been giving me expired medications? On purpose? Making me sicker? Yes, your conditions aren't worsening because of disease progression. They're worsening because you're not actually medicated. But I take my pills every day. How was I supposed to know they were expired? You weren't. They were counting on you trusting them to provide current medications. Walter's doctors were horrified when I explained the situation. His primary care physician: the patient has been taking expired medications for months? That explains why treatments weren't working. He's had no therapeutic medication in his system. We immediately replaced all of Walter's medications with current prescriptions obtained directly from the pharmacy. Within 2 weeks, his conditions began stabilizing. Blood pressure normalized, diabetes control improved, cholesterol levels decreased. The mysterious decline reversed once he received actual medication. I filed reports with Adult Protective Services for medical neglect and elder abuse, showed them the expired medications, the hidden stash of current prescriptions, text messages planning the scheme, and medical records documenting Walter's decline and subsequent improvement. The APS social worker was appalled. They deliberately gave him expired medications to cause health deterioration? That's severe medical abuse and endangerment. The criminal case against Brian and Michelle proceeded on charges of elder abuse through medical neglect, reckless endangerment, withholding proper medications, theft, keeping Walter's actual medications, and conspiracy to commit elder abuse. The prosecutor emphasized the life-threatening nature. The defendants systematically replaced their grandfather's medications with expired versions for at least 6 months. They withheld blood pressure medication, diabetes medication, and other essential treatments, causing dangerous health deterioration. Their motive was forcing nursing home placement against his will. Walter's doctors testified about the medical harm. The patient's conditions became dangerously uncontrolled while taking medications that were actually expired and ineffective. His blood pressure reached stroke risk levels. Diabetes was uncontrolled, increasing complications risk. The defendants created multiple life-threatening situations. Pharmacological experts testified about medication expiration. Most medications lose significant potency after expiration. Blood pressure medication becomes less effective. Diabetes medication loses therapeutic effect. Thyroid medication degrades. The defendant's grandfather was essentially unmedicated for months, despite believing he was taking proper prescriptions. The expired medication bottles with current pharmacy labels were presented as evidence, showing the deceptive labeling that made Walter believe he was taking current medications. The stash of actual current medications found at Brian's house proved they'd been hoarding Walter's real prescriptions while giving him expired substitutes. Text messages between Brian and Michelle showed deliberate planning to cause health deterioration through expired medications, discussing how long until his health was bad enough for nursing home placement. Medical records documented Walter's declining health while taking expired medications, then rapid improvement once given current prescriptions, proving the decline was caused by lack of proper medication, not disease progression. Brian and Michelle's defense claimed they were trying to save money. "We thought the expired medications would still work. We were trying to avoid waste." The prosecutor destroyed this. The defendants weren't saving money. They were hoarding current medications worth hundreds of dollars while giving their grandfather expired pills. Text messages show they planned to sell the real medications. This was deliberate medical abuse, not frugality. Elder abuse experts testified, deliberately withholding or substituting medications is recognized as severe abuse. The defendants created life-threatening medical conditions to control their grandfather's living situation. The jury convicted on all counts. Brian received 3 years in prison for elder abuse and reckless endangerment. Michelle received 2 years as co-conspirator. Both received probation, restitution for Walter's medical treatment, and permanent restraining orders. Walter's health is fully restored on proper current medications. All his conditions are stable again, exactly as they were before Brian and Michelle started the expired medication scheme. "I feel like myself again," Walter says. "The fatigue, dizziness, weakness, all gone once I got real medication. My own grandchildren were poisoning me with expired pills. I manage Walter's medications now, pick up prescriptions personally, verify expiration dates, organize pill boxes while Walter watches. He'll never again trust others to handle his medications unsupervised." Family members who weren't involved were shocked. Brian and Michelle gave him expired medications deliberately to make him sick enough for nursing home placement? Walter's doctors documented the case for medical journals. Patient's mysterious treatment resistance was caused by family members substituting expired medications. This case highlights importance of verifying medication authenticity. The pharmacy implemented additional safeguards, requiring patient identification for prescription pickup, providing medication expiration verification, and educating about medication authenticity. Elder abuse organizations used the case to highlight medication tampering. Family members with access to elderly relatives' medications can abuse that access. This case shows the potentially fatal consequences. Do I forgive Brian and Michelle? Never. They endangered Walter's life to control his living situation. Does Walter forgive them? No. They gave me expired pills for months, let me get dangerously sick, nearly killed me. That's unforgivable. Brian and Michelle are in prison. Their plan to force Walter into nursing home failed. He's living independently with properly managed current medications. Walter has no plans to move. I'm staying in my home, with real medications, away from grandchildren who'd poison me with expired pills. Some betrayals involve medical abuse through medication tampering. Brian and Michelle's was one of them. They're paying for it. Prison. loss of relationship, public shame for endangering their grandfather. Walter paid for it too. 6 months of declining health, medical danger, fear of losing independence. But he recovered. On current medications, health restored, independence maintained. That's enough. Not what anyone wanted, but what Brian and Michelle earned. They wanted him in nursing home. He's in his own home instead. They wanted control, lost all contact instead. Walter wanted to stay independent. With proper medication management. Every healthy day he has is proof their scheme failed. Every current prescription is proof their expired pill substitution didn't win. He's thriving. They're imprisoned. Fair outcome. His medications are current. His health is stable. His home is his. Everything they tried to take through expired pill substitution. Everything he kept through truth. That's justice for medical abuse, for medication tampering, for endangered life. Walter, independent and healthy. Brian and Michelle, convicted and imprisoned. Perfect reversal. Deserved consequence. Appropriate ending. My family was secretly feeding my vegetarian grandmother meat to prove her beliefs were just a phase. I discovered my family had been deliberately putting meat in my grandmother's meals for months to prove her lifelong vegetarianism was just stubbornness that could be broken. I'm 27 years old. My grandmother Barbara is 74, a committed vegetarian for 52 years, since her early 20s. It's not a diet preference for her, it's a deeply held ethical belief about animal welfare. She's been consistent about this her entire adult life, raised her children vegetarian, and never wavered. Barbara lives with my Uncle Tom and his wife Linda. She moved in with them 3 years ago after my grandfather passed away. Tom and Linda eat meat regularly but always claim to respect Barbara's vegetarianism, cooking separate vegetarian meals for her. 6 months ago, I noticed Barbara seemed distressed during family dinners. She'd eat very little, seeming uncomfortable but not explaining why. When I asked if something was wrong, she'd just say she wasn't very hungry. Over the following months, Barbara became increasingly withdrawn. She lost weight, seemed depressed, and stopped engaging in her usual activities, her book club, her volunteer work at the animal shelter, her gardening. She'd always been vibrant and engaged, but suddenly she seemed defeated and sad. I visited more frequently, concerned about the change. During one visit, I found Barbara crying in her room. "What's wrong, Grandma?" "I feel like I'm losing myself, like my beliefs don't matter anymore." "What do you mean?" "Nothing. I'm just being silly." But she wasn't being silly. Something was very wrong. I noticed she'd stopped talking about vegetarianism, stopped discussing animal welfare issues she'd always been passionate about. It was like a core part of her identity had been suppressed. Last month, I arrived at Tom and Linda's house unannounced. Walked into the kitchen while Linda was preparing Barbara's vegetarian soup. Watched her add chicken broth from a container, then stir in small pieces of shredded chicken. "That's not vegetarian," I said. Linda jumped, startled. "It's just a little chicken, for protein. She needs it." Grandma Barbara has been vegetarian for 52 years. She doesn't eat chicken. She does now. She just doesn't know it. Linda admitted they'd been putting meat in Barbara's food for 6 months. Chicken broth in soups, ground beef mixed into pasta sauces, bacon fat for cooking vegetables, fish blended into casseroles. Always in small amounts, hidden in ways Barbara wouldn't detect by taste or texture. Why would you do this? Tom thinks his mother's vegetarianism is just stubborn self-deprivation. We're proving she can eat meat without even noticing. Once we reveal it, she'll see her beliefs were pointless. They've been forcing meat into a committed vegetarian's diet without her knowledge or consent, planning to eventually tell her as proof her. Lifelong ethical stance was meaningless. I was horrified. This wasn't about nutrition, it was about violating Barbara's deeply held beliefs and autonomy. The scope of what Tom and Linda had been doing became clear through investigation. They'd been systematically deceiving Barbara about her food for 6 months, deliberately violating her vegetarian ethics. I documented everything they'd been feeding Barbara. Soups, all made with chicken, beef, or pork broth instead of vegetable broth. Linda claimed to make vegetable soup, but the base was always animal-derived. Pasta dishes, ground beef or ground turkey mixed into tomato sauces in small amounts. Marinara sauce contained meat Barbara couldn't identify by texture. Vegetable dishes, cooked in bacon grease or lard instead of vegetable oil. The flavoring came from animal fat Barbara didn't know she was consuming. Casseroles, fish or chicken pureed and mixed into dishes where the taste was masked by strong seasonings and cheeses. Rice and grain dishes, cooked in chicken stock instead of water or vegetable broth. Every meal Barbara ate in Tom and Linda's home for 6 months contained hidden animal products. They'd been meticulous about disguising the meat so Barbara wouldn't detect it. Linda kept a journal documenting the deception. Day 45. Barbara ate chicken soup, thought it was vegetable. Still hasn't noticed. Tom says we'll tell her at 6 months that she's been eating meat all along. We'll prove her vegetarianism is just psychological. Day 89. Ground beef in the pasta sauce again. She complimented the flavor. Doesn't realize what she's praising. Day 120. Barbara commented the vegetables taste better lately. Doesn't know it's because I cook them in bacon fat now. Tom's right. She can't actually tell the difference. They'd been treating Barbara's ethical beliefs as something to disprove through deception and violation. Text messages between Tom and Linda revealed their reasoning. Tom: Mom's been vegetarian my whole life. It's always been annoying. Time to show her it's pointless. Linda: What if she gets upset when we tell her? Tom: She will, but then she'll realize she's been eating meat for months and survived just fine. Her beliefs will be proven wrong. Linda: Should we feel bad about lying? Tom: We're helping her. She's deprived herself for 52 years over nothing. We're liberating her from her own stubbornness. They genuinely believed they were doing Barbara a favor by forcing meat into her diet without consent, planning a revelation that would supposedly free her from her own ethical convictions. I confronted Barbara with what I'd discovered. She was devastated. They've been putting meat in my food? For 6 months? Yes, chicken, beef, pork, fish, in everything. They plan to tell you eventually as proof your vegetarianism doesn't matter. She broke down crying. I've been vegetarian for 52 years, since before Tom was born. It's not a diet. It's my belief about not causing animal suffering. They've been forcing me to violate that? Yes, without your knowledge or consent. That's why I've felt so terrible. I thought I was depressed, losing my purpose. I've been unknowingly going against my deepest values for months. The psychological impact was profound. Barbara's depression and withdrawal made sense now. She'd been unconsciously aware something was wrong, that her body and spirit were in conflict, even without knowing about the deception. I helped Barbara move out of Tom and Linda's house immediately. She came to stay with me while we found her a proper living situation. I also filed reports with Adult Protective Services for elder abuse through dietary manipulation and violation of ethical beliefs. Showed them Linda's journal, text messages, and Barbara's testimony about the deception. The APS social worker was disturbed. They've been forcing meat into a lifelong vegetarian's diet? Without consent? That's violation of bodily autonomy and ethical beliefs. This is abuse. The criminal case against Tom and Linda proceeded on charges of elder abuse through dietary manipulation, fraud, misrepresenting food contents, and conspiracy to violate bodily autonomy. The prosecutor emphasized the violation. The defendants systematically deceived the victim about her food for 6 months, deliberately feeding her animal products in violation of her 52-year vegetarian ethics. Their intent was to prove her beliefs were meaningless. This is severe abuse of an elderly person's autonomy and religious, ethical beliefs. Religious freedom experts testified, Ethical vegetarianism is protected as a deeply held belief system. Deliberately violating someone's food ethics without consent is recognized abuse, similar to forcing dietary violations in religious contexts. Barbara testified about the impact. "I've been vegetarian since 1972. It's not about taste or health. It's about my belief that causing animal suffering is wrong. My son and daughter-in-law forced me to violate that belief for 6 months without my knowledge. The psychological harm is profound." Linda's journal entries documenting the deception were read in court. The jury heard her detailed accounts of hiding meat in every meal, noting when Barbara couldn't taste the difference, planning the eventual revelation. Text messages showed Tom and Linda's motive, proving Barbara's beliefs were pointless and just stubbornness that could be disproven through forced consumption without her knowledge. Psychologists testified about the harm. The victim experienced depression and loss of identity while unknowingly violating her core beliefs. This created profound psychological conflict. Learning about the deception compounds the trauma. She must process both the violation and months of unknowing betrayal of her own ethics. Tom and Linda's defense claimed they were concerned about Barbara's nutrition. "We believed she needed more protein. We were trying to help her health." The prosecutor destroyed this. The defendant's own written statements say they wanted to prove her beliefs wrong and show her vegetarianism was pointless. This wasn't about nutrition, it was about violating her autonomy to disprove her ethics. Medical experts confirmed, a well-planned vegetarian diet is nutritionally complete. The victim had maintained good health on vegetarian nutrition for 52 years. No medical reason existed to add meat without consent. The jury convicted on all counts. Tom received 18 months in prison for elder abuse. Linda received 1 year as primary perpetrator of the deception. Both received probation, mandatory counseling, and permanent restraining orders from Barbara. Barbara lives independently now in a senior apartment complex with a vegetarian-friendly dining program. She verifies all her food sources and ingredients. Her depression lifted once she moved out and resumed her ethical vegetarian diet. "I feel like myself again," she told me. "Knowing what I'm eating, living according to my beliefs, I didn't realize how much the deception was harming me." Tom and Linda's relationship with Barbara is permanently destroyed. She refuses all contact. "They violated my body and my beliefs for months, planned to mock me for it. That's unforgivable." Family reactions were divided. Some relatives defended Tom and Linda. They thought they were helping. Maybe they went too far, but they meant well. They forced meat into a 52-year vegetarian's diet without consent to prove her wrong. That's not helping. Others supported Barbara. What Tom and Linda did, violating their mother's deeply held ethical beliefs through food deception, is cruel. The vegetarian and animal rights community rallied around Barbara. Forcing meat into a committed vegetarian's diet is violation of bodily autonomy. This case shows the psychological harm of dietary deception. Religious freedom organizations also supported her case. Ethical vegetarianism deserves the same protection as religious dietary laws. This violation is comparable to secretly feeding pork to observant Muslims or Jews. Do I forgive Tom and Linda? Never. They spent 6 months violating Barbara's core beliefs. Does Barbara forgive them? No. They made me unknowingly betray my values for half a year, then plan to use it to mock my life's ethics. Tom and Linda are serving their sentences. Their plan to disprove Barbara's vegetarianism backfired. They're convicted abusers. She's living ethically again. Barbara's vegetarianism continues, stronger now, if anything. She speaks about ethical food choices at senior centers, shares her story, advocates for respecting elderly people's dietary beliefs. Some betrayals involve forcing someone to violate their deepest values. Tom and Linda's was one of them. They're paying for it. Prison, loss of relationship, public shame. Barbara paid for it, too. 6 months of unknowing violation, depression, trauma. But she recovered, living ethically again, her beliefs intact despite their attack. That's enough. Not what anyone wanted, but what Tom and Linda earned through their cruelty. They wanted to disprove her beliefs, proved only their own cruelty instead. Barbara wanted respect for her lifelong ethics, has it now from everyone except those who violated her. She's vegetarian still, 52 years and counting. Despite 6 months of forced meat consumption, her values survived their violation. Their relationship didn't. Fair outcome, just consequence. Appropriate ending. She lives ethically. They live with criminal records for dietary abuse. That's justice for violated beliefs, for forced consumption, for mocked ethics. Barbara's vegetarianism endures, unbroken by their deception, strengthened by surviving it. They're gone from her life. She's returned to her values. Everything they tried to disprove, proven resilient. Everything they thought would liberate her, imprisoned them instead. My siblings were secretly donating my grandfather's World War II memorabilia collection without his permission. I discovered my siblings had been systematically removing and donating my grandfather's World War II memorabilia collection, items he treasured for 80 years, to clear space in his home for their convenience. I'm 30 years old. My grandfather Henry is 98, a World War II veteran who served in the Pacific Theater from 1943 to 1945. He's been collecting and preserving World War II memorabilia since he returned from service. His own items, plus pieces he's acquired over decades to honor fellow veterans and preserve history. His collection is extensive and deeply personal. His original uniform, medals and commendations, letters he wrote home during the war, photographs of his unit, items from battles he participated in, memorabilia from other veterans he's met over the years. Each piece has a story Henry can recount in vivid detail. The collection isn't just objects, it's his life's work of preserving history and honoring fallen comrades. Henry lives with my brother James and sister Rebecca in their house. He moved in 4 years ago when he needed more daily support. James and Rebecca have a large house with a dedicated room for Henry's collection, what he calls his memory room, where he spends hours organizing, documenting, and sharing stories with visitors. 6 months ago, I noticed items missing from Henry's collection during a visit. "Grandpa, where's your Purple Heart medal? It was always displayed right here." Henry looked confused. "It should be there. James, have you seen it?" James: "Dad's always moving things around. It's probably somewhere else in the room." But Henry didn't move things around randomly. He had a meticulous system for organizing his collection. The Purple Heart wasn't misplaced. It was gone. Over subsequent visits, more items disappeared. Photographs that had been framed on the wall, his original service uniform, letters from fellow veterans, a Japanese flag he'd preserved from Iwo Jima, historical documents he'd carefully collected. Each time, James and Rebecca claimed Henry must have misplaced them or forgotten where he put them. His memory isn't what it used to be. He probably moved them and forgot. But Henry's memory about his collection was sharp. He could describe every item, where it came from, and exactly where it should be displayed. He wasn't forgetting. Items were being removed. Henry became increasingly distressed. "Things keep disappearing from my collection. I don't understand what's happening." Last month, I decided to investigate. Searched James and Rebecca's house while they were out. Found nothing. The missing items weren't stored elsewhere in the home. Then I checked local museums, historical societies, and veteran organizations. At the County Historical Society, I found several of Henry's items in their recent donation log. Purple Heart Medal, donated by James Patterson, on behalf of Henry Patterson. The uniform donated to a military museum by Rebecca Patterson, for the family. Photographs and letters given to a World War II preservation organization by the Patterson family. James and Rebecca had been donating Henry's treasured collection without his knowledge or permission, piece by piece, clearing his memory room to eventually convert it for their own use. The full scope of what James and Rebecca had done became clear through investigation. They'd been systematically removing Henry's World War II memorabilia over 6 months and donating it to various institutions without his knowledge or consent. I contacted every museum, historical society, and veteran organization within 50 miles. Found Henry's items at 7 different locations. County Historical Society, Purple Heart Medal, Bronze Star, service ribbons, campaign medals. Donated by James, claiming he had authority as Henry's caregiver. State Military Museum, original World War II uniform, helmet, service patches. Donated by Rebecca, claiming family wishes to share with public rather than keep in private collection. Local Veterans Organization, personal letters Henry wrote home during the war, photographs of his unit, his combat diary. Donated by James, saying, "Veteran wants materials preserved for education." University World War II Archive, maps Henry annotated during campaigns, official documents from his service, historical newspapers he'd collected. Donated by Rebecca, claiming elderly veteran downsizing. 3 separate historical societies, various memorabilia pieces, flags, weapons, equipment, personal items from fellow veterans Henry had preserved. Every donation was made without Henry's knowledge or permission. James and Rebecca had exploited their position as his caregivers to claim authority they didn't have. I obtained donation records showing James and Rebecca's signatures on transfer documents. They'd falsely represented that Henry consented to the donations or that they had legal authority to donate his property. Text messages between James and Rebecca revealed their motivation. James: cleared out 3 more boxes from Dad's collection room, donated to the Historical Society. Rebecca: good. How much more is left? James: maybe 40% of the collection remains. We're making progress. Rebecca: once the room is empty, we can convert it to the home office we need. Dad won't need that much space anymore. They'd been clearing Henry's memory room to repurpose it for themselves, systematically removing and donating items Henry had spent 80 years collecting and preserving. More messages showed their dismissiveness. Rebecca: Dad was upset about missing items again today. James: he'll get over it. He can't manage this much stuff anyway at his age. Rebecca: should we tell him we've been donating things? James: no. Better he thinks he's forgetting where things are. Less drama that way. They'd been deliberately letting Henry believe his memory was failing rather than admit they were removing his treasured collection without permission. I documented everything. Donation records, text messages, photographs of the missing items now in various institutions, and statements from the organizations confirming James and Rebecca had donated the items claiming authority they didn't legally have. I showed Henry the evidence. He was devastated. They've been giving away my collection? The things I've preserved for 80 years? Yes, Grandpa, without telling you. They wanted to clear your memory room. Those items were my life's work. Each piece has a story, represents a fallen comrade, preserves history. They're not just taking up space, they're my legacy. The emotional impact was profound. Henry had believed his memory was failing, that he was losing mental sharpness. Learning that his own grandchildren had been stealing and donating his treasures while gaslighting him about memory problems was devastating. I contacted a lawyer specializing in elder law. Your grandfather's grandchildren have been stealing his property and illegally donating it. They've also been exploiting their caregiver position to falsely claim donation authority. We filed police reports for theft, fraud, falsely claiming authority, and elder abuse through property deprivation. Also filed civil suit against James and Rebecca for conversion of property and emotional distress. Most importantly, I contacted every institution that received donations and explained the situation. Items were donated without owners' consent, the donors had no legal authority, and the donations were effectively made with stolen property. The criminal case against James and Rebecca proceeded on charges of theft, fraud, elder abuse through property deprivation, and making false statements to institutions. The evidence was overwhelming. The prosecutor emphasized the systematic theft. The defendants spent 6 months stealing their grandfather's World War II memorabilia collection, items he'd preserved for 80 years. They donated these treasures to institutions, falsely claiming they had authority. Their motive was clearing space in their home at the expense of a 98-year-old veteran's life work. Henry testified about the collection's significance. Each item represents something important: my service, my fallen comrades, the history we fought to preserve. I've spent 80 years collecting and documenting these pieces. My grandchildren threw that away like trash. Representatives from the institutions testified about the donations. James Patterson donated medals and service ribbons, claiming he had his grandfather's consent. We believed him. Learning these items were taken without the veteran's knowledge is disturbing. Rebecca Patterson donated the uniform, saying the family wanted it in our museum. She presented herself as having authority. We had no reason to question a family member's donation. The donation records showed James and Rebecca's signatures on transfer documents, falsely representing their authority. They'd exploited institutional trust in family caregivers. Text messages showed their plan to clear Henry's memory room for conversion to home office space. The jury heard them discuss removing 40% of the collection and deciding not to tell Henry what they were doing. Digital experts testified about the gaslighting. The defendants deliberately let their grandfather believe his memory was failing rather than admit they were removing his property. This is psychological abuse, exploiting memory fears common in elderly people. James and Rebecca's defense claimed they were helping organize and preserve. We thought donating to museums would ensure better preservation than keeping everything in a private room. The prosecutor destroyed this. The defendants didn't consult their grandfather about preservation concerns. They stole his property, donated it without consent, and lied about having authority. Museums are wonderful institutions, but you can't donate stolen property to them. World War II veteran organizations provided impact statements. Veterans' personal memorabilia is sacred. These items represent sacrifice, service, and memory. Stealing a veteran's collection is particularly egregious. You're not just taking property, you're erasing their legacy. The jury convicted on all counts. James received 2 years in prison for theft and elder abuse. Rebecca received 18 months. Both received probation, restitution, and permanent restraining orders from Henry. The civil case resulted in judgment requiring James and Rebecca to facilitate return of all donated items or pay replacement value for irreplaceable pieces. Most institutions agreed to return Henry's items once they understood the circumstances. We don't want property donated through elder abuse. The veteran deserves his collection back. Some items were irreplaceable or had already been integrated into permanent exhibits, but most were returned. Henry's memory room was restored with recovered pieces and documentation of those lost permanently. Henry moved out of James and Rebecca's home, lives now in a veterans' care facility with a dedicated room for his restored collection. The facility's residents visit regularly to hear his stories. The room has become an educational space for younger generations learning about World War II. I have most of my collection back, Henry says. Not all. Some pieces are gone forever, but I can share the stories again. That's what matters. Family reactions were uniformly supportive of Henry. Even James and Rebecca's own children sided with their great-grandfather. What our parents did was theft and betrayal. Great-grandpa's collection was his life's work. Veteran organizations rallied around Henry, donated replacement pieces for items lost permanently, helped document and catalog his restored collection, honored him at ceremonies for his service and his dedication to preserving history. Historical societies that unknowingly received stolen items felt terrible. We exist to preserve history, not participate in elder abuse. We're glad to return the items. Do I forgive James and Rebecca? Never. They stole 80 years of Henry's legacy. Does Henry forgive them? No. They treated my life's work like clutter to be discarded. That's unforgivable. James and Rebecca are serving their sentences. Their relationship with Henry and the entire family destroyed. The grandchildren who stole a veteran's legacy. Henry's collection is preserved. Most pieces returned, stories still being told, legacy maintained despite their theft. Some betrayals involve stealing history and memory. James and Rebecca's was one of them. They're paying for it. Prison, family exile, permanent shame. Henry paid for it too. 6 months of believing his memory was failing, lost items, violated legacy. But he recovered. Most items returned, stories continuing, educational legacy restored. That's enough. Not what anyone wanted, but what James and Rebecca earned. They wanted space for a home office. Got prison cells instead. Henry wanted his collection preserved. Has most of it back now. His memory room exists again, just not in their house. In a place where his stories are honored. They're gone. His legacy continues. Fair trade. Every veteran who visits Henry's restored collection is proof their theft failed. Every story Henry tells is proof his legacy survived their betrayal. They stole pieces. He kept the meaning. That's victory enough. My brother was secretly poisoning my grandmother's garden to make her think she had dementia. I discovered my brother had been systematically destroying my grandmother's vegetable garden, using herbicides to convince her she was losing her mental faculties and couldn't live independently. I'm 31 years old. My grandmother Rose is 76. A lifelong gardener who's cultivated the same backyard vegetable garden for 40 years. It's not just a hobby, it's her identity, her purpose, her connection to my late grandfather, who built the raised beds with her decades ago. Rose lives alone in the house where she raised her family. She's sharp, healthy, independent. My brother Ethan lives nearby and has been pushing her to sell the house and move into senior living. The house is too much for you. The yard maintenance is too difficult. You should be somewhere easier. Rose refuses. I'm fine. My garden keeps me active. I'm not leaving my home. The garden is magnificent. Tomatoes, peppers, beans, herbs, squash. She knows every plant, tends them daily, shares produce with neighbors. It's been thriving for 40 years. Her pride and expertise evident in every harvest. 3 months ago, Rose called me distressed. Something's wrong with my garden. Plants are dying. I don't understand. I'm doing everything the same as always. I visited. Entire sections of the garden were dead or dying. Tomato plants wilted and brown. Bean vines withered. Peppers shriveled. Only certain areas were affected. Seemingly random patches throughout the beds. Rose was devastated. I've gardened for 40 years. I've never lost plants like this. What am I doing wrong? Maybe it's disease or pests. I've checked. No signs of disease or infestation. They're just dying. I'm so confused. Over the following weeks, more plants died. Rose became increasingly distressed and bewildered. I must be forgetting something, forgetting to water, using wrong fertilizer. I can't remember what I'm doing differently. Ethan started visiting more frequently, observing the dying garden with concern. Mom, this is a sign. You're getting forgetful. You can't even maintain your garden anymore. It's time to accept you need help. But I've gardened for 40 years. I know what I'm doing. Not anymore. Look at this. Everything's dying. You're doing something wrong but can't remember what. That's memory problems, Mom. Rose started doubting herself. The garden had been her certainty, her expertise. If she couldn't keep plants alive anymore, maybe Ethan was right. Maybe her mind was failing. Last week I visited early morning before work, earlier than I'd ever come before. Found Ethan in Rose's backyard, spraying something on specific plants. When he saw me, he tried to hide the spray bottle. What are you doing? Just helping Mom with the garden. What's in that bottle? He wouldn't answer. I grabbed it from him. commercial herbicide, the kind that kills plants on contact. Ethan had been systematically poisoning Rose's garden, making her think she was losing her ability to care for plants she'd successfully grown for 4 decades. You've been killing her garden? Making her think she has dementia? She needs to move. This house is too much for her. The garden was keeping her here. If she can't maintain it, she'll see she needs to leave. The full scope of Ethan's sabotage became clear through investigation. He'd been destroying Rose's garden systematically for 3 months to undermine her confidence and independence. I took the herbicide bottle Ethan had been using, photographed him in Rose's garden with it, confronted him in front of Rose about what he'd been doing. Rose was devastated. "You've been killing my garden? On purpose? Making me think I was losing my mind?" Ethan tried to justify it. "I'm trying to help you. You're too old for this house and garden. I needed you to see that you can't maintain them anymore." "By destroying my plants? By making me think I had dementia?" "You're not thinking clearly. You need to be in senior living, where you don't have to worry about gardens and houses." "I was thinking clearly until you started sabotaging my garden and gaslighting me about my memory." I documented everything before Ethan could destroy evidence. The herbicide bottle with his fingerprints, photos of him spraying plants, a map of Rose's garden showing which sections had died. They corresponded to areas Ethan had access to during his helpful visits. I checked Rose's shed, found empty herbicide containers hidden behind gardening supplies, evidence of previous sabotage sessions Ethan had conducted over months. Text messages between Ethan and his wife revealed the planning. Ethan: "Sprayed more of Mom's tomatoes today. Should die within a week." Wife: "Are you sure this is the right way?" Ethan: "She won't leave as long as the garden thrives. If her garden fails, she'll realize she can't handle the house anymore." Wife: "What if she figures out you're doing it?" Ethan: "She won't. She already thinks her memory is going. She'll blame herself, not suspect sabotage." They'd planned it deliberately. Use herbicide to kill plants slowly over months, making Rose question her abilities gradually rather than suddenly, attributing garden failures to her own declining mental capacity. More messages showed Ethan's strategy evolving. Ethan: "Mom's really doubting herself now. Keeps saying she must be forgetting something. The garden gaslight is working." Wife: "How much longer?" Ethan: "Maybe another month. Once the entire garden is dead, she'll be convinced she can't maintain the property. Then I'll push hard for senior living." He'd been planning to destroy the entire garden, 40 years of my grandmother's work and expertise, to manufacture evidence of cognitive decline that didn't exist. I contacted a horticultural expert to examine Rose's garden and the herbicide. The expert confirmed, "These plants didn't die from neglect or disease. They died from repeated herbicide application. Someone deliberately poisoned this garden over several months." The expert provided a written report documenting the sabotage and confirming Rose's gardening practices were sound. I filed reports with Adult Protective Services for elder abuse through psychological manipulation. Showed them the evidence: herbicide bottles, text messages, expert report, photographs of Ethan sabotaging the garden. The APS social worker was disturbed. He systematically destroyed her garden to make her believe she had dementia? That's severe psychological abuse. I also filed police reports for property destruction, trespassing, entering her property to commit sabotage, and elder abuse through deliberate infliction of emotional distress. Most importantly, I helped Rose understand what happened. Her garden failures weren't her fault. Her memory wasn't declining. Her 40 years of expertise hadn't vanished. Her son had been poisoning her plants to control her living situation. "I thought I was losing my mind," Rose said, examining the dead plants with new understanding. "I'd check on them. They'd be fine. Come back hours later and they'd be dying. I couldn't understand what I was doing wrong. You weren't doing anything wrong. Ethan was poisoning them during his visits. My own son destroyed my garden to make me think I had dementia. The betrayal was profound. The garden represented 40 years of Rose's life, her connection to my grandfather, her daily purpose, her expertise and identity. Ethan had attacked the very core of who she was to force her into a living situation she didn't want. The criminal case proceeded on charges of property destruction, elder abuse through psychological manipulation, and conspiracy. His wife had knowledge and supported the scheme. The evidence was overwhelming. The prosecutor emphasized the cruelty. The defendant systematically destroyed his mother's garden over 3 months, using herbicide to kill plants she'd successfully cultivated for 40 years. His goal was to make her believe she had dementia, so she'd agree to move out of her home. The horticultural expert testified. The victim is an experienced gardener. Her practices were sound. The plants died from deliberate herbicide poisoning, not neglect or incompetence. Someone systematically sabotaged her garden. Rose testified about the psychological impact. For 3 months, I thought I was losing my mind. My garden has thrived for 40 years. When plants started dying, I couldn't understand why. I started believing my memory was failing, that I couldn't remember proper care anymore. It was my son, poisoning my plants, gaslighting me about my abilities. The text messages between Ethan and his wife showed premeditation and awareness of the harm. The jury heard Ethan discussing the garden gaslight and planning to destroy the entire garden to convince Rose she needed senior living. Ethan's defense claimed he was concerned about safety. My mother is elderly. The house and garden are too much for her. I was trying to help her see that. The prosecutor destroyed this. The defendant wasn't expressing concern. He was manufacturing evidence of cognitive decline. His mother is mentally sharp. Her doctor confirms no memory issues. He created garden failures to gaslight her into doubting her own competence. Expert testimony explained the abuse. Gaslighting, deliberately making someone question their perception of reality, is severe psychological abuse. The defendant used his mother's beloved garden as the weapon, destroying something she'd built over 40 years to undermine her confidence. The jury convicted Ethan on all counts. He received 18 months in prison for elder abuse and property destruction, probation, restitution for garden restoration costs, and a permanent restraining order from Rose. His wife received probation for conspiracy. Her text messages showed she knew about and encouraged the sabotage. Rose's garden is being restored. We removed all herbicide-damaged plants, tested the soil to ensure no residual contamination, and replanted with new seedlings. Rose is gardening again, her confidence returning as plants thrive under her experienced care. I know what I'm doing, she says, tending new tomato plants. I always knew. Ethan just made me doubt myself. Family reactions divided predictably. Some relatives defended Ethan. He was worried about his mother. He handled it badly, but meant well. He poisoned her garden for 3 months to fake dementia symptoms. That's not worry, that's abuse. Others supported Rose. What Ethan did, destroying something she'd built over 40 years to gaslight her, is unforgivable. Neighbors who'd received produce from Rose's garden for decades were furious. He killed her beautiful garden on purpose? To make her think she was losing her mind? That's evil. The gardening community rallied around Rose. Local garden clubs donated plants, soil, expertise. Your garden will thrive again. Don't let his sabotage take away what you've built. Elder abuse organizations use the case to highlight psychological manipulation. Abusers often target things victims are proud of, hobbies, skills, accomplishments, to undermine confidence. This case shows the devastating impact of such tactics. Do I forgive Ethan? Never. He attacked the core of Rose's identity to control her living situation. Does Rose forgive him? No. He destroyed 40 years of my work, made me think I was losing my mind. That's not something a son does to his mother. Ethan is in prison. His relationship with Rose destroyed along with the garden he poisoned. The son who used herbicide to fake dementia. Rose is in her home, in her garden, proving every day that her expertise never left. The only thing that failed was Ethan's character. Her garden is thriving again, tomatoes ripening, beans climbing, trellises, peppers flourishing. Everything Ethan tried to destroy, growing back stronger. Some betrayals involve destroying what someone loves most. Ethan's was one of them. He's paying for it. Prison, loss of relationship, permanent reputation as the man who poisoned his mother's garden. Rose paid for it too. 3 months of self-doubt, destroyed plants, trauma. But she recovered. The garden recovered. Both stronger for surviving the sabotage. That's the victory. Not Ethan's conviction, though justice matters. The victory is Rose, in her garden, harvesting tomatoes, sharing produce with neighbors, proving her 40 years of expertise wasn't gone. Just hidden temporarily under Ethan's herbicide and gaslighting. Now visible again. Thriving. Undeniable. Her garden grows. His freedom is gone. That's fair trade. Everything he tried to destroy, flourishing in defiance of his cruelty. Rose in her element. Ethan in prison. The garden restored. That's enough justice. Growth despite sabotage. Life despite poison. Her garden tells the story, not of dementia or decline, of survival and resilience. Every healthy plant, a refutation of Ethan's gaslighting, every harvest, a victory. She's staying in her home, in her garden, where she belongs. Everything Ethan tried to take, everything she kept. My cousins were staging fake medical emergencies to prevent my grandfather from attending important family events. I discovered my cousins had been creating false medical crises to keep my grandfather from attending weddings, graduations, and milestone events, isolating him from family gatherings where he might learn about their mistreatment. I'm 29 years old. My grandfather Leonard is 79, widowed 5 years ago but still active and engaged with extended family. He's always been the family patriarch, attending every wedding, graduation, baptism, and celebration. Being present for family milestones matters deeply to him. My cousins Marcus and Jennifer live near Grandpa Leonard and coordinate his transportation to family events since he stopped driving last year. The rest of us live several hours away, so we rely on them to bring him to gatherings. Over the past year, Grandpa Leonard has missed nearly every major family event. My niece's wedding last spring, Marcus called the day before saying Leonard had chest pain and was in the emergency room. My nephew's college graduation in June, Jennifer called that morning saying Leonard fell and injured his ankle, couldn't travel. My daughter's baptism in September, another emergency room visit for breathing problems. Each time, Leonard seemed disappointed but accepted that his health prevented attendance. I wanted to be there, but the doctors said I shouldn't travel. The pattern was concerning. Leonard was supposedly having frequent medical emergencies, yet when I'd visit him between events, he seemed healthy and active. No lingering effects from chest pain, breathing issues, or falls. I started checking with Leonard's doctors. His cardiologist had no record of emergency room visits for chest pain. His primary care physician knew nothing about falls or breathing problems. The hospital emergency department had no admissions for Leonard in the past year. The medical emergencies Marcus and Jennifer reported were fabricated. But why would they lie about health crises to keep Leonard from family gatherings? Last month, my son's high school graduation was scheduled. I told Marcus and Jennifer I'd be picking up Grandpa Leonard myself, driving 6 hours to get him so he wouldn't miss this event. Marcus seemed anxious. That's not necessary. We'll bring him. I want to make sure he makes it this time. I'll pick him up Friday afternoon. He might not be well enough. Let us assess his condition first. I'll assess it myself when I arrive. Friday afternoon, I arrived at Leonard's house earlier than I'd told Marcus and Jennifer. Wanted to surprise him. Found Marcus and Jennifer there, trying to convince Leonard he was too sick to travel. "You had dizzy spells this morning, remember?" Jennifer said. "I felt fine this morning," Leonard responded. "No, you said you felt lightheaded. That's dangerous for long car trips." I interrupted. "Grandpa, are you feeling sick?" He looked confused. "No, I feel fine. Jennifer is saying I was dizzy, but I don't remember that." Marcus and Jennifer had been gaslighting Leonard into believing he was having medical symptoms he didn't have, convincing him he was too unwell to attend family events. The pattern became clear as I investigated further. Marcus and Jennifer had been systematically lying about Grandpa Leonard's health to prevent him from attending family gatherings for over a year. I reviewed Leonard's actual medical records with his permission. His doctors confirmed. Cardiologist. Patient has stable heart condition. No emergency room visits, no chest pain episodes, no restrictions on travel or activity. He's cleared for normal family activities. Primary care physician. Patient is in good health for his age. No falls, no breathing problems, no recent acute illnesses. I've given him no medical advice to avoid family travel. Emergency department records. No admissions or visits by Leonard in the past 18 months. Every medical emergency Marcus and Jennifer reported to family was fabricated. They'd been lying to both Leonard and the extended family about health crises that never occurred. I spoke with Leonard about the missed events. "Grandpa, do you remember having chest pain before Sarah's wedding?" Marcus said I did. He called 911, but honestly, I don't remember feeling chest pain. I woke up that morning feeling fine, then Marcus was insisting we go to the emergency room. "Did you actually go to the ER?" "No." Marcus said after he called 911 he decided it wasn't necessary. Said I just needed to rest that day instead of traveling. Marcus had fabricated a medical emergency, convinced Leonard it happened, then used it as reason to prevent travel, all without any actual medical crisis occurring. What about the fall before Tommy's graduation? Jennifer said I fell in the bathroom, but I don't remember falling. She showed me a bruise on my leg and said it was from the fall, but I bruise easily. Could have been from anything. They'd been pointing to normal aging signs, minor bruises, occasional lightheadedness from standing too quickly, normal fatigue, and reframing them as serious medical issues requiring cancellation of travel plans. Text messages between Marcus and Jennifer revealed their strategy. Marcus: "Dad's graduation is next month. Need to keep Grandpa Leonard home." Jennifer: "Another fake emergency?" Marcus: "Yeah, I'll say he had dizzy spells. He won't remember if I'm convincing enough." Jennifer: "Why are we keeping him from these events?" Marcus: "You know why. He'll talk to other family members. They'll figure out what we've been doing." This was the key. Marcus and Jennifer weren't just isolating Leonard for cruelty's sake. They were preventing him from attending events where he might interact with other family members who would notice something was wrong. I discovered what they were hiding. Marcus and Jennifer had been severely neglecting Leonard's home maintenance and daily needs while presenting themselves as devoted caregivers to the family. His house was deteriorating, roof leaking, plumbing broken, heating system failing. They'd been responsible for arranging repairs and maintenance, but had done nothing for over a year. Leonard's dietary needs were being ignored. He has diabetes requiring careful meal planning. Marcus and Jennifer were supposed to help with grocery shopping and meal prep. Instead, they'd been dropping off fast food and processed meals, causing Leonard's blood sugar control to worsen. His social isolation was deliberate. They'd been canceling his senior center activities, his church group participation, his weekly card games with friends, all claiming he was too tired or not feeling well, when Leonard felt fine and wanted to attend. The fake medical emergencies keeping him from family gatherings were designed to prevent extended family members from discovering this neglect. At family events, relatives would talk to Leonard, ask about his life, notice the deteriorating health and isolation. Marcus and Jennifer couldn't allow that scrutiny. More text messages confirmed. Jennifer: if Grandpa Leonard goes to the baptism, people will ask how he's doing. They'll figure out we haven't fixed his house or helped with his care. Marcus: exactly. Keep him home. Tell everyone he's having health issues. They'll feel sorry for him instead of questioning us. They'd been using fabricated medical emergencies to maintain a false narrative. Devoted caregivers managing their grandfather's declining health, when reality was neglectful relatives avoiding responsibilities while keeping Leonard isolated from family who might intervene. The criminal case against Marcus and Jennifer proceeded on charges of elder abuse through neglect, fraud, false medical reports to family, and conspiracy to commit elder abuse through isolation. The prosecutor emphasized the systematic deception. The defendants fabricated medical emergencies over 12 months to prevent their grandfather from attending family gatherings. Their motive was hiding severe neglect. They'd been responsible for his home maintenance, dietary needs, and social activities, but had abandoned those responsibilities while maintaining a facade of devoted care. Leonard's doctors testified about the false medical claims. The family was told the patient had emergency room visits, falls, chest pain, breathing problems. None of this occurred. The patient is in stable health. These reports were completely fabricated. I testified about discovering the pattern. My grandfather supposedly had medical emergencies before every major family event for a year. Yet his doctors had no record of these incidents. When I investigated, I found Marcus and Jennifer were lying about his health to keep him isolated. Family members testified about the missed events and their concerns. Leonard always attended everything. When he suddenly started missing weddings and graduations due to medical emergencies, we were worried. Now we know those emergencies were fake, and he was being deliberately isolated. The neglect evidence was presented. Photographs of Leonard's deteriorating house, roof damage, broken plumbing, non-functional heating. His medical records showing worsening diabetes control due to poor diet, documentation of canceled social activities he'd wanted to attend. Marcus and Jennifer's text messages planning the fake emergencies and discussing their motive, preventing Leonard from interacting with family who might discover the neglect, were read to the jury. Their defense claimed they were protecting Leonard from stressful travel. Our grandfather is elderly. We believed long car trips to family events would be too taxing. The prosecutor destroyed this. The defendants didn't protect anyone. They fabricated medical emergencies, lied to extended family, gaslit their grandfather about experiencing symptoms he didn't have, and isolated him to hide their neglect of his care. This is elder abuse, not protection. Expert testimony explained isolation as abuse tactic. Abusers often isolate victims from family and social support. This prevents discovery of mistreatment and makes victims more dependent on abusers. The defendant's systematic prevention of family contact is classic isolation abuse. The jury convicted on all counts. Marcus received 2 years in prison for elder abuse and fraud. Jennifer received 18 months. Both received probation, restitution for Leonard's home repairs, and permanent restraining orders. I moved Leonard closer to me. His house was sold, and he lives in a senior apartment complex near my family. We handle his care needs properly: home maintenance through the complex, dietary support with diabetic-friendly meals, regular doctor visits, social activities at the complex. Most importantly, Leonard attends every family event now. He hasn't missed a graduation, wedding, or celebration since moving. He's present for milestones, connected to family, no longer isolated. Family members who believed the fabricated medical emergencies felt deceived. We thought Leonard was too sick to travel. Marcus and Jennifer were lying the whole time while neglecting his actual care needs. Leonard processes the betrayal with therapy. My own grandchildren kept me from family events for a year, made me think I was too sick to see my family, while they neglected my home and health. The extended family rallied around Leonard. He's no longer dependent on Marcus and Jennifer for anything. Multiple relatives help with his needs, ensuring he's never isolated or neglected again. Elder abuse organizations used the case to highlight isolation tactics. Preventing elderly family members from attending gatherings is a red flag for abuse. This case shows how abusers use fabricated medical excuses to maintain isolation. Do I forgive Marcus and Jennifer? Never. They stole a year of family milestones from Leonard through lies. Does Leonard forgive them? No. They kept me from my great-granddaughter's wedding, my grandson's graduation, family moments I can never get back. Marcus and Jennifer are in prison, their relationship with Leonard and the entire family destroyed. The relatives who isolated their grandfather through fake emergencies. Leonard is present now, at every event, connected to family. No more fake medical crises keeping him away. Some betrayals involve stealing time and presence. Marcus and Jennifer's was one of them. They're paying for it. Prison, family exile, restitution. Leonard paid for it too. Missed milestones, isolation, a year stolen. But he recovered. Surrounded by family now, present for every celebration. That's the victory. Not their prison sentences, though justice matters. The victory is Leonard at graduations, weddings, baptisms. Everything Marcus and Jennifer tried to prevent. He's here. They're gone. That's fair. Every family photo now includes Leonard, smiling, present, no longer isolated by fake emergencies. Marcus and Jennifer wanted him hidden. Family wanted him included. Family won. Leonard's presence proves it. They tried to steal his role in family life, failed. He's the patriarch again, attending everything, celebrated and included. Everything they tried to take through fabricated medical crises, everything he has now through truth. That's enough justice. Presence despite isolation attempts, family despite neglect. Leonard surrounded by relatives at every event. Marcus and Jennifer isolated in prison cells. Perfect reversal. Appropriate consequence. Deserved ending. He's here, where he belongs. They're there, where they earned. My family was secretly sabotaging my grandmother's art exhibition to keep her from pursuing her painting career. I discovered my family had been destroying my grandmother's paintings and sabotaging her upcoming art exhibition because they disapproved of her late-life artistic ambitions. I'm 28 years old. My grandmother Eleanor is 75, recently widowed after 52 years of marriage. She spent her entire adult life as a homemaker, raising 4 children and supporting my grandfather's career. She'd always loved art, but never had time to pursue it seriously. 3 years ago, after my grandfather passed away, Eleanor enrolled in painting classes at the local senior center. She discovered she had real talent. Her instructor encouraged her to take advanced classes, join art groups, and start exhibiting her work. Over 3 years, Eleanor developed into a skilled painter, creating beautiful landscapes and portraits that won awards in local competitions. Painting transformed Eleanor after my grandfather's death. She'd been depressed and lost, but art gave her purpose, identity, and joy. She spent hours in her studio, a converted spare bedroom, creating paintings and connecting with other artists. It wasn't just a hobby, it was her renaissance, her chance to finally pursue the passion she'd suppressed for 5 decades. 6 months ago, Eleanor was invited to have a solo exhibition at a respected local gallery. This was a major achievement. The gallery typically features established artists, and Eleanor's invitation was recognition of her exceptional talent. She spent months preparing, creating new pieces specifically for the exhibition, planning the display, and working with the gallery on promotion. The exhibition was scheduled for next month. Eleanor was excited and nervous. This would be her artistic debut, her chance to show the world what she could create. My Uncle David and Aunt Christine, Eleanor's oldest children, were less enthusiastic. "Mom's too old to start a new career. This art thing is just a distraction from reality. She should be focusing on family, not pretending to be an artist." She's not pretending. She's genuinely talented. The gallery wouldn't have invited her otherwise. It's embarrassing. A 75-year-old woman trying to be an artist? People will laugh at her. Last week I visited Eleanor's studio to help her organize pieces for the exhibition. Found her crying among damaged paintings, canvases slashed, paint smeared, frames broken. At least 15 paintings destroyed, including several she'd planned to feature prominently in the show. What happened? I don't know. I came in this morning and found them like this. Someone destroyed my work. We called the police. No signs of forced entry. Nothing stolen. Just Eleanor's paintings deliberately destroyed. 2 days later, more paintings were damaged. Eleanor had installed locks, but somehow the destruction continued. She was devastated. The exhibition was 3 weeks away, and her best pieces were being systematically destroyed. I installed hidden cameras in Eleanor's studio. The footage revealed David and Christine entering with a key Eleanor didn't know they had, slashing canvases, breaking frames, destroying Eleanor's artwork while she slept. They were sabotaging her exhibition to prevent her from pursuing an art career they considered inappropriate for her age. The evidence of what David and Christine had been doing was devastating. Over 2 weeks, they'd destroyed nearly 30 of Eleanor's paintings. Months of work ruined. The hidden camera footage showed their systematic destruction. Night 1. David and Christine entering Eleanor's studio at 2 a.m. using a duplicate key they'd made months ago. Methodically slashing canvases with box cutters, breaking frames, pouring paint over finished works. Night 2. Christine using scissors to cut several paintings from their stretchers. David smashing frames and destroying matting Eleanor had carefully selected. Night 3. Both of them working together to destroy Eleanor's recent pieces, the ones specifically created for the gallery exhibition. The cameras captured their conversations. David: "That's the one she was most proud of. The landscape with the sunrise." Christine: "Good. Destroy it. If we ruin enough paintings, she can't do the exhibition." David: "Then maybe she'll give up this art nonsense and act her age." They'd been deliberately targeting Eleanor's best work, ensuring she wouldn't have enough quality pieces for the gallery show. Text messages between David and Christine revealed their planning. Christine: "Mom's art exhibition is in 3 weeks. We need to stop it." David: "How? She's already committed to the gallery." Christine: "If she doesn't have enough paintings, she'll have to cancel. Let's destroy her work." David: "Won't she know it's us?" Christine: "She'll think it's vandalism. She'll never suspect her own children." Their motivation became clear through more messages. David: "I'm embarrassed my mother is trying to be an artist at 75. My colleagues know about the exhibition. It reflects poorly on our family." Christine: "She should be enjoying retirement quietly, not seeking attention through art. It's undignified." David: "If we destroy enough paintings, she'll have to cancel the show. Then, hopefully, she'll give up painting entirely." They'd been ashamed of Eleanor's artistic success, viewing her late-life ambition as embarrassing rather than admirable. I documented everything. Video footage of the destruction, text messages planning the sabotage, photos of the damaged paintings, and statements from the gallery confirming Eleanor's exhibition invitation was based on merit. I showed Eleanor the evidence. She was heartbroken. "My own children? They destroyed my paintings? Because they're embarrassed of me?" "Yes. They think you're too old to pursue art. I spent 52 years supporting your grandfather's career, never pursuing my own dreams. Now that I finally have the chance, my children are sabotaging me?" The devastation was profound. Not just the lost artwork, but the betrayal by her own children, who couldn't support her pursuing something she loved. Eleanor immediately changed her locks and banned David and Christine from her home. Then she assessed the damage. 30 paintings destroyed, 3 weeks until the exhibition, and questions about whether she could still proceed. I contacted the gallery director and explained what happened. She was horrified. Eleanor's children destroyed her artwork to sabotage the exhibition? That's criminal. She's wondering if she should cancel the show. She doesn't have enough pieces now. Absolutely not. This exhibition happens. We'll work with what she has, extend the deadline for new pieces if she can create them, and support her fully. The art community rallied. Fellow artists donated supplies. Eleanor's instructor offered to help her create replacement pieces on an accelerated timeline. The gallery adjusted the exhibition plan to feature fewer but impactful works. Eleanor worked tirelessly for 3 weeks, creating new paintings to replace destroyed ones. The art that emerged was even more powerful, informed by grief and betrayal, but also by determination and resilience. I filed police reports for criminal mischief, destruction of property, trespassing, and elder abuse through sabotage of Eleanor's work, provided the video evidence and text messages. The criminal case against David and Christine proceeded on charges of criminal mischief, destruction of property, burglary, entering with unauthorized duplicate key, and elder abuse through deliberate sabotage of their mother's work and exhibition. The prosecutor emphasized the calculated cruelty. The defendants systematically destroyed their mother's artwork over 2 weeks. They broke into her home repeatedly, targeted her best pieces, and planned their destruction to sabotage her gallery exhibition. Their motive was shame. They considered their mother's artistic ambitions inappropriate for her age. Eleanor testified about the impact. I spent 52 years supporting my husband's career, never pursuing my own dreams. After he passed, I finally had time to explore my passion for art. I developed real skill and earned a gallery exhibition based on merit. My children destroyed that because they were embarrassed of me. The gallery director testified, "We invited Eleanor based on exceptional talent. Her work is exhibition-worthy by any standard. Learning her children destroyed 30 paintings to sabotage her show is appalling." The hidden camera footage showed David and Christine methodically destroying Eleanor's paintings, discussing which pieces to target, and planning to force exhibition cancellation. Text messages revealed their motivation: embarrassment about Eleanor's late-life artistic career and belief she should act her age by retiring quietly rather than pursuing recognition. Art experts testified about the value and quality. The destroyed paintings represented hundreds of hours of skilled work. Eleanor Patterson is a talented artist. Her children's claim that her art pursuit is inappropriate reflects ageism, not artistic judgment. David and Christine's defense claimed they were concerned about Eleanor's well-being. "We worried our mother was overextending herself. We thought if the exhibition didn't happen, she'd relax." The prosecutor destroyed this. The defendants didn't express concerns to their mother or the gallery. They broke into her home, destroyed her artwork, and planned to force exhibition cancellation through sabotage. This wasn't concern. This was controlling punishment for pursuing dreams they deemed age inappropriate. Gerontologists testified about late-life creativity. Pursuing new interests and careers in later life is psychologically healthy. The defendants' belief that their mother should act her age by retiring quietly reflects harmful ageist attitudes. Her artistic development should be celebrated, not sabotaged. The jury convicted on all counts. David received 18 months in prison for destruction of property and elder abuse. Christine received 15 months. Both received probation, restitution for destroyed artwork and exhibition costs, and permanent restraining orders from Eleanor. Eleanor's exhibition opened on schedule. Despite the sabotage, she'd created enough quality work to fill the gallery. The opening reception was packed. The art community turned out in force to support her. Local media covered the story. 75-year-old artist's exhibition triumph over family sabotage. Eleanor's resilience and talent became the narrative, not David and Christine's attempted destruction. The exhibition was successful beyond expectations. Several pieces sold, Eleanor received commissions, and she was invited to participate in future shows. Her artistic career launched despite, or perhaps because of, the adversity. David and Christine's relationship with Eleanor is permanently destroyed. They tried to steal my dreams because they were embarrassed of me. That's unforgivable. Family members who weren't involved supported Eleanor. What David and Christine did, destroying their mother's artwork out of shame, is cruel and wrong. The art community embraced Eleanor's story. Late-life creativity should be celebrated. Sabotaging an elderly artist's exhibition is particularly egregious. Other senior artists reached out. Your story inspires us. Pursuing art at any age is valid. Your children's sabotage failed. Do I forgive David and Christine? Never. They tried to destroy Eleanor's dreams and identity. Does Eleanor forgive them? No. They destroyed months of my work, tried to prevent my exhibition, all because they were ashamed of me pursuing art. David and Christine are in prison. Their plan to stop Eleanor's artistic career failed spectacularly. She's more successful now than before their sabotage. Eleanor has 2 more exhibitions scheduled. Her paintings sell. She teaches art classes to other seniors. The career David and Christine tried to destroy is thriving. Some betrayals involve destroying someone's creative work and dreams. David and Christine's was one of them. They're paying for it. Prison, loss of relationship, public shame for sabotaging their elderly mother's art. Eleanor paid for it too. Destroyed paintings, trauma, nearly canceled exhibition. But she survived, created new work, had successful exhibition, launched career they tried to prevent. That's enough. Not what anyone wanted, but what David and Christine earned through their cruelty. They wanted her to give up art. She's pursuing it more seriously than ever. They wanted to prevent the exhibition. It happened and was successful. They wanted control over her life choices, lost all contact with her instead. Eleanor's paintings hang in galleries. David and Christine's names are associated with sabotage. Every painting she creates is proof their destruction failed. Every exhibition is proof her talent survives their jealousy. She's an artist, despite their sabotage, because of her determination. They're convicts, because of their cruelty, deserved consequence, fair ending, just outcome, appropriate result. Eleanor at gallery openings, David and Christine in prison. Her art thrives, their reputation destroyed. That's justice for sabotaged dreams, for destroyed paintings, for ageist cruelty. She painted through their destruction, exhibited despite their sabotage, succeeded beyond their worst fears. That's revenge enough, living the dream they tried to destroy. My family was secretly moving my grandfather's belongings to make him think he had dementia and needed care. I discovered my family had been systematically relocating my grandfather's possessions around his house to create confusion and make him believe he was developing dementia, requiring assisted living. I'm 29 years old. My grandfather Eugene is 78, widowed 2 years ago, and living independently in the home where he raised his family. He's mentally sharp, physically capable, and determined to maintain his independence for as long as possible. My Aunt Lisa and Uncle Greg, Eugene's children, have been pressuring him to move to assisted living for the past year. Dad, you're alone in that big house. What if something happens? You need to be somewhere with staff and support. I'm fine. I know every inch of this house. I'm not ready to leave. You're being stubborn. At your age, you need to accept help. 4 months ago, Eugene started experiencing strange memory episodes. He'd put his reading glasses on the kitchen counter, then find them in the bathroom cabinet. He'd place his wallet in his bedroom nightstand, discover it hours later in the garage. His car keys would disappear from their hook by the door and turn up in the refrigerator. "I don't understand," Eugene told me during a visit. "I'm losing things constantly, finding them in places I'd never put them. I'm worried I'm developing dementia, like your grandmother had." His concerns were genuine and frightening. Our grandmother had experienced severe Alzheimer's before she passed. Eugene was terrified he was showing early symptoms. The incidents escalated. His medication bottles moved from the bathroom to the linen closet. Family photographs disappeared from the living room, then reappeared in the basement. His television remote ended up in kitchen drawers. Books he was reading vanished from his bedside table and materialized in the attic. Eugene made an appointment with a neurologist, underwent comprehensive cognitive testing. The results came back normal. No signs of dementia, no memory impairment, no cognitive decline. "Your memory and mental function are excellent for your age, Eugene. These aren't symptoms of dementia." "Then why do I keep losing things? Finding them in places I'd never put them?" The neurologist suggested stress or distraction, but had no medical explanation for the pattern Eugene described. Lisa and Greg used the incidents as evidence despite the normal test results. "Dad, you're clearly having problems managing independently. Medical tests don't catch everything. You're putting items in random places and forgetting. That's concerning." "But the neurologist said I'm fine." "Tests can be wrong. Your actual behavior shows memory issues. It's time to consider assisted living." Last week, I stayed overnight at Eugene's house to help him install new locks. Woke up at 3 a.m. hearing noises downstairs. Found Lisa in Eugene's living room moving items around. Taking his reading glasses from the end table and putting them in the bathroom, relocating his wallet from the counter to the garage shelf, moving his keys from their hook to a random kitchen drawer. She was deliberately creating the memory problems Eugene had been experiencing. The scope of what Lisa and Greg had been doing became clear through investigation and surveillance. They'd been systematically moving Eugene's belongings for 4 months to create false evidence of cognitive decline. I confronted Lisa immediately when I found her relocating items. She tried to justify it. "We're helping Dad see he needs assisted living. He won't admit he has problems, so we're making the problems more obvious." By creating fake memory issues? He's been terrified he has dementia. He needs care. This house is too much for him. We're doing what's necessary. I installed hidden cameras throughout Eugene's house with his permission. Over the next week, the footage was damning. Monday, 2 a.m., Greg entering with his key, moving Eugene's medications from bathroom to linen closet, relocating remote controls to kitchen drawers. Tuesday, 11 p.m., Lisa entering, taking family photos from walls and placing them in basement storage, moving Eugene's wallet from nightstand to garage. Wednesday, 1 a.m., Greg returning, relocating Eugene's reading glasses to bathroom cabinet, moving his car keys to refrigerator. Thursday, midnight, Lisa moving books from bedside table to attic, relocating Eugene's checkbook from desk to random kitchen drawer. They'd been coming to his house at night while he slept, systematically moving his belongings to create confusion when he woke up. Every memory problem was manufactured by his own children. Text messages between Lisa and Greg revealed their strategy. Lisa: "Moved Dad's glasses to the bathroom again. He was confused this morning, searching everywhere." Greg: "Good. How many more incidents until he agrees to assisted living?" Lisa: "Neurologist said he's mentally fine. We need more evidence to override the medical opinion." Greg: "Keep moving things. Eventually he'll be so confused he'll doubt his own mind." Their plan was to create enough fake memory incidents that Eugene would distrust his own cognitive abilities, despite medical confirmation he was mentally sound. More messages showed their awareness they were gaslighting. Greg: "Dad's really upset about the memory problems. Says he's scared he has what Mom had." Lisa: "I feel bad, but we're doing this for his own good. He needs professional care. Greg, by making him think he has dementia? Lisa, by showing him he can't trust his memory. Then he'll accept he needs help. They'd been deliberately terrorizing Eugene with false dementia symptoms, exploiting his fear of developing the same condition that killed his wife. I documented everything. Security camera footage showing Lisa and Greg moving items at night, text messages, planning the gaslighting, Eugene's neurological evaluation confirming normal cognitive function, and a timeline of memory incidents that corresponded exactly with Lisa and Greg's nighttime visits. I showed Eugene the evidence. He was devastated and furious. They've been moving my things? On purpose? Making me think I have dementia? Yes, for 4 months. Every time you lost something and found it somewhere strange, it was them moving it while you slept. I thought I was losing my mind. I was terrified I had what your grandmother had. They made me believe that? The psychological impact was profound. Eugene had spent 4 months living in fear of cognitive decline, questioning his own memory, dreading the same fate his wife suffered, all manufactured by his children to control his living situation. Eugene immediately changed his locks so Lisa and Greg couldn't access his house, retrieved all the keys they had made. I filed reports with Adult Protective Services for elder abuse through psychological manipulation and gaslighting, showed them the video evidence, text messages, and the pattern of manufactured memory problems. The APS social worker was disturbed. They've been moving his belongings to make him believe he has dementia? That's severe psychological abuse. The criminal case against Lisa and Greg proceeded on charges of elder abuse through psychological manipulation, burglary, unlawful entry to move belongings, and conspiracy to commit elder abuse through gaslighting. The prosecutor emphasized the cruelty. The defendants systematically entered their father's home at night for 4 months, moving his belongings to create false appearance of memory problems. They exploited his fear of dementia, the same condition that killed his wife, to manipulate him into assisted living placement he didn't want or need. Eugene testified about the psychological impact. For 4 months, I believed I was developing dementia. I was terrified. My wife died from Alzheimer's. I watched her lose herself. My children made me believe the same thing was happening to me. They weaponized my worst fear. The neurologist testified. I evaluated Eugene thoroughly. His cognitive function is normal. No signs of dementia or memory impairment. The memory problems he described weren't medical symptoms. They were manufactured by environmental manipulation. The security camera footage showed Lisa and Greg entering Eugene's house repeatedly at night, systematically moving items, creating the confusion they later cited as evidence of declining mental capacity. Text messages between Lisa and Greg showed premeditation and awareness they were gaslighting their father. The jury heard them discuss creating enough evidence to override medical opinion and make Eugene doubt his own mind. Psychological experts testified about gaslighting abuse. The defendants deliberately made their father question his own cognitive abilities. They exploited his fear of dementia to make him distrust his memory. This is severe psychological abuse with potentially lasting trauma. The timeline evidence was particularly damning. Every memory incident Eugene experienced corresponded with Lisa or Greg's documented nighttime visits. No incidents occurred when they didn't visit. The pattern proved the problems were manufactured, not medical. Lisa and Greg's defense claimed they were concerned about safety. We worried our father was developing memory problems. We were trying to document them. The prosecutor destroyed this. The defendants didn't document problems, they created them. Video evidence shows them moving items deliberately. Text messages show them planning to make their father doubt his own mind. Medical evaluation proves he has no cognitive impairment. This was gaslighting, not concern. Elder abuse experts explained the harm. Gaslighting elderly family members about cognitive decline is particularly cruel. Many seniors fear dementia. Weaponizing that fear to control living decisions is severe abuse. The jury convicted on all counts. Lisa received 2 years in prison for elder abuse and burglary. Greg received 18 months. Both received probation, mandatory mental health treatment, and permanent restraining orders from Eugene. Eugene's mental health recovered once he understood the memory problems were manufactured. Knowing I'm not developing dementia, that my memory is fine, is such a relief. But knowing my own children terrorized me like that is devastating. He remains in his home, living independently with secure locks and a new security system. His cognitive function remains excellent, proved by follow-up neurological testing showing no changes from 4 months ago. I'm staying right here, Eugene says, in my home, with my memory intact, away from children who'd gaslight me about dementia. Family members who weren't involved were horrified. Lisa and Greg made him think he had dementia? Moved his things at night to confuse him? That's psychological torture. The medical community took notice. Eugene's neurologist presented the case at a conference. Patient presented with apparent memory problems. Comprehensive testing showed normal function. Investigation revealed family members were manufacturing symptoms. Reminder to consider environmental manipulation in unexplained memory complaints. Elder abuse organizations used the case to highlight gaslighting tactics. Family members may manufacture symptoms to justify control over elderly relatives. This case shows the severe psychological harm of such manipulation. Do I forgive Lisa and Greg? Never. They terrorized Eugene for months with fake dementia symptoms. Does Eugene forgive them? No. They made me believe I was losing my mind, weaponized my fear of dementia. That's unforgivable. Lisa and Greg are in prison. Their plan to force Eugene into assisted living failed completely. He's thriving independently with confirmed cognitive health. Eugene volunteers now at dementia support groups, sharing his story. Not all memory problems are dementia. Sometimes they're manufactured by people who want control. Get medical evaluation. Trust doctors, not family members who might have ulterior motives. Some betrayals involve making someone doubt their own mind. Lisa and Greg's was one of them. They're paying for it. Prison, loss of relationship, public shame for gaslighting their father. Eugene paid for it too. 4 months of terror, false belief he had dementia, psychological trauma. But he recovered, knows his mind is sound, stayed in his home, maintained his independence. That's enough. Not what anyone wanted, but what Lisa and Greg earned through their cruelty. They wanted him in assisted living. He's in his own home instead. They wanted control through manufactured dementia, lost all contact through exposed fraud. Eugene wanted independence, has it, with secure locks and functional memory. Every day in his home is proof their gaslighting failed. Every normal memory is proof their manipulation didn't work. His mind is sound. His home is his. His life is independent. Their freedom is gone. Their relationship destroyed. Their reputation ruined. Fair outcome, just consequence, appropriate ending. Eugene living fully. Lisa and Greg imprisoned for trying to make him doubt his own mind. That's justice for gaslighting, for manufactured dementia, for weaponized fear. He remembers everything, including exactly what they did. That's the ultimate proof their plan failed. His memory works. Theirs serves as reminder of their crime. Perfect reversal. Deserved result. My siblings were secretly canceling my grandfather's physical therapy appointments to keep him wheelchair dependent. I discovered my siblings had been systematically canceling my grandfather's post-stroke physical therapy sessions without his knowledge, preventing his recovery to keep him dependent on their care. I'm 33 years old. My grandfather Vincent is 77, recovering from a mild stroke he suffered 8 months ago. The stroke affected his left side mobility, but his doctors are optimistic. With consistent physical therapy, he should regain most of his function and independence within a year. Vincent is highly motivated to recover. Before the stroke, he was active, independent, and loved his daily walks through the neighborhood. The wheelchair is temporary, his physical therapist assured him. With dedication to therapy exercises and regular sessions, he'll walk independently again. "I will walk again," Vincent tells me repeatedly. "I refuse to spend the rest of my life in this chair. I'm working hard at therapy." My brother Paul and sister Monica coordinate Vincent's care. They drive him to medical appointments, manage his schedule, and help with daily activities while he recovers. Vincent trusts them completely to get him to his 3 times weekly physical therapy sessions that are crucial for his recovery. 3 months ago, I noticed Vincent seemed discouraged about his progress. "Physical therapy isn't working," he said. "I've been going for months, but I'm not improving. Maybe I won't recover after all." This surprised me. Vincent had been improving steadily in the first few months. His physical therapist had been pleased with his progress. The sudden plateau didn't make sense. "What does your physical therapist say?" "I haven't been able to ask. I've missed several appointments lately. Paul and Monica say the therapist keeps canceling." "The therapist is canceling appointments?" "That's what they tell me. Schedule changes, therapist sick, facility issues. I've missed probably 8 sessions in the past 2 months. 8 missed sessions was significant. Physical therapy relies on consistency. Missing that many appointments would definitely stall progress. I contacted Vincent's physical therapy clinic directly. The receptionist checked his records. "Mr. Vincent hasn't missed any scheduled appointments. He's been a no-show for 10 sessions over the past 2 months, but those weren't cancellations from our end. Someone called pretending to be him and canceled the appointments." "Someone canceled his appointments claiming to be him?" "Yes. We assumed he'd changed his mind about therapy. We tried calling to reschedule, but no one answered or returned our messages." Paul and Monica had been canceling Vincent's therapy appointments without telling him, making him believe the clinic was canceling. Meanwhile, they'd been screening calls from the clinic trying to reschedule, preventing Vincent from learning his appointments had been canceled by someone impersonating him. Vincent's recovery was stalling, not because therapy wasn't working, but because he wasn't receiving therapy at all. Last week, I went to Vincent's house on a day Paul was scheduled to drive him to physical therapy, watched Paul tell Vincent, "The clinic just called. Your therapist is sick today. Appointment canceled." I called the clinic immediately on speakerphone. "Is Vincent's 2 p.m. physical therapy appointment today still scheduled?" "Yes, we're expecting him. Is he coming?" Paul's face went white. The scope of what Paul and Monica had been doing became clear through investigation. They'd been systematically sabotaging Vincent's physical therapy for 3 months, preventing his recovery to keep him dependent on their care. I obtained Vincent's complete physical therapy records from the clinic. Months 1 through 5 post-stroke. Vincent attended therapy consistently, 3 times per week. Progress notes showed steady improvement. Patient regaining left side strength, improving mobility, motivated and compliant with exercise program. Month 6. 10 appointments canceled by phone, caller claiming to be Vincent. Progress notes. Patient missing appointments. Cannot make progress without consistent therapy attendance. Month 7. 8 appointments canceled. Progress notes. Concerned about regression. Patient needs to resume regular therapy schedule immediately. Month 8. 12 appointments canceled. Progress notes. Patient's recovery has stalled. Without therapy will not regain independence. Attempted multiple calls to reschedule. No response. 30 appointments canceled over 3 months, the exact period when Vincent's progress stopped and he became discouraged about recovery. I checked phone records with Vincent's permission. Paul and Monica had been making the cancellation calls from their phones, impersonating Vincent to the clinic. They'd also been screening Vincent's phone to intercept calls from the clinic trying to reschedule. Text messages between Paul and Monica revealed their strategy. Paul: canceled Dad's PT appointment again today. Told him the therapist was sick. Monica: good. How many appointments have we canceled now? Paul: maybe 25 or 30 over the past few months. His progress has stopped completely. Monica: perfect. If he doesn't recover, he'll need us indefinitely. They'd been deliberately preventing Vincent's recovery to ensure he remained dependent on them for transportation, daily care, and assistance. More messages showed their motivation. Monica: if Dad recovers and can walk again, he won't need us anymore. Paul: exactly. Right now we're essential to his daily life. If he regains independence, we lose that role. Monica: I like being needed. Being his primary caregiver gives me purpose. Paul: and he's grateful, appreciates everything we do. If he recovers, he'll go back to being independent and we'll just be regular adult children visiting occasionally. They'd been keeping Vincent disabled and dependent to maintain their roles as essential caregivers, preferring him wheelchair-bound and needing them over healthy and independent. I documented everything. Therapy clinic records showing canceled appointments, phone records proving Paul and Monica made the cancellation calls, text messages discussing the sabotage strategy, and Vincent's medical records showing his progress stopped exactly when the appointment cancellations began. I told Vincent what I discovered. He was devastated. Paul and Monica have been canceling my physical therapy? For 3 months? Preventing my recovery? Yes. You should be much further along in recovery. You've missed 30 crucial therapy sessions. But they told me the clinic kept canceling, that the therapist was often sick. The clinic never canceled. Paul and Monica called pretending to be you, canceled appointments, then lied about why you weren't going. Why would they prevent my recovery? I want to walk again. I want my independence back. They want you to stay dependent on them, need them for care and transportation. They've been sabotaging your recovery to keep you needing their help. The betrayal was profound. Vincent had been working hard at the therapy sessions he did attend, frustrated by lack of progress, not knowing his own children were preventing most of his appointments. I immediately contacted Vincent's doctor and physical therapist, explaining the situation. Both were appalled. The physical therapist: Vincent's recovery was progressing beautifully. Then appointments stopped being kept. We thought he'd given up. Learning his children were sabotaging therapy, that's medical abuse. The criminal case against Paul and Monica proceeded on charges of elder abuse through medical neglect, fraud, impersonating Vincent to cancel appointments, interference with medical treatment, and conspiracy to keep an elderly person disabled. The prosecutor emphasized the calculated cruelty. The defendants systematically canceled their father's physical therapy appointments for 3 months. They prevented his post-stroke recovery, keeping him wheelchair-dependent and reliant on their care. Medical experts confirm he would have recovered significant independence if he'd received consistent therapy. Vincent testified about the impact. I've been working desperately to recover from my stroke. I want to walk again, live independently. My children were preventing the therapy I needed, lying about why I wasn't attending appointments. They kept me disabled on purpose. The physical therapist testified, Vincent was making excellent progress initially. With consistent therapy, we projected 70 to 80% recovery of mobility. The canceled appointments stopped his progress completely. 3 months of missed therapy means 3 months of lost recovery time. Time Vincent will never get back. Vincent's stroke neurologist testified. Post-stroke physical therapy has a critical window. The brain's neuroplasticity is highest in the first year. Missing 3 months of therapy during this window likely means Vincent won't achieve the recovery level he could have. His children's sabotage may have permanently limited his independence. Phone records showed Paul and Monica calling the clinic to cancel appointments, pretending to be Vincent. Text messages showed them planning the sabotage and discussing keeping Vincent dependent. Medical records documented Vincent's progress, stopping exactly when the appointment cancellations began, then resuming once I helped him return to consistent therapy. Paul and Monica's defense claimed they were protecting Vincent from overexertion. We worried the therapy was too demanding for our father's age. We thought rest was better than pushing himself. The prosecutor destroyed this. The defendants didn't consult doctors about concerns. They secretly canceled appointments and lied about why. Text messages show they wanted their father dependent on them, preferred him needing their care over him recovering independence. This wasn't protection. This was deliberate medical sabotage. Rehabilitation medicine experts testified. Preventing physical therapy during critical post-stroke recovery is severe medical neglect. The defendants' actions likely caused permanent limitation of their father's recovery potential. The jury convicted on all counts. Paul received 2 years in prison for elder abuse and medical neglect. Monica received 18 months. Both received probation, restitution for lost therapy time, and permanent restraining orders from Vincent. Vincent resumed physical therapy immediately with consistent attendance. His therapist created an intensive recovery plan to compensate for lost time. "We can't get back the 3 months they took from you, but we can maximize your remaining recovery window." With consistent therapy, Vincent has regained significant mobility. He uses a walker now instead of wheelchair, can stand and move short distances independently, continues improving steadily. "I'll never get back to 100% now," Vincent says during therapy. "The neurologist says I lost critical recovery time, but I'm walking with support. That's more than Paul and Monica wanted for me." Family members who weren't involved were horrified. Paul and Monica sabotaged Dad's stroke recovery? Kept him wheelchair-bound on purpose? That's evil. The medical community took notice. Vincent's case was presented at a medical conference. Patient's recovery sabotaged by family members canceling therapy appointments. Reminder to verify appointment cancellations and investigate when recovery suddenly stalls. Elder abuse organizations used the case to highlight medical neglect. Family members may sabotage medical treatment to keep elderly relatives dependent. This case shows the severe harm of preventing necessary therapy. Stroke support. Groups embraced Vincent's story. Recovery requires consistent therapy. Family members who interfere with treatment commit abuse. Do I forgive Paul and Monica? Never. They stole Vincent's chance at full recovery. Does Vincent forgive them? No. They kept me disabled deliberately. I'll never walk normally now because of them. Paul and Monica are in prison. Their plan to keep Vincent dependent failed. He's recovering despite their sabotage, just not as fully as he could have. Vincent attends every physical therapy appointment now. I drive him, verify with clinic directly, ensure nothing interferes with his recovery. Some betrayals involve stealing someone's health and independence. Paul and Monica's was one of them. They're paying for it. Prison, loss of relationship, restitution they'll never truly pay. Vincent paid for it too. Lost recovery time, permanent mobility limitations, 3 months stolen. But he survived. He's recovering. Not fully, never fully now, but more than Paul and Monica wanted. That's enough. Not what anyone wanted, but what Paul and Monica earned. They wanted him wheelchair-bound and dependent. He's walking with a walker instead. They wanted to be essential caregivers. They're banned from contact. Vincent wanted full recovery. Can't achieve that now. But achieved partial recovery despite their sabotage. Every step he takes is proof their plan failed. Every therapy session is proof he's fighting back. He walks. They're imprisoned. Fair trade? No. But fair consequence. His mobility limited, their freedom gone. That's justice for medical sabotage. for stolen therapy, for prevented recovery, for deliberately kept disability. Vincent walking imperfectly. Paul and Monica convicted perfectly. That's the outcome. Not complete, but enough. He moves forward, literally, despite them. That's victory enough. My family was secretly rehoming my grandmother's rescue dogs to prevent her from fostering more animals. I discovered my family had been taking my grandmother's foster dogs and rehoming them without her knowledge, making her believe the dogs kept running away to discourage her animal rescue work. I'm 26 years old. My grandmother Patricia is 71, retired, and has been fostering rescue dogs for the past 15 years. She works with a local animal rescue organization, taking in dogs that need temporary homes while they await adoption, usually senior dogs, special needs dogs, or those requiring medical care before they're adoptable. Fostering is Patricia's passion and purpose. She's rehabilitated hundreds of dogs over the years, providing medical care, behavioral training, and love to animals that might otherwise be euthanized. The rescue organization considers her one of their most dedicated and skilled foster volunteers. Patricia lives alone in a house with a large fenced yard, perfect for fostering. She typically has 2 to 3 foster dogs at any given time, plus her own personal dog, Max. She's meticulous about care, proper fencing, secure gates, identification tags, and supervised outdoor time. In 15 years, she's never had a dog escape or go missing. 6 months ago, that perfect record changed. Her foster dog, an elderly beagle named Charlie, disappeared from her fenced yard. Patricia was devastated and baffled. The gates were latched, the fence intact, no signs of escape. She searched for days, filed reports, checked shelters. Charlie was never found. "I don't understand how he got out," Patricia told me. "I checked everything. The fence is secure. The gates were closed. He just vanished." 3 weeks later, another foster dog disappeared. A senior golden retriever named Sadie. Same situation. Secure yard, latched gates, no explanation. Patricia was distraught. 2 dogs in a month? This has never happened. I must be missing something. Maybe there's a hole in the fence I haven't found? We inspected every inch of her property. No holes, no weak spots, no possible escape routes. The disappearances made no sense. The rescue organization was understanding but concerned. "Patricia, we trust your care completely, but 2 missing dogs is worrying. Maybe take a break from fostering while you figure out what's happening." Patricia was heartbroken. Fostering gave her life purpose. The idea of stopping felt like losing her identity. Over the next 3 months, 2 more foster dogs disappeared under identical circumstances. The rescue organization gently suggested Patricia might need to stop fostering. "We can't keep placing dogs with you if they're disappearing. We're responsible for their safety." Patricia was devastated. "I've fostered for 15 years, hundreds of dogs, and suddenly 4 disappear? I don't understand what I'm doing wrong." My Aunt Carol and Uncle Richard, Patricia's children, were supportive but suggested maybe it was time to stop fostering anyway. "Mom, you're 71. Maybe this is a sign you should slow down. Focus on your own dog. Let younger volunteers handle fostering." Last week, I was driving through a neighborhood 20 miles from Patricia's house and saw a dog that looked exactly like Charlie, the first missing foster dog, in someone's front yard. I stopped and asked the homeowner about the beagle. "Oh, we got Charlie 6 months ago. My sister-in-law Carol said her mother couldn't care for him anymore. We were happy to take him." Carol, my aunt, Patricia's daughter. The realization was horrifying. I investigated further and discovered what had been happening to Patricia's foster dogs. I contacted the homeowner who had Charlie and got the full story. Carol approached us saying her elderly mother was fostering too many dogs and couldn't manage them all. She asked if we'd take Charlie since Mom needed to reduce her fostering load. We were happy to help. He's a wonderful dog. "Did Patricia, the grandmother, know you were taking Charlie?" Carol said she did. said her mother was relieved to have one less dog to care for. Patricia had no idea. She'd been searching for Charlie for months, believing he'd escaped. I tracked down the other missing foster dogs using my aunt and uncle's connections. Sadie, the golden retriever, rehomed to Richard's coworker. Richard said his mother-in-law was overwhelmed and needed to place the dog. We took Sadie gladly. Bella, a senior lab mix, given to Carol's neighbor. Carol said her mother couldn't handle the dog's medical needs anymore. Duke, an elderly shepherd, rehomed to a family Richard knew from church. He said his mother-in-law was too old to foster and needed homes for her dogs. All 4 missing dogs hadn't escaped. They'd been taken by Carol and Richard and given to other families without Patricia's knowledge or consent. Each time, Carol and Richard had claimed Patricia was overwhelmed, too old to foster, or unable to manage the dogs. Text messages between Carol and Richard revealed their motivation. Carol: took another dog from Mom's yard today, placed him with the Johnson family. Richard: good. How many more until she stops fostering completely? Carol: she has 2 left. The rescue won't give her more after these disappear. Then she'll have to quit. Richard: finally. She's too old to be dealing with rescue animals. This is for her own good. They'd been systematically stealing Patricia's foster dogs and rehoming them without her consent, creating the appearance that dogs kept escaping from her care. Their goal was to get the rescue organization to stop placing dogs with her, forcing her to end her fostering work. More messages showed they'd planned this for months. Carol: Mom's been fostering for 15 years. It's too much at her age. We need to end this. Richard: she won't stop voluntarily. We have to make it impossible for her to continue. Carol: if dogs keep disappearing from her yard, the rescue will stop using her. Problem solved. They'd deliberately sabotaged Patricia's relationship with the rescue organization and broken her heart by making her believe she was failing at something she'd done successfully for 15 years. I documented everything. Locations of all 4 missing dogs, statements from the people who'd taken them, believing they were helping an overwhelmed elderly woman, text messages between Carol and Richard planning the scheme, and evidence that Patricia's property was secure. The dogs hadn't escaped. They'd been stolen. I told Patricia what I'd discovered. She was devastated and furious. They stole my foster dogs, made me think I was losing my ability to care for animals, destroyed my relationship with the rescue organization. Yes, they wanted you to stop fostering. This was their way of forcing it. Those dogs needed me. Charlie had medical issues no one else wanted to manage. Sadie was 12 years old and terrified of being abandoned again. They took them from me and gave them away like they were furniture to dispose of. Patricia immediately contacted the rescue organization and explained what had happened. The rescue director was appalled. Your daughter and son-in-law have been stealing foster dogs. We nearly banned you from fostering because of this. I helped Patricia visit each family who had her missing foster dogs. Most were horrified to learn they'd received stolen animals and that Patricia had been searching for them. Carol said you knew about this, that you wanted us to have Charlie. I've been searching for Charlie for 6 months. I thought he'd escaped. I've been heartbroken. 3 of the 4 families agreed to return the dogs to Patricia or to the rescue organization for proper placement. 1 family had become attached to Duke and wanted to keep him. Patricia agreed to let them officially adopt him through proper channels, ensuring he had a good home. The criminal case against Carol and Richard proceeded on charges of theft, stealing the foster dogs, fraud, lying to recipients about Patricia's consent, elder abuse through emotional manipulation, and interference with Patricia's volunteer work. The prosecutor emphasized the cruelty. The defendants systematically stole 4 dogs from their mother over 6 months. They rehomed these animals without her knowledge or consent, while letting her believe the dogs kept escaping due to her incompetence. Their goal was destroying her relationship with the rescue organization to force her to stop fostering, work that gave her life purpose. Patricia testified about the emotional impact. For 6 months, I thought I was failing, that I'd lost my ability to care for animals properly. I've fostered for 15 years without incident. Suddenly, dogs were disappearing, and I couldn't understand why. My own children were making me doubt myself while stealing the animals I'd pledged to protect. The rescue organization director testified. We nearly ended our relationship with Patricia, one of our best foster volunteers, because dogs kept disappearing from her care. We now know the dogs didn't escape. Her daughter and son-in-law were stealing them. Families who'd received the stolen dogs testified. We were told Patricia wanted us to have the dog, that she was overwhelmed and needed help. Learning we received a stolen animal that Patricia had been desperately searching for is horrifying. Text messages between Carol and Richard showed deliberate planning to sabotage Patricia's fostering work by stealing dogs and making it appear she couldn't care for them properly. Animal welfare experts testified about the harm. The defendants stole animals Patricia was legally responsible for fostering. They disrupted the animals' care, traumatized Patricia, and damaged the rescue organization's operations. This is serious animal welfare abuse. Carol and Richard's defense claimed they were concerned about Patricia's well-being. We believed our mother was taking on too much at her age. We were trying to reduce her stress. The prosecutor destroyed this. The defendants didn't express concerns to their mother or the rescue organization. They stole animals, lied to recipients, and let their mother believe she was incompetent. This wasn't concern. This was control through deception and theft. Psychological experts testified about the emotional abuse. The defendant convinced their mother she was failing at something she'd done successfully for 15 years. This is gaslighting, deliberately making someone doubt their own competence. The psychological harm is severe. The jury convicted on all counts. Carol received 18 months in prison for theft and elder abuse. Richard received 1 year as co-conspirator. Both received probation, restitution to the rescue organization, and permanent restraining orders from Patricia. Patricia's relationship with the rescue organization was restored. The director apologized. We should have investigated more thoroughly before questioning your capabilities. You're one of our most dedicated volunteers. Please continue fostering with our full support. Patricia has 3 foster dogs currently, including Charlie and Sadie, who were returned to her. She's back to the work she loves, with proper security measures to prevent anyone from taking future foster dogs. Her relationship with Carol and Richard is permanently destroyed. They stole vulnerable animals I'd pledged to protect, made me believe I was incompetent, tried to take away my life's purpose. That's unforgivable. The rescue community rallied around Patricia. Other foster volunteers expressed outrage. Stealing foster animals to sabotage a dedicated volunteer is unconscionable. Family members who weren't involved supported Patricia. What Carol and Richard did, stealing animals and gaslighting their mother, is elder abuse. Animal welfare organizations used the case to highlight volunteer protection. Foster volunteers dedicate their lives to saving animals. They deserve protection from family members who might sabotage their work. Do I forgive Carol and Richard? Never. They traumatized vulnerable animals and broke Patricia's heart. Does Patricia forgive them? No. They didn't just hurt me. They hurt innocent animals who'd already been abandoned once. That's unforgivable. Carol and Richard are serving their sentences. Their plan to end Patricia's fostering failed. She's fostering more actively than ever. Patricia has fostered 12 more dogs since the truth came out, all successfully placed in permanent homes. Her success rate remains perfect when family members aren't stealing her foster animals. Some betrayals involve innocent animals. Carol and Richard's was one of them. They're paying for it. Prison, family exile, permanent ban from contact with Patricia. Patricia paid for it too. 6 months of self-doubt, stolen animals, nearly destroyed relationship with rescue organization. But she recovered. Fostering resumed. Animals saved. Purpose restored. That's enough. Not what anyone wanted, but what Carol and Richard earned. They wanted her retired from fostering. She's fostering more than ever. They wanted control, lost their relationship instead. Patricia wanted to save animals, still doing it, with security cameras now. Every dog she fosters is proof their sabotage failed. Every adoption is proof her purpose survives. They tried to steal her life's work through stolen dogs, failed completely. She's fostering. They're imprisoned. That's justice. For Patricia, for the animals, for dedicated volunteers everywhere who deserve protection from sabotage. Her foster dogs are safe now, from neglect, from abandonment, and from family members who'd steal them. That's all that matters. Animals safe, Patricia fostering, Carol and Richard gone. Fair ending, just outcome, deserved consequence. My siblings were secretly replacing my grandmother's medications with placebos to make her health deteriorate. I discovered my siblings had been systematically replacing my grandmother's prescription medications with sugar pills to accelerate her health decline and justify moving her to a nursing home. I'm 32 years old. My grandmother Dorothy is 83, managing several chronic conditions with daily medications: blood pressure medication, thyroid hormone, blood thinners, and cholesterol medication. She's been stable on these medications for years, living independently with good quality of life. My siblings, Karen and Stephen, are Dorothy's primary local caregivers. They help her with grocery shopping, drive her to appointments, and manage her medication refills. Dorothy trusts them completely. They're her children. They've always been there for her. For the past year, Karen and Stephen have been pressuring Dorothy to move to a nursing home. "You're getting older, Mom. You need round-the-clock medical care. What if something happens when you're alone?" "I'm managing fine with my medications. My doctors say I'm stable. I want to stay in my own home." "You're being unrealistic about your health. You need more care than we can provide." 6 months ago, Dorothy's health started deteriorating. Her blood pressure spiked despite taking her medication. Her thyroid levels became unstable. Her cholesterol numbers worsened. Her doctors were confused. The medications should be controlling these conditions, but lab results showed they weren't working. "We may need to try different medications," her doctor said. "For some reason, your current prescriptions aren't having the expected effect." Dorothy was frustrated and scared. "I take my pills every day. I don't understand why they're not working." Her doctors increased dosages, tried different medication combinations, ran additional tests. Nothing helped. Dorothy's conditions continued to worsen despite supposedly taking her medications correctly. Karen and Stephen used this as evidence. "See, Mom? Even with medications, your health is declining. You need nursing care where professionals can monitor you constantly." "But I'm taking everything the doctors prescribe." "And it's not working. That means you need more intensive care than independent living can provide." 3 weeks ago, I was visiting Dorothy when I noticed something odd about her medication bottles. The pills looked slightly different, same shape and size as her prescription medications, but the texture seemed wrong. I examined them more closely and realized they weren't her actual medications. I took samples to a pharmacy for analysis. The results came back: sugar pills. Carefully manufactured to look like Dorothy's prescriptions, but containing no active pharmaceutical ingredients. Someone had been replacing Dorothy's real medications with fake pills, ensuring her conditions went untreated while she believed she was taking her prescriptions. Her health was deteriorating because she was receiving no actual medication, just placebos that looked convincing but did nothing medically. Karen and Stephen were the only people with access to Dorothy's medications. They picked up her prescriptions, organized her pill boxes, and had been doing so for over a year. They were the ones replacing her real medications with sugar pills. The evidence of what Karen and Stephen had been doing was devastating. I collected multiple pill samples from Dorothy's medication bottles and had them independently analyzed by 3 different laboratories. All confirmed the same result. These weren't pharmaceutical medications. They were sugar pills manufactured to resemble Dorothy's prescriptions. I documented Dorothy's declining health over the 6 months since her medications had been replaced. Blood pressure. Previously stable at 120/75 with medication, rose to dangerous 165/95 when taking fake pills. Doctor increased dosage of medication, actually more sugar pills, saw no improvement. Thyroid function. Previously controlled with hormone replacement. Thyroid levels became severely imbalanced when taking placebos. Doctor adjusted medication multiple times with no effect. Blood clotting. Requires blood thinners due to previous stroke risk. Off medication, unknowingly taking sugar pills, clotting factors became dangerous. Risk of stroke increased significantly. Cholesterol. Previously managed with statins. Without real medication, cholesterol spiked to dangerous levels, increasing heart disease risk. Dorothy's doctors had been baffled by the sudden ineffectiveness of medications that had worked for years. They'd run extensive tests, tried different drugs, adjusted dosages, never suspecting the medications Dorothy was taking were completely inactive placebos. I checked Dorothy's prescription records. Karen had been picking up the real prescriptions from the pharmacy monthly. Somewhere between the pharmacy and Dorothy's home, the real medications were being replaced with look-alike sugar pills. I found the real medications hidden in Karen's house. Bottles of Dorothy's actual prescriptions, never given to her, stored in Karen's bathroom cabinet. The dates matched. These were the medications Dorothy should have been taking for the past 6 months. Text messages between Karen and Stephen revealed their scheme. Karen: swapped out Mom's blood pressure meds this morning. She'll never notice the difference. Stephen: how long until her health declines enough? Karen: doctor said her blood pressure is dangerously high. Another few months of this and she'll need nursing care. Stephen: good. The sooner her health fails, the sooner we can move her. Karen: exactly. Can't stay independent if your medications aren't working. They'd been deliberately denying Dorothy her life-sustaining medications to cause health deterioration that would justify forced nursing home placement. More messages showed their awareness of the danger. Stephen: is it safe to keep her off the blood thinner? That's the stroke prevention one. Karen: the whole point is her health declining. Yes, there's risk, but that's what makes it convincing. Stephen: what if she has a stroke? Karen: then she definitely needs nursing care. Either way, we get what we want. They'd been willing to risk their mother having a stroke, potentially fatal or permanently disabling, to force her into a nursing home against her will. I consulted with Dorothy's primary care physician, showing the laboratory analysis of the fake medications and Karen's text messages. The doctor was horrified. They've been giving her placebos? No wonder her conditions became uncontrolled. She's been without essential medications for 6 months. This is life-threatening. The doctor immediately prescribed new medications, got them filled at a pharmacy Karen didn't know about, and I took over managing Dorothy's medications. Within 2 weeks on actual pharmaceuticals, Dorothy's blood pressure stabilized, thyroid levels improved, and other conditions began returning to controlled status. I feel better than I have in months, Dorothy said. The new medications are finally working. These aren't new medications, Grandma. These are your regular prescriptions. Karen and Stephen had been giving you fake pills. She was devastated. My own children? They were replacing my medications? Why? To make your health deteriorate so they could force you into a nursing home. I filed reports with Adult Protective Services, showing the laboratory analysis, Dorothy's medical records documenting the sudden health decline, the real medications found at Karen's house, and text messages planning the scheme. The criminal case against Karen and Stephen proceeded on multiple serious charges. elder abuse through medical neglect, practicing medicine without a license, deciding to withhold medications, reckless endangerment, withholding blood thinners increased stroke risk, and conspiracy to commit elder abuse. The prosecutor emphasized the life-threatening nature. The defendants systematically replaced their mother's essential medications with placebos for 6 months. They withheld blood pressure medication, thyroid hormone, blood thinners, and cholesterol medication. This caused severe health deterioration and created life-threatening risks, including stroke and heart attack. Dorothy's primary care physician testified, "The patient requires these medications to manage serious chronic conditions. Without them, her health declined rapidly. Blood pressure reached dangerous levels, thyroid function destabilized, stroke risk increased significantly." The defendants deliberately created life-threatening medical crises. Pharmacological experts testified about the specific risks. Blood thinners prevent strokes in high-risk patients. Withholding them for 6 months dramatically increased stroke probability. Blood pressure medication prevents heart attacks and kidney damage. Withholding it caused dangerously elevated pressure. The defendants created multiple life-threatening situations. Laboratory analysis of the fake pills confirmed they contained no active pharmaceutical ingredients, just sugar and binding agents manufactured to resemble real medications. Karen's hidden stash of Dorothy's real medications, bottles with dates matching the 6 months of health decline, proved she'd been receiving actual prescriptions and replacing them with placebos before giving them to Dorothy. Text messages between Karen and Stephen showed premeditation and awareness of the danger. The jury heard them discuss causing health decline, accepting stroke risk as acceptable collateral damage, and planning to use Dorothy's deteriorating health to force nursing home placement. Karen and Stephen's defense claimed they were concerned about medication side effects. "We worried the medications were harming our mother. We were trying to see if she needed them." The prosecutor destroyed this. The defendants didn't consult doctors about concerns. They didn't discuss medication adjustments with medical professionals. They secretly replaced life-sustaining medications with sugar pills and watched their mother's health deteriorate for 6 months. They accepted stroke risk as acceptable. This wasn't concern. This was deliberate medical neglect. Medical experts explained the standard of care. If family members have concerns about medications, they discuss with the prescribing physician. They don't secretly replace medications with placebos and observe what happens. That's practicing medicine without a license and elder abuse. The evidence of intent was overwhelming. Karen's text saying, "Can't stay independent if your medications aren't working," showed they deliberately created medication failure to eliminate Dorothy's independence. The jury convicted on all counts. Karen received 4 years in prison for elder abuse and reckless endangerment. Stephen received 3 years as conspirator. Both received probation, restitution for Dorothy's medical treatment, and permanent restraining orders. Dorothy's health recovered on actual medications. Blood pressure normalized, thyroid stabilized, clotting factors returned to safe levels. Her doctors confirmed, "Patients' chronic conditions are well controlled on medication. The 6-month period of instability was entirely caused by medication replacement, not disease progression." I became Dorothy's designated medical advocate. She remains in her independent home, managing her conditions successfully with actual medications I now control and verify. Karen and Stephen's scheme had nearly killed Dorothy. The elevated stroke risk during those 6 months was significant. She was fortunate to survive unharmed. Family reactions were shocked. Relatives who'd been told Dorothy's health was failing despite medication were horrified to learn Karen and Stephen were giving her fake pills, making her sicker on purpose? Yes, to justify nursing home placement she didn't want or need. Dorothy's friends rallied with support. "You're thriving now. Karen and Stephen's cruelty didn't win." The medical community took notice. Pharmacists implemented additional checks to prevent medication diversion. Doctors were reminded to consider deliberate medication replacement when previously controlled conditions suddenly destabilize. Elder abuse organizations used the case to highlight medical neglect. Family members controlling elderly relatives' medications can abuse that access. This case shows the potentially fatal consequences. Do I forgive Karen and Stephen? Never. They risked our grandmother's life for control. Does Dorothy forgive them? No. They were willing to let me have a stroke, to make me sicker. That's unforgivable. Karen and Stephen are in prison. Their relationship with Dorothy destroyed like they tried to destroy her health. Dorothy is thriving on actual medications. Everything they tried to take through placebo substitution. Some betrayals involve stealing someone's health. Karen and Stephen's was one of them. They're paying for it. Prison, medical licenses permanently banned, destroyed family relationships. Dorothy paid for it too. 6 months of declining health, stroke risk, fear. But she survived, recovered, proved their scheme failed. That's enough. Not what anyone wanted, but what Karen and Stephen earned. They wanted forced nursing home placement, got prison instead. Dorothy wanted independent living with managed health. Has both now. Her medications are real, verified daily, protected from those who'd replace them with placebos. She's stable, healthy, free. They're imprisoned, rightly. That's justice for medication fraud, for medical elder abuse, for risking their mother's life. Dorothy takes her pills each morning. Real pills, active ingredients, life-sustaining pharmaceuticals. Everything Karen and Stephen tried to take by replacing them with sugar. She's here, alive, healthy, independent. They're gone, imprisoned, paying for nearly killing her through fake medications. Fair trade. Better than fair. That's justice. My cousins were secretly euthanizing my grandfather's beloved therapy cat to punish him for resisting their control. I discovered my cousins had taken my grandfather's emotional support cat to be euthanized without his knowledge or consent because the cat represented his independence and emotional stability. I'm 29 years old. My grandfather Joseph is 79, widowed 3 years ago after 55 years of marriage to my grandmother. Her death devastated him. He fell into severe depression, barely eating, rarely leaving his house, losing interest in everything that once brought him joy. 2 years ago, his therapist suggested getting a cat. Caring for another living thing can help with depression. The companionship might bring you comfort. Grandpa Joseph was skeptical but agreed to visit the shelter. He came home with Oliver, a 10-year-old orange tabby who'd also lost his previous owner and needed a new home. The transformation was remarkable. Oliver became Grandpa Joseph's constant companion and emotional anchor. He'd talk to Oliver throughout the day. Caring for him gave him routine and purpose, and the cat's affection provided comfort during grief. Grandpa Joseph's therapist documented the improvement. Depression symptoms decreased significantly, social engagement increased, overall well-being notably better. Grandpa Joseph lives independently in his own home. My cousins, Derek and Amanda, are his closest local relatives. They've been pressuring him to move in with one of them or go to assisted living. You're too old to live alone. What if something happens? Grandpa Joseph refuses consistently. I'm fine. I have Oliver. I have my routines. I'm staying in my own home. The cousins resent his independence. They want control over his living situation and daily life. Oliver, in their view, is the obstacle. As long as Grandpa Joseph has the cat for companionship, he doesn't need them. Last month, I visited Grandpa Joseph and noticed Oliver wasn't there. Where's Oliver? Grandpa Joseph's eyes filled with tears. He's missing. Been gone for 3 days. I've looked everywhere, put up flyers, called shelters. I don't know what happened to him. He was devastated. Without Oliver, his depression symptoms returned immediately. He stopped eating regularly, stayed in bed most days, lost the structure and companionship that had been keeping him functional. Derek and Amanda suddenly became very attentive, visiting daily, suggesting this was a sign he needed more support. See? You can't even keep track of a cat. You need to live somewhere with supervision. Something felt wrong. Oliver was an indoor cat who'd never shown interest in going outside. The timing of his disappearance, right as the cousins were pushing hard for assisted living, seemed suspicious. I checked with local shelters, veterinary clinics, anywhere Oliver might have been taken. At the third veterinary clinic, I found records. Oliver had been brought in by Derek 3 days ago and euthanized. My cousin brought my grandfather's cat here to be put down? The vet tech checked records. Yes, he said the cat was his father's, that his father had dementia and could no longer care for the animal, that euthanasia was the compassionate choice. All lies. Oliver was healthy. Grandpa Joseph has no dementia, and Derek isn't even his son. He's his grandson, who had no authority to make decisions about the cat. The evidence of what Derek and Amanda had done was devastating. I obtained the veterinary records showing Derek had brought Oliver in claiming authority he didn't have and misrepresenting both the cat's health and my grandfather's mental capacity. The veterinary records documented date, time, 3 days ago, 2 p.m., shortly after Derek visited Grandpa Joseph claiming to check on him. Person authorizing euthanasia, Derek Patterson, claiming to be acting on behalf of father with dementia who can no longer care for animal. Reason given for euthanasia. Owner has severe dementia, cannot provide adequate care, cat suffering from neglect, humane euthanasia requested. Veterinarian's notes. Cat appears healthy, no obvious medical issues. Family member insists owner's cognitive decline makes continued care impossible. Proceeded with euthanasia per family request. Oliver had been perfectly healthy. The vet had noted no medical reason for euthanasia, but proceeded based on Derek's claims about Grandpa Joseph's supposed inability to care for him. I spoke with the veterinarian who'd performed the euthanasia. She was horrified when I explained the truth. He told me his father had severe dementia and could no longer care for the cat. The cat showed no signs of illness or distress. I only proceeded because he claimed the owner was mentally incompetent. My grandfather doesn't have dementia. Derek isn't even his son. He's his grandson, with no legal authority over either my grandfather or his cat. Oliver was my grandfather's emotional support animal for depression. Oh my God, I euthanized a healthy therapy animal based on false information. The veterinarian provided a written statement confirming Derek had misrepresented the situation to obtain euthanasia authorization. I checked my grandfather's house security camera footage. 3 days ago, Derek had visited when Grandpa Joseph was napping. The footage showed Derek going through the house, finding Oliver, putting him in a carrier, and leaving with the cat. Text messages between Derek and Amanda revealed their planning. Derek: Dad won't move to assisted living as long as he has that cat. The cat gives him independence. Amanda: So what do we do? Derek: Get rid of the cat. Claim it ran away. Once he's alone and depressed again, he'll be more willing to accept our help. Amanda: Won't he just get another cat? Derek: Not if we convince him he's too forgetful to care for pets. Losing Oliver will be proof he can't handle the responsibility. They deliberately killed Oliver, a healthy cat who was serving as effective therapy for Grandpa Joseph's depression, to eliminate his primary source of emotional support and make him more dependent on them. More messages showed their awareness of what they were doing. Amanda: Are you really going to have the cat put down? Derek: It's the only way. As long as he has Oliver, he's content living alone. We need to remove that contentment. Amanda: That seems cruel. Derek: It's necessary. Once the cat's gone and Dad's depressed again, he'll see he needs us. They'd calculated that killing Oliver would return Grandpa Joseph to his post-widowhood depression, making him vulnerable and more likely to accept their control over his living situation. I contacted Adult Protective Services with all evidence. The social worker was appalled. They killed his therapy animal to induce depression and make him dependent? That's psychological abuse and animal cruelty. I also filed police reports for animal cruelty, theft, Oliver was Grandpa Joseph's property, fraud, misrepresenting authority to veterinarian, and elder abuse through deliberate infliction of emotional distress. The hardest part was telling Grandpa Joseph the truth. I sat with him and explained everything. Derek had taken Oliver while he slept, brought him to a vet, lied about having authority, and had him euthanized deliberately to make Grandpa Joseph depressed and dependent. He broke down. They killed Oliver? On purpose? To make me give up my independence? Yes, Grandpa. I'm so sorry. They wanted you vulnerable and alone, so you'd accept their control. Oliver was all I had after your grandmother died. He kept me going. They took him from me deliberately? The grief was compounded by betrayal. Not only had he lost his beloved companion, but the loss was murder. Family members killing his therapy animal for control purposes. The criminal prosecution proceeded on multiple charges. Derek faced animal cruelty, theft, fraud, lying to veterinarian, and elder abuse. Amanda faced conspiracy and accessory charges for planning the scheme. The prosecutor emphasized the calculated cruelty. The defendants deliberately killed the victim's therapy cat to worsen his depression and make him dependent on them for emotional support. This is psychological abuse through animal cruelty. The veterinarian testified about Derek's deception. He claimed the cat owner had severe dementia and couldn't care for the animal. I relied on that representation to perform euthanasia. Learning it was false, that I euthanized a healthy therapy animal based on lies, is devastating. Grandpa Joseph's therapist testified about Oliver's therapeutic role. The patient's depression improved significantly after adopting Oliver. The cat provided routine, companionship, and emotional support. Losing Oliver caused immediate regression. The patient returned to severe depression within days. The security footage showed Derek entering Grandpa Joseph's home, taking Oliver, and leaving with him while Grandpa Joseph slept. The jury watched as Derek deliberately stole and removed the therapy cat. Text messages between Derek and Amanda revealed their motive and planning. The jury read their discussion about eliminating Oliver to make Grandpa Joseph more willing to accept their help through renewed depression. Derek's defense claimed Oliver's euthanasia was for the cat's welfare. We believed our grandfather couldn't adequately care for the animal. We made a difficult decision in the cat's best interest. The prosecutor destroyed this. The defendant's own text messages show they killed the cat to eliminate their grandfather's independence, not for animal welfare. They explicitly discussed making him depressed again by removing his emotional support. Amanda's defense claimed she didn't know Derek would actually euthanize the cat. I thought we were just discussing options. I didn't think he'd go through with it. Text evidence showed she'd been involved in planning, encouraging the idea, discussing timing, and helping cover up the theft afterward by suggesting to Grandpa Joseph that Oliver must have escaped somehow. The jury convicted Derek of animal cruelty, theft, fraud, and elder abuse. He received 18 months in prison, probation, prohibition from ever owning animals, and a permanent restraining order from Grandpa Joseph. Amanda was convicted of conspiracy and received probation, mandatory therapy, and a restraining order. The veterinary clinic implemented new policies requiring verification of ownership and authorization before euthanizing healthy animals based on family claims. I helped Grandpa Joseph adopt a new cat, a young tabby named Henry who needed a home. Henry isn't Oliver, can never replace Oliver, but provides companionship and helps with the depression that returned after Oliver's murder. Grandpa Joseph is healing slowly. He keeps Oliver's collar and photos, mourning both his death and the betrayal of family members who killed him deliberately. "I can't forgive them," Grandpa Joseph says. "They murdered Oliver to control me, to make me so depressed I'd give up my independence." You don't have to forgive them. Some days I'm angry at them. Other days I'm just sad. Oliver didn't deserve to die like that. Healthy, killed because my grandson wanted power over my life. Family reactions divided. Some relatives defended Derek and Amanda. They were worried about their grandfather. They handled it badly but meant well. They killed his therapy cat on purpose to induce depression. That's not worry, that's abuse. Others supported Grandpa Joseph. What Derek and Amanda did, euthanizing a healthy therapy animal to control their grandfather, is evil. The therapy community was horrified. Deliberately killing someone's emotional support animal to worsen their mental health is unconscionable. These animals save lives. Destroying them for control is abuse. Animal rights organizations used the case to advocate for stronger protections. Therapy animals should have legal protections against deliberate harm by family members seeking to control the people they support. Do I forgive Derek and Amanda? Never. They killed an innocent cat to psychologically abuse my grandfather. Does Grandpa Joseph forgive them? No. He's lost his beloved Oliver and his trust in family. Derek is in prison, Amanda on probation, both permanently barred from contact with Grandpa Joseph. The cousins who murdered a therapy cat for control purposes. Grandpa Joseph has Henry now, lives independently still, refused to let Derek and Amanda's cruelty take his autonomy. They killed Oliver thinking it would break me, he says, petting Henry. It nearly did, but I won't let them win. I'm staying in my home. I have Henry. They don't control me. That's the victory. Not their convictions, though justice matters. The victory is Grandpa Joseph, in his own home, with a new companion, maintaining the independence Derek and Amanda tried to destroy through animal murder. Oliver is gone, killed for control, memorialized now in photos and memories. Henry is here, a new beginning, a refusal to let cruelty win. Derek and Amanda wanted Grandpa Joseph broken and dependent. He's neither. That's enough revenge. Living independently with Henry while they serve sentences for killing Oliver. Some betrayals involve innocent animals. Derek and Amanda's was one of them. Oliver paid with his life. Grandpa Joseph paid with grief. Derek and Amanda paid with prison. But Grandpa Joseph survived, still independent, still in his home, still caring for a cat. Everything they tried to take, everything he kept. That's justice for Oliver. His death leading to their conviction, his memory living in Henry. Not the ending anyone wanted, but the ending Derek and Amanda earned through cruelty. They're gone. Grandpa Joseph remains. Henry purrs beside him. That's enough. My aunt was secretly canceling my grandfather's volunteer commitments to make him appear unreliable and incompetent. I discovered my aunt had been systematically canceling my grandfather's volunteer activities and community commitments without his knowledge, destroying his reputation and social connections to justify forcing him into assisted living. I'm 26 years old. My grandfather Frank is 80. Retired for 15 years but incredibly active in the community. He volunteers at 3 different organizations, a literacy program teaching adults to read, a food bank sorting donations, and a historical society giving tours at the local museum. These commitments aren't casual. They're the structure of Frank's life. He's been volunteering at the Literacy Center for 12 years, helped hundreds of adults learn to read, won community service awards. The food bank relies on him twice weekly. The Historical Society scheduled tours around his availability because he's their most knowledgeable guide. Volunteering gives Grandpa Frank purpose, social connection, and self-worth. He takes his commitments seriously, never misses shifts, always arrives prepared. His supervisors at all three organizations praise his reliability and dedication. My Aunt Diane is Grandpa Frank's daughter. She's been insisting he should stop living independently and move to assisted living. You're 80 years old. You need supervision. What if something happens when you're alone? I'm healthy and active. I volunteer regularly. I'm not ready for assisted living. You're being stubborn. You need to accept your limitations. 4 months ago, Grandpa Frank started receiving complaints from his volunteer organizations. The Literacy Center called. "Frank, you missed your session last Tuesday. Your student waited for an hour." "I wasn't scheduled Tuesday. My session is Thursdays." "Our records show Tuesday. This is the second time you've missed. We're concerned about your reliability." Grandpa Frank was confused but insisted he'd never been scheduled Tuesdays. Checked his personal calendar. Definitely Thursdays. But the organization's records showed Tuesday appointments he'd supposedly confirmed. Similar problems at the food bank. "Frank, you didn't show up for your shift yesterday. We had to scramble to cover." "I wasn't scheduled yesterday. My shifts are Mondays and Fridays." "You called last week to change to Wednesdays, don't you remember?" He didn't remember because he'd never called. But the food bank had records of a call from Frank requesting schedule changes. The Historical Society. "Frank, we had a tour group arrive for the 2 p.m. tour you scheduled. You weren't here. They left disappointed." "I never scheduled a 2 p.m. tour. I don't work Saturdays." "We have an email from you confirming Saturday availability." Grandpa Frank never sent that email. But the organization had records showing his email address requesting Saturday tours. Over 3 months, Grandpa. Frank developed a reputation for unreliability. Organizations that had praised him for over a decade now viewed him as forgetful, confused, undependable. He started receiving warnings about his volunteer status. Diane used these incidents as evidence. "See, Dad? You're missing appointments, forgetting commitments. Your memory is clearly declining. You can't even manage your volunteer schedule. It's time for assisted living." "But I didn't miss those appointments. Something's wrong with their records." "Or something's wrong with your memory. You can't admit you're forgetting things." Last week, I helped Grandpa Frank organize his records to dispute the complaints. Found emails in his sent folder that he never wrote, confirmations of appointments he never agreed to, schedule change requests he never made. Someone had been accessing his email account. The evidence of sabotage was extensive. Grandpa Frank's email account had been compromised, and someone was using it to communicate with his volunteer organizations, making commitments he didn't know about, and canceling actual appointments without his knowledge. I'm a software engineer. I checked Grandpa Frank's email account security and access logs. The unauthorized access was clear. Login locations. Someone had been accessing his email from IP addresses that weren't his home or locations he visited. One IP address appeared repeatedly, traced to Diane's house. Login times. Access occurred during hours when Grandpa Frank was at his actual volunteer commitments or asleep. While he was teaching literacy classes, someone was emailing his other organizations, changing schedules. While he slept at night, someone was confirming appointments he'd never agreed to. Email patterns. The unauthorized user sent emails mimicking Grandpa Frank's communication style, but making requests he'd never make. Changing long-standing schedules, canceling reliable commitments, confirming times that conflicted with his established routine. I documented every unauthorized email. To Literacy Center. I need to change my regular Thursday sessions to Tuesdays starting next week. Sent while Grandpa Frank was at the food bank. He never requested this change, creating Tuesday appointments he didn't know about, causing him to miss them. To food bank. I'm available to shift from Monday, Friday to Wednesday starting this month. Sent at 2 a.m. when Grandpa Frank was asleep. Changed his schedule without his knowledge, making him miss new Wednesday shifts. To Historical Society. I can accommodate Saturday tours at 2 p.m. Please schedule me for weekend groups. Sent while Grandpa Frank was at a doctor's appointment. He'd never worked Saturdays. This created commitments he didn't know about and couldn't fulfill. Additional emails canceled his actual commitments. To Literacy Center. I need to cancel my Thursday session this week. Personal matter. Sent the day of his session while he was en route to teach. His student showed up, but the center had received cancellation from his email. To Food Bank. Won't be able to make Monday shift. Apologies for short notice. Sent Monday morning while Grandpa Frank was preparing to volunteer. He arrived to find they'd already covered his shift based on his cancellation. Each unauthorized email was designed to either create appointments Grandpa Frank didn't know about, causing missed commitments, or cancel appointments he planned to keep, causing confusion and reputation damage. I changed Grandpa Frank's email password and enabled two-factor authentication. The unauthorized access stopped immediately. Then, I contacted each volunteer organization explaining what had happened. Someone has been accessing my grandfather's email and making schedule changes without his knowledge. He never requested these changes or confirmations. His account was compromised. I provided the access logs showing unauthorized logins from Diane's IP address. The organizations were horrified. Someone was impersonating him? Deliberately making him appear unreliable? Yes, to damage his reputation and make him seem incompetent. The Literacy Center reviewed their recent concerns. All the missed appointments and schedule confusion started 4 months ago. Before that, Frank was perfectly reliable for 12 years. 4 months ago is when the unauthorized access began. All 3 organizations apologized and restored Grandpa Frank's standing, cleared his record of the false reliability issues caused by sabotage. I confronted Diane with the evidence, showed her the IP logs proving access from her house, the timing of unauthorized emails, the pattern of sabotage. She admitted it. I was trying to show Dad he can't handle his commitments anymore. He needs to be in assisted living where he doesn't have responsibilities he'll forget. He didn't forget anything. You made him miss appointments by changing schedules without his knowledge. He's 80. He shouldn't be driving around town to volunteer. He should be somewhere safe and supervised. So you destroyed his reputation? Made organizations think he was unreliable after 12 years of perfect service? I was proving he needs help. You were proving you're willing to sabotage his life to control him. The criminal case against Diane proceeded on charges of identity theft, accessing email without authorization, fraud, impersonating Grandpa Frank to organizations, elder abuse through social isolation, and computer crimes, unauthorized access to accounts. The prosecutor emphasized the systematic destruction. The defendant accessed her father's email account over 4 months, sending dozens of unauthorized messages to damage his reputation at volunteer organizations. Her goal was to make him appear incompetent and unreliable, justifying her desire to force him into assisted living. Digital forensic experts testified about the unauthorized access. The defendant logged into the victim's email from her own IP address 47 times over 4 months. She sent emails scheduling appointments the victim didn't know about, canceling appointments he planned to keep, and creating a pattern of apparent unreliability. Representatives from the 3 volunteer organizations testified about the damage. Literacy Center Director. Frank had been our most reliable volunteer for 12 years. Suddenly, he started missing sessions and appearing confused about scheduling. We were considering terminating his volunteer position. Learning someone was sabotaging him by impersonating him via email is shocking. Food Bank Coordinator. We depend on our volunteers. When Frank started missing shifts and requesting constant schedule changes, we questioned whether he could continue. But he wasn't requesting changes. His daughter was, impersonating him electronically. Historical Society Manager. Frank is our most knowledgeable tour guide. When he began missing scheduled tours and appearing unreliable, we were concerned about his cognitive health. Discovering his daughter was deliberately creating this appearance to undermine him is disturbing. Grandpa Frank testified about the impact. I thought I was losing my mind. Organizations I'd served for over a decade were telling me I'd made commitments I didn't remember, Missed appointments I thought I'd kept. I started doubting my own memory until we discovered my daughter was sabotaging me electronically. The unauthorized emails were presented as evidence. Dozens of messages from Grandpa Frank's account that he never wrote, sent at times when he was elsewhere or asleep, systematically destroying his reputation. Diane's defense claimed she was concerned about safety. My father is 80. I worried about him driving to volunteer commitments. I thought if the organizations found him unreliable, they'd terminate his positions and he'd be safer at home. The prosecutor destroyed this. The defendant didn't express concern to her father or his organizations. She secretly sabotaged his reputation to force an outcome he didn't want. This wasn't safety concern. This was control through character destruction. Text messages between Diane and her husband revealed the deliberate strategy. Diane: sent another cancellation email from Dad's account. Food bank thinks he's becoming forgetful. Husband: how long until they terminate his volunteer position? Diane: maybe another month of this. Once all his organizations lose faith in him, I can use that to argue for assisted living. The jury convicted on all counts. Diane received 18 months in prison for identity theft and elder abuse, probation, restitution, and a permanent restraining order from Grandpa Frank. Grandpa Frank resumed all volunteer commitments. Organizations welcomed him back with apologies for doubting him. His reputation was restored. Explained to everyone that the reliability issues were caused by his daughter's sabotage, not his competence. The Literacy Center: Frank, we're so sorry we doubted you. Your student wants to resume sessions. You're one of our best volunteers. The Food Bank: the schedule confusion makes sense now. Someone was impersonating you. Your Monday and Friday shifts are waiting for you. The Historical Society: your tours are scheduled. We never should have questioned your reliability after 12 years of excellence. Grandpa Frank's social connections and purpose were restored. The community service that gave his life structure and meaning resumed without the sabotage. Family reactions were divided. Some relatives defended Diane. She was worried about her father's safety. She handled it wrong, but meant well. She committed identity theft for 4 months to destroy his reputation and isolate him. That's not worry. Others supported Grandpa Frank. What Diane did, sabotaging his volunteer work to make him seem incompetent, is psychological abuse. The volunteer community rallied. Frank is a treasure. That his daughter tried to destroy his service to force assisted living is unconscionable. Elder abuse organizations used the case to highlight social isolation tactics. Abusers often sabotage victims' external relationships and commitments to make them dependent. Digital sabotage like this is increasingly common. Do I forgive Diane? Never. She attacked Grandpa Frank's purpose and identity to control him. Does Grandpa Frank forgive her? No. She made me doubt myself, made organizations doubt me, tried to take away the volunteering that gives my life meaning. Diane is in prison. Her relationship with Grandpa Frank destroyed like she tried to destroy his reputation. Grandpa Frank is volunteering again, teaching adults to read, sorting food bank donations, giving historical tours. Everything Diane tried to take from him through electronic sabotage. Some betrayals involve stealing someone's purpose. Diane's was one of them. She's paying for it. Prison, loss of relationship, reputation as the daughter who sabotaged her father's community service. Grandpa Frank paid for it too. 4 months of doubting himself, damaged reputation, social stress. But he recovered. The organizations understand. His reputation is restored. His purpose continues. That's the victory. Not her conviction, though justice matters. The victory is Grandpa Frank at the Literacy Center, helping someone learn to read, doing what Diane tried to sabotage. His volunteering continues. Her freedom ended. That's fair. Everything she tried to destroy, thriving again. Every commitment she canceled, restored. He's where he belongs, serving his community, living with purpose. She's where she belongs, imprisoned for the sabotage she committed. His reputation survived. Hers didn't. That's enough. My family was secretly having my grandmother's beloved rose garden declared a public nuisance to force her to move. I discovered my family had been filing anonymous complaints to the city about my grandmother's prize-winning rose garden, attempting to have it condemned as a public nuisance so she'd be forced to sell her home. I'm 27 years old. My grandmother Beatrice is 76, living in the house she and my grandfather bought 50 years ago. Her rose garden is legendary in our community. She's cultivated it for 5 decades, winning regional competitions, giving tours to garden clubs, and creating a neighborhood landmark that people travel to see during bloom season. The garden isn't just a hobby for Beatrice. It's her life's work, her daily purpose, her connection to my grandfather, who helped her plant the first bushes before he passed away 20 years ago. She tends over 200 rose bushes representing dozens of varieties, some rare cultivars she's maintained for decades. The garden has been featured in gardening magazines, attracts photography enthusiasts, and brings joy to everyone who sees it. Beatrice has no plans to ever leave this house. My roses are here. Your grandfather's memory is in every plant. I'll stay until I physically can't anymore. My Uncle Richard and Aunt Jennifer, Beatrice's children, have been pressuring her to sell the house and move to a condo. Mom, the house is too much work. The garden requires constant maintenance. You should move somewhere easy. The garden gives me purpose. I'm not giving up my roses. 6 months ago, Beatrice started receiving citations from the City Code Enforcement Office. The first citation claimed her garden violated property maintenance codes, overgrown vegetation creating public nuisance. Beatrice was baffled. Her garden was immaculate, meticulously maintained, professionally landscaped. I don't understand, she told me, showing the citation. They're saying my garden is overgrown and neglected? Have they even seen it? It's perfect. I visited her garden. It was spectacular. Not a weed in sight, roses pruned professionally, paths edged perfectly, everything maintained to championship standards. The citation made no sense. Beatrice appealed the citation, provided photographs of her garden, letters from garden clubs attesting to its condition, documentation of her competition wins. The city withdrew the first citation after review, acknowledged the complaint was baseless. 2 weeks later, another citation arrived, this time claiming the garden attracted pests and posed health hazards. Again, completely false. Beatrice maintains her garden organically with proper pest management. No infestations, no health risks. She appealed again, provided evidence from pest control experts confirming no issues. Citation withdrawn. Then came citations for excessive water use, attracting wildlife nuisances, blocking public views, and creating allergen hazards. Each claim was investigated and found baseless. Each citation was withdrawn. But the constant complaints were exhausting Beatrice and damaging her relationship with the city. Someone is filing false complaints, Beatrice told code enforcement. My garden is being targeted. Last week, I filed a public records request for all complaints against Beatrice's property. The complaints were filed anonymously, but the request forms contained digital metadata. Every complaint was submitted from Richard's and Jennifer's IP addresses. Her own children had been filing false complaints for 6 months, trying to get the city to force removal of her rose garden so she'd have to sell the house. The evidence of what Richard and Jennifer had been doing was extensive and deliberate. They'd filed 14 separate false complaints to city code enforcement over 6 months, each designed to create legal pressure on Beatrice to abandon her garden and home. The public records request revealed all 14 complaints, with timestamps and digital metadata. Complaint 1. IP traced to Richard's home. Property at address has severely overgrown garden creating public nuisance. Vegetation blocking sidewalks. Completely false. Garden was immaculate with clear pathways. Complaint 2. IP traced to Jennifer's home. Rose garden at address, attracting rats and disease-carrying pests. Inspected by pest control, found zero evidence of rodents or pest issues. Complaint 3. Richard's IP. Excessive water use at address, violating drought restrictions. Water usage reviewed, found well within limits and using drought-resistant irrigation. Complaint 4. Jennifer's IP. Garden at address, blocking views and decreasing property values. Surveyed by city, no view obstruction, neighboring properties actually valued higher due to garden. Complaint 5. Richard's IP. Rose garden causing allergen problems for neighborhood. No medical complaints from any neighbors. Garden not creating unusual allergen exposure. Over 6 months, Richard and Jennifer filed 14 false complaints, each investigated and dismissed, but each requiring Beatrice to provide documentation, attend hearings, and defend her garden against baseless accusations. Text messages between Richard and Jennifer revealed their strategy. Richard filed another complaint with the city, claimed Mom's garden is creating a public health hazard. Jennifer: will they actually do something this time? Richard: eventually they'll get tired of complaints and issue real citations. Then she'll have to remediate or face fines. Jennifer: and if she can't maintain the garden to city standards? Richard: she'll have to sell. That's the whole point. Their plan was to bury Beatrice in false complaints until either the city took action or she gave up the garden out of exhaustion. More messages showed their motivation. Jennifer: Mom's house is worth a lot, but that garden takes up most of the property. If it's removed, property value increases even more. Richard: we need her out of that house. Garden gives her a reason to stay. Remove the garden, remove the reason. Jennifer: the city complaints will force her to choose, deal with constant violations or sell. They'd been weaponizing city code enforcement against Beatrice, filing anonymous false complaints to create legal harassment designed to make her abandon her life's work. I documented everything, all 14 complaints with IP address metadata tracing to Richard and Jennifer. The investigation reports showing each complaint was baseless, text messages discussing the strategy, and the pattern of harassment over 6 months. I showed Beatrice the evidence. She was heartbroken. My own children? They've been filing false complaints about my garden? Trying to make the city force me to remove it? Yes, for 6 months. Every complaint that made you defend your garden, attend hearings, provide documentation, they filed them anonymously. Why? My roses are my life, they know that. They want you to sell the house. The garden is why you won't leave. They thought if they destroyed your relationship with the city or forced garden removal, you'd have no reason to stay. The betrayal was devastating. Beatrice had spent 6 months defending her life's work against false accusations, not knowing her own children were making them. I contacted a lawyer specializing in harassment and elder abuse. Your grandmother's children have filed 14 false government complaints. That's abuse of government process, harassment, and elder abuse through creating legal distress. We filed police reports for filing false complaints, abuse of government process, harassment, and elder abuse. Provided all evidence, complaint records, IP metadata, text messages, and documentation showing each complaint was investigated and found baseless. The City Code Enforcement Office was furious when I explained the situation. The same family members filed all these anonymous complaints? They wasted hundreds of hours of investigation time on false reports? The criminal case against Richard and Jennifer proceeded on charges of filing false government reports, 14 counts, abuse of governmental process, harassment, and elder abuse through creating legal distress. The prosecutor emphasized the systematic harassment. The defendants filed 14 false complaints to City Code Enforcement over 6 months. Each complaint was investigated and found baseless. Their motive was forcing their mother to abandon her rose garden, her life's work of 50 years, so she'd sell her home. City code enforcement testified about wasted resources. We spent approximately 80 hours investigating complaints about this property. Every inspection found the garden was immaculate, well-maintained, and creating no violations. The complainants wasted significant public resources on false reports. Beatrice testified about the impact. For 6 months, I defended my garden against false accusations. I attended hearings, provided documentation, hired experts to prove what I already knew. My garden is properly maintained. My own children were making the complaints, trying to exhaust me into giving up my roses. The digital forensics expert testified about the IP address evidence. All 14 complaints were filed from 2 IP addresses, one belonging to Richard's home, one to Jennifer's. The pattern shows coordinated harassment. Text messages between Richard and Jennifer showed their plan to bury her in complaints until the city took action or Beatrice gave up. Garden experts testified about the garden's actual condition. Beatrice maintains a championship-level rose garden. It's not only properly maintained, it's exceptional. The complaints had no basis in reality. Neighbors testified in support. Beatrice's garden is the pride of our neighborhood. It brings beauty and increases all our property values. The complaints were obviously false to anyone who's seen the garden. Richard and Jennifer's defense claimed they had legitimate concerns. We worried our mother couldn't maintain the property properly. We filed complaints because we thought the garden was too much work for her age. The prosecutor destroyed this. The defendants didn't express concerns to their mother. They filed anonymous false complaints to government agencies. Text messages show they planned to force her to sell by destroying her garden. This wasn't concern. This was coordinated harassment. The city attorney filed additional civil charges for abuse of government process. The defendants deliberately wasted public resources investigating false complaints. They face fines and restitution for investigation costs. The jury convicted on all counts. Richard received 18 months in prison for filing false reports and elder abuse. Jennifer received 15 months. Both received probation, restitution to the city for investigation costs, and permanent restraining orders from Beatrice. Beatrice's garden remains exactly as it was: spectacular, properly maintained, beloved by the community. She's staying in her home with her roses, exactly as she always planned. "I'm not leaving," Beatrice says, working among her roses. "This garden is my life's work." Richard and Jennifer tried to take it from me through lies. They failed. The rose garden gained even more attention after the case became public. Garden clubs rallied in support. Local news featured stories about Beatrice's perseverance, and the city officially designated her garden as a community landmark, protected from future false complaints. Family members who weren't involved were appalled. Richard and Jennifer filed false city complaints about Mom's garden? For 6 months? That's unconscionable. The gardening community embraced Beatrice's story. A 50-year garden destroyed by family harassment? We support Beatrice completely. The City Code Enforcement Office changed policies to flag patterns of anonymous complaints from same IP addresses, preventing similar harassment campaigns. Elder abuse organizations used the case to highlight legal system manipulation. Abusers may weaponize government processes against elderly relatives. This case shows the importance of investigating repeated anonymous complaints. Do I forgive Richard and Jennifer? Never. They tried to destroy Beatrice's life's work through government harassment. Does Beatrice forgive them? No. They tried to take my roses, 50 years of work, your grandfather's memory. That's unforgivable. Richard and Jennifer are in prison. Their plan to force Beatrice out of her home failed. She's staying with her roses, thriving, vindicated. Beatrice won another regional rose competition last month. Richard and Jennifer thought they could make me abandon my garden, My roses won first place instead. Some betrayals involve trying to destroy life's work. Richard and Jennifer's was one of them. They're paying for it. Prison, fines for wasted investigation costs, loss of relationship. Beatrice paid for it too. 6 months of defending her garden, legal stress, betrayal by her children. But she survived. Garden intact, relationship with city restored, life's work protected. That's enough. Not what anyone wanted, but what Richard and Jennifer earned. They wanted her garden destroyed. It's thriving and officially protected. They wanted her forced to move. She's staying permanently. They wanted control, lost all contact instead. Beatrice wanted her roses, has them, plus community support, plus landmark status. Every bloom is proof their harassment failed. Every prize is proof her work continues. She gardens. They're imprisoned. Fair outcome. Her roses thrive. Their freedom is gone. That's justice. For 50 years of cultivation. For life's work defended. For roses that survived. Beatrice among her roses. Richard and Jennifer in prison for trying to destroy them. Perfect ending. Deserved consequence. Appropriate result. My family was secretly euthanizing my grandmother's lifelong journal collection, claiming it was hoarding. I discovered my family had been destroying my grandmother's 60 years of personal journals, irreplaceable historical records and life documentation, by throwing them away and claiming they were clearing dangerous hoarding. I'm 28 years old. My grandmother Ruth is 82, a lifelong writer who has kept detailed daily journals since she was 22 years old. 60 years of journals, handwritten documentation of her life, thoughts, historical observations, family records, and personal reflections. The journals fill several bookcases in her home office, organized meticulously by year and carefully preserved. Ruth's journals aren't casual diary entries. They're thoughtful, articulate records of 6 decades of life. She documented raising children during the civil rights movement, her husband's service in Vietnam, family milestones, social changes she witnessed, and her own intellectual development. Historians have expressed interest in her journals as primary source documents of mid to late 20th century American life from a woman's perspective. These journals are my life's work, Ruth tells people. They're my legacy, my contribution to family history and broader historical understanding. Ruth lives in her own home with my Aunt Sandra and Uncle Kevin, her children, coordinating occasional help with heavy household tasks. She's mentally sharp, physically capable, and maintains her home well. The journals are stored neatly in bookcases, not scattered or disorganized. 6 months ago, Sandra and Kevin started calling Ruth's journal collection hoarding. "Mom, you have hundreds of journals taking up entire rooms. This is hoarding behavior. You need to get rid of them." "They're not hoarding. They're my life's work, carefully organized and preserved." "You're keeping excessive amounts of paper. That's a fire hazard and hoarding. You need to let them go." "I will never get rid of my journals. They're historical documents." 3 months ago, Ruth started noticing journals missing from her bookcases. First, a few from the 1970s, then several from the 1980s, then entire years from the 1990s. When she confronted Sandra and Kevin, they claimed Ruth must have misplaced them. "I don't misplace my journals. They're organized by year. Someone is taking them." "Mom, you're almost 83. Memory issues are normal. You probably moved them and forgot." But Ruth's memory was sharp. She knew exactly which journals were missing. 1972, 1974, 1981, 1985, 1993, 1997. Specific years systematically removed from her collection. Over the next 2 months, more journals disappeared. Ruth installed locks on her office door, but journals continued vanishing from other areas of her house where she sometimes worked on current entries. Last week, I was visiting Ruth when a garbage truck arrived, watched the collectors empty her trash bins, saw handwritten journals among it. The garbage. I ran out and stopped them, retrieved several journals before they were destroyed. The journals were Ruth's from the 1960s, irreplaceable documentation from early in her marriage, when her children were born, during significant historical events. Someone had thrown them in the trash for collection. I installed hidden cameras in Ruth's home. The footage revealed Sandra and Kevin systematically removing journals from Ruth's bookcases and office, taking them to trash bins outside, disposing of 60 years of irreplaceable writing by claiming it was clearing hoarding. The evidence of what Sandra and Kevin had been doing was devastating. Over 6 months, they'd destroyed approximately 180 of Ruth's journals. 3 decades worth of irreplaceable personal and historical documentation. The hidden camera footage showed their systematic destruction. Tuesday, 2 a.m. Sandra entering Ruth's office while she slept, removing journals from the 1960s bookcase, placing them in garbage bags. Thursday, 11 p.m. Kevin taking journals from the 1970s section, carrying them directly to outdoor trash bins. Saturday, early morning. Sandra removing entire shelf of 1980s journals, disposing of them before trash collection. Monday night, Kevin systematically clearing the 1990s section, throwing journals away. They'd been coming to Ruth's home while she slept or was out, removing journals chronologically, disposing of them with regular household trash. Text messages between Sandra and Kevin revealed their justification. Sandra: threw out another 15 journals today. Mom's journal collection is ridiculous. Kevin: good, how many are left? Sandra: still hundreds. This is going to take months of weekly disposal. Kevin: the house will be so much better once all that paper is gone. Sandra: she'll be upset when she realizes, but it's for her own good. No one needs 60 years of journals. They'd been treating Ruth's life's work, her carefully preserved historical documentation, as waste to be eliminated. More messages showed their dismissiveness of the journal's value. Kevin: Mom's freaking out about missing journals, keeps saying they're historical documents. Sandra: they're not historical, they're just her rambling about daily life for 60 years. Kevin: exactly, no one will ever read them. We're doing everyone a favor by clearing them out. Sandra: once they're all gone, she'll forget about them eventually. Old people forget things. They'd been destroying irreplaceable primary source documents because they considered Ruth's 6 decades of writing worthless. I documented which journals had been destroyed using Ruth's meticulous organization system. She maintained a master index of all journals with dates and major topics. Cross-referencing with what remained revealed the extent of loss. 1962 to 1966, complete, all journals destroyed. 1967 to 1970, partial, most journals destroyed. 1971 to 1979, almost complete, loss. Only 3 journals remained. 1980 to 1989. Significant loss, approximately 60% destroyed. 1990 to 1999. Moderate loss, approximately 40% destroyed. 2000 present, mostly intact. Sandra and Kevin hadn't reached recent years yet. Approximately 180 journals destroyed. 30 years of Ruth's life documentation, gone forever. I contacted historians who'd expressed interest in Ruth's journals. They were horrified. These are primary source documents of 20th century American life from a woman's perspective. They're historically significant. The family destroyed them? One historian: Ruth's journals documented civil rights era from her perspective, Vietnam War impact on families, women's experiences across social changes of 6 decades. These are irreplaceable historical records. I showed Ruth the evidence. Camera footage of Sandra and Kevin taking her journals and throwing them away, text messages dismissing her life's work as rambling and ridiculous, and the devastating inventory showing 180 journals destroyed. Ruth broke down. 30 years of my writing? Destroyed? They threw away my documentation of raising them, of historical events I witnessed, of my entire adult life? Yes. They called it hoarding, claimed they were clearing dangerous accumulation of paper. Those journals are my legacy, my voice across 6 decades, my contribution to family history and broader historical understanding. They threw that away like garbage? The loss was immeasurable. Unlike physical objects that can be replaced, journals are unique. Ruth's thoughts, observations, and documentation from specific moments in time, destroyed forever. I filed police reports for destruction of property, theft, taking journals without permission, and elder abuse through destruction of life's work. Provided camera footage, text messages, and expert statements about the journal's historical value. Adult Protective Services investigated for elder abuse through deliberate destruction of meaningful personal property and life's work. The criminal case against Sandra and Kevin proceeded on charges of destruction of property, theft, elder abuse through destruction of life's work, and destruction of historically significant documents. The prosecutor emphasized the irreplaceable loss. The defendants systematically destroyed 180 journals their mother had written over 60 years. These weren't random papers. They were carefully preserved historical documents, primary sources of 20th century American life. The defendants threw away 6 decades of their mother's documented thoughts, observations, and historical records. Ruth testified about the journal's significance. I've kept journals since I was 22 years old. 60 years of daily writing, documenting my life, my family, historical events I witnessed, social changes I observed. My journals are my legacy, my voice preserved across 6 decades. Sandra and Kevin destroyed 30 years of that work. Historians testified about the historical value. Ruth's journals document significant historical periods from a personal perspective. Her civil rights era observations, Vietnam War family impact, women's experiences across social change. These are valuable primary sources. The defendants destroyed irreplaceable historical records. The hidden camera footage showed Sandra and Kevin systematically removing journals and disposing of them in trash bins. Text messages showed them dismissing the journals as worthless rambling. Ruth's master index proved the extent of loss. 180 journals spanning 30 years, meticulously documented and now destroyed forever. Archivists testified about preservation standards. Properly stored journals last centuries. Ruth's journals were well preserved, organized, and protected. The defendants' claim they were hoarding or fire hazards is baseless. These were valuable documents in proper storage. Sandra and Kevin's defense claimed they were clearing dangerous hoarding. Our mother had excessive paper accumulation. We were concerned about fire safety and her well-being. The prosecutor destroyed this. The journals were stored in bookcases, properly organized, not scattered or dangerous. Multiple experts confirm there was no hoarding. The defendants' own text messages show they considered the journals worthless, rambling, and wanted them gone. This wasn't safety concern. This was deliberate destruction of their mother's life's work. Psychological experts testified about the harm. Destroying an elderly person's life work, their legacy and contribution to history, causes profound psychological damage. The defendants eliminated 30 years of their mother's documented thoughts and observations. That's irreplaceable loss. The jury convicted on all counts. Sandra received 18 months in prison for destruction of property and elder abuse. Kevin received 15 months. Both received probation, restraining orders, and community service requirements educating about historical preservation. Ruth's remaining journals, approximately 240, covering the years 2000 present and scattered survival from earlier decades, have been professionally archived. Local Historical Society now stores copies, ensuring they'll never be destroyed. I lost 30 years of my writing, Ruth says. My observations of raising children, historical events, social changes, gone. But I have the recent years preserved now. Sandra and Kevin can't destroy what's left. Ruth continues writing daily. Each new journal entry is immediately scanned and backed up digitally. She'll never lose her work to family destruction again. Historians are working with Ruth on the surviving journals. What remains is still historically valuable. We're documenting and preserving everything. The historical community rallied around Ruth. Your journals are important. We'll ensure the surviving ones are protected and accessible to future researchers. Family members who weren't involved were appalled. Sandra and Kevin threw away Mom's 60 years of journals? That's not clearing hoarding, that's destroying history. Elder abuse organizations used the case to highlight destruction of life's work. Abusers may destroy meaningful possessions under guise of helping. This case shows the importance of protecting elderly people's legacies. Do I forgive Sandra and Kevin? Never. They destroyed irreplaceable historical records. Does Ruth forgive them? No. They threw away 30 years of my life's work, my voice, my observations, my documentation of history. Gone forever. Sandra and Kevin are in prison. The journals they destroyed remain lost forever. No amount of punishment can restore them. Ruth writes daily despite the loss. I can't get back what they destroyed, but I can preserve what remains and continue documenting my life. Some betrayals involve destroying irreplaceable legacies. Sandra and Kevin's was one of them. They're paying for it. Prison, historical community condemnation, family exile. Ruth paid for it too. 30 years of writing destroyed, historical records lost forever. But she survived, continues writing, remaining journals protected and archived. That's enough. Not what anyone wanted, but what Sandra and Kevin earned. They wanted the journals gone. Got 180 destroyed but couldn't eliminate the rest. Ruth wanted her legacy preserved. Has remaining work protected now. They're imprisoned. Her journals are archived. That's justice for destroyed history. For thrown away documentation. For dismissed life's work. For irreplaceable loss. Ruth, writing daily. Sandra and Kevin convicted for destroying her past work. Fair consequence. Deserved outcome. Appropriate punishment. Her legacy continues. Their freedom ended. That's the result. My family has been secretly medicating my grandfather to keep him docile and compliant. I discovered my family had been putting antipsychotic medication in my grandfather's food for over a year to make him easier to control, despite him having no psychiatric condition requiring such treatment. I'm 25 years old. My grandfather Robert is 78, sharp as ever mentally, but physically slowed by arthritis. He lives with my Uncle Dan and Aunt Carol in their house. I visit him every weekend. We watch old movies, play chess, talk about everything. About 18 months ago, I started noticing changes in Grandpa Robert. He seemed drowsy during my visits, struggling to focus on our chess games. His speech was slower, sometimes slurred. He'd fall asleep mid-conversation. I asked Dan and Carol if something was wrong. Just getting older, Dan said. The doctor says it's normal aging, nothing to worry about. But it didn't seem like normal aging. Grandpa Robert had been active and alert just months before. This decline was sudden and severe. The changes worsened over months. Grandpa Robert became increasingly passive, compliant, emotionless. The man who'd been opinionated and engaged now sat quietly, accepting whatever Dan and Carol decided for him. He stopped asking questions, stopped expressing preferences, stopped being himself. I asked to attend his doctor appointments. Carol said, "No need. We handle all his medical care. You just enjoy your visits." Last month I was at their house when Carol was preparing Grandpa Robert's lunch. I saw her crush pills and mix them into his sandwich. When I asked what medication it was, she claimed they were vitamins. "Let me see the bottle," I said. She refused. "Robert's medical care is private. Dan and I manage it." That evening, I searched the house while Dan and Carol were grocery shopping. Found multiple prescription bottles in their bedroom with Grandpa Robert's name. Haldol, Risperidone, Seroquel. All heavy-duty antipsychotic medications used to treat severe mental illness. I photographed the bottles and researched each medication. They're prescribed for conditions like schizophrenia, severe bipolar disorder, psychotic episodes. Side effects include drowsiness, slowed thinking, emotional blunting, difficulty speaking. Exactly what I'd been seeing in Grandpa Robert. I confronted Dan and Carol. "Why is Grandpa Robert taking antipsychotic medications? He doesn't have psychosis." Dan was defensive. His doctor prescribed them, for his behavior. "What behavior? He's never had psychiatric issues." Carol admitted the truth. He was difficult, argumentative, refusing to cooperate with care. The medications make him more manageable. More manageable? You're drugging him into compliance. We're his caregivers. We make medical decisions. I checked with Grandpa Robert's actual doctor. She was horrified. "I never prescribed antipsychotics for Robert. He has no psychiatric diagnosis. Who authorized these medications?" Dan and Carol had been getting the prescriptions from a different doctor, one who'd never actually examined Grandpa Robert. They'd described behavioral problems that didn't exist to get powerful psychiatric drugs. The behavioral problems? Grandpa Robert had opinions. He'd questioned their decisions. He'd wanted independence, so they drugged him into docility. The evidence of medical abuse was extensive. I obtained all of Grandpa Robert's medical records from his primary care physician, Dr. Martinez. Her notes showed, 18 months ago, patient is alert, mentally sharp, physically mobile within arthritis limitations. No cognitive decline, no psychiatric symptoms, no behavioral concerns. 12 months ago, patient seems unusually lethargic during appointment. Family reports he's slowing down, but I see no medical cause. Recommend evaluation if symptoms persist. 6 months ago, patient appears sedated, speech slurred, difficulty focusing. Family says this is normal aging, but presentation concerns me. Recommended neurological evaluation. Family declined. Dr. Martinez had noticed the changes and suspected something was wrong, but Dan and Carol had blocked further investigation. I obtained the prescription records for the antipsychotic medications. They came from Dr. Harold Klein, a psychiatrist Grandpa Robert had never met in person. Dan and Carol had contacted Dr. Klein, claiming their father had developed severe behavioral problems: aggression, paranoia, refusing necessary care, potential danger to himself and others. All lies. Grandpa Robert had never exhibited any of these behaviors. But based on Dan and Carol's descriptions, Dr. Klein prescribed heavy-duty antipsychotics without ever examining the patient. Text messages between Dan and Carol revealed their strategy. Dan: "Dad's being difficult again. Refused to let Carol give him his bath. Said he can do it himself." Carol: "We need to increase the Haldol. He's too resistant." Dan: "Good idea. Double dose at breakfast. Should keep him calm all day." They'd been adjusting dosages based on how manageable Grandpa Robert was. More resistance meant more medication. The goal wasn't treating illness, it was controlling behavior. More messages showed their reasoning. Carol: "This is so much easier with the meds. He just sits quietly, does whatever we say." Dan: "Right? No more arguments about where he wants to live or whether he can drive. He just accepts everything." Carol: "Should we feel guilty?" Dan: "We're doing what's necessary. He's old. He doesn't know what's best for him anymore. They'd been medicating Grandpa Robert because he had opinions they found inconvenient. He'd wanted to maintain independence, drive to appointments, choose his own activities, make his own decisions. Rather than respect his autonomy, they drugged him into compliance. I discovered Grandpa Robert had been asking about moving to independent senior living before the medication started. He'd wanted his own apartment, his own space, his own life. Dan and Carol didn't want that. Caring for him at their house gave them control. So they medicated him until he stopped asking. The side effects were severe. Grandpa Robert's medical records from recent months showed unexplained weight loss, difficulty swallowing, muscle rigidity, tremors, cognitive decline. All documented side effects of long-term, unnecessary antipsychotic use. A neurologist who reviewed the records was appalled. This patient has been given powerful psychiatric medications without psychiatric diagnosis or proper monitoring. The cognitive decline observed is likely medication-induced, not natural aging. This is medical abuse. I filed reports with Adult Protective Services and the Medical Licensing Board. APS investigated immediately, removing Grandpa Robert from Dan and Carol's home while they assessed the situation. Grandpa Robert was placed temporarily in a medical facility where doctors could safely wean him off the medications. The withdrawal process took weeks. Stopping antipsychotics suddenly is dangerous, requiring careful medical supervision. As the medications cleared his system, Grandpa Robert returned. His alertness improved, his speech cleared, his personality emerged from the pharmaceutical fog. He was angry when he understood what had happened. "They drugged me?" he asked during one of my visits to the facility. "For over a year? To make me easier to control?" "Yes, Grandpa. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize sooner what was happening. I thought I was losing my mind, getting dementia. I couldn't think clearly, couldn't focus, couldn't be myself. And it was them? Putting pills in my food?" The grief and anger were profound. Grandpa Robert mourned the year he'd lost to medicated compliance, the year where he'd existed, but not lived. The criminal case against Dan and Carol proceeded on charges of elder abuse, unlawful administration of prescription medication, and fraud, misrepresenting symptoms to obtain prescriptions. The prosecution emphasized the systematic nature of the abuse. The defendants obtained powerful psychiatric medications under false pretenses, the prosecutor explained. They drugged their father for over a year because he wanted independence they found inconvenient. This is severe medical abuse. Dr. Martinez testified about the medical harm. The patient was given antipsychotic medications without psychiatric diagnosis, without informed consent, without proper monitoring. The side effects, cognitive decline, physical symptoms, emotional blunting, were entirely predictable and preventable. The neurologist testified about the damage. Long-term unnecessary antipsychotic use can cause permanent neurological damage. This patient is fortunate the abuse was discovered when it was. Another year of these medications could have caused irreversible harm. Dr. Klein, the psychiatrist who prescribed the medications, testified he'd been misled. "I prescribed based on the family's description of severe behavioral problems. I never examined the patient. If I'd known the family was fabricating symptoms to obtain medication for control purposes, I never would have prescribed." Dan and Carol's defense claimed they were doing what was necessary. "Our father was difficult. He refused care. The medications were for his own safety." The prosecutor destroyed this. The defendant's own text messages show they increased medication when the victim wanted independence, decreased when he was compliant. This wasn't medical treatment. This was chemical restraint for behavioral control. Grandpa Robert testified, now medication-free and sharp. "I thought I was losing my mind. I couldn't understand why I couldn't think clearly, why I was always so tired. They told me it was normal aging. It wasn't. It was them, putting pills in my food, controlling me like a puppet. The jury convicted on all counts. Dan received 4 years in prison for elder abuse and fraud. Carol received 3 years. Both lost all guardianship rights over any elderly relatives and were ordered to pay for Grandpa Robert's medical treatment and rehabilitation. The Medical Licensing Board sanctioned Dr. Klein for prescribing powerful medications without examining the patient. New protocols were implemented requiring in-person psychiatric evaluation before prescribing long-term antipsychotics. I became Grandpa Robert's guardian. He moved into an independent senior living apartment, exactly what he'd wanted before Dan and Carol started medicating him. He has his own space, makes his own decisions, lives his own life. The cognitive effects of the medications mostly resolved. Some physical effects, slight tremor, occasional balance issues, may be permanent. But Grandpa Robert is himself again, opinionated, engaged, sharp. Family reactions were divided. Some relatives defended Dan and Carol. They were overwhelmed with caregiving. They made poor choices but meant well. They drugged their father into compliance for over a year. That's not overwhelm, that's abuse. Others supported Grandpa Robert. What Dan and Carol did, medicating someone without their knowledge to control their behavior, is horrifying. Friends who'd noticed Grandpa Robert's decline felt guilty. We thought he was developing dementia. We never imagined his own children were drugging him. Elder care advocates used the case to highlight chemical restraint abuse. Medication should treat illness, not control behavior. This case shows the danger of using psychiatric drugs as compliance tools. Do I forgive Dan and Carol? Never. They stole a year of Grandpa Robert's life, medicated away his personality, and risked permanent neurological damage. Does Grandpa Robert forgive them? No. He's angry and betrayed. They're his children, and they treated him like a problem to be chemically managed. Grandpa Robert and I are closer than ever. I visit his apartment 3 times a week. We play chess again. He wins consistently now that he can think clearly. We talk about everything. He's making up for the lost year of medicated fog. Some days he's still angry about what they did. A year of my life. Gone. Sitting in that chair, barely conscious while they controlled everything. I know, Grandpa. I'm sorry it took me so long to figure it out. You figured it out. That's what matters. You saved me. Dan and Carol are in prison. Their relationship with Grandpa Robert is permanently destroyed. The children who medicated their father for convenience. Grandpa Robert is free, living independently, making his own choices, being himself without chemical interference. That's the only outcome that matters. They tried to drug him into compliance, failed when I discovered the truth. He's sharp now, alert, opinionated, everything they tried to medicate away. And I'm here, making sure no one ever controls him like that again. They wanted a docile, compliant father they could manage easily, got prison sentences instead. Grandpa Robert wanted independence and dignity, has both now, in his own apartment, living his own life. Some betrayals involve stealing someone's mind through medication. Dan and Carol's was one of them. They're paying for it. Prison, loss of relationship, permanent disgrace. Grandpa Robert paid for it too. A lost year, some permanent physical effects, trauma. But he survived. He's himself again, free from chemical control. That's enough revenge. Watching him live fully while they sit in prison for the abuse they inflicted. Justice isn't always dramatic. Sometimes it's just an elderly man playing chess sharply, making his own decisions, living in his own space. Everything they tried to take from him, everything he has now. Dan and Carol wanted to control him, lost him entirely instead. That's fair. More than fair. That's justice. My siblings convinced my grandfather he had Alzheimer's so they could control his life decisions. I discovered my siblings had been systematically gaslighting my grandfather into believing he had severe Alzheimer's disease when he's actually mentally sharp, all to gain control over his living situation and daily choices. I'm 30 years old. My grandfather William is 81, living independently in the house where he raised his family. He's always been sharp, reads newspapers daily, does crosswords, manages his own bills, drives to appointments, lives fully and independently. My older siblings, Jessica and Mark, have been pressuring Grandpa William to move to assisted living for the past 2 years. He's refused consistently. "I'm fine in my own home. I'll move when I'm ready, not before." Jessica and Mark weren't satisfied with that answer. 6 months ago, they started a campaign I didn't realize was happening. I live across the country and only saw Grandpa William during holidays, but Jessica and Mark live locally and visit him several times a week. During my Thanksgiving visit, Grandpa William seemed confused and anxious. "Did I already tell you this story?" he'd ask repeatedly. "I can't remember if I took my morning pills. Jessica says I forgot, but I could swear I took them." He seemed uncertain about everything: what day it was, whether he'd eaten lunch, if he'd called his doctor. This was completely unlike him. I assumed he'd developed sudden cognitive decline. Jessica pulled me aside. "Grandpa's Alzheimer's is progressing rapidly. He forgets everything, gets confused constantly. We need to move him to memory care before he hurts himself." "Has he been diagnosed?" I asked. "The doctor confirmed it. Moderate to severe Alzheimer's. He needs professional care." I was devastated. My sharp, independent grandfather was losing his mind. Last month, I came home for an extended visit. Took a month off work to help with Grandpa William's transition to assisted living that Jessica and Mark had arranged. They'd already toured facilities and selected one. But during my month-long stay, something didn't add up. When Jessica and Mark weren't around, Grandpa William was completely coherent. He remembered our conversations, managed his medications perfectly, knew exactly what day it was. His confusion only appeared when my siblings were present. I started documenting everything: Grandpa William's mental state when alone versus with Jessica and Mark. The pattern was stark and disturbing. One day, I hid in another room when Jessica arrived, listened to their interaction. She told Grandpa William he'd already eaten lunch when I knew he hadn't, insisted he'd forgotten a doctor's appointment that was never scheduled, questioned whether he'd taken pills he'd definitely taken. Every interaction was designed to make him doubt his own memory. I confronted Jessica with my observations. She broke down and admitted everything. She and Mark had been deliberately confusing Grandpa William for 6 months, making him believe he had Alzheimer's so he'd accept their decision to move him to assisted living. "We're doing what's best for him," Jessica said. "He's too old to live alone. This was the only way to make him see that." They'd fabricated an entire disease to control his life. The scope of the gaslighting was extensive and calculated. I gathered evidence over the following weeks, documenting every instance of Jessica and Mark's manipulation. They'd been visiting Grandpa William 3 to 4 times per week, each visit designed to create confusion and self-doubt. Their tactics included false memory creation, telling Grandpa William he'd said or done things he hadn't. "Don't you remember? You called me last night at 3 a.m. confused." He never had. "You left the stove on again yesterday. I came by and found it still on." He never uses the stove when they're not there to witness. Medication confusion. Moving his pill organizer so he'd think he'd forgotten where he put it. Taking pills out, then telling him he must have already taken them when he hadn't. He'd check his organizer, pills missing, and believe their claims he'd forgotten taking them. Calendar manipulation. Changing dates on his wall calendar. Adding fake appointments. Crossing off days incorrectly so he'd lose track of time. When he'd mention the wrong date, they'd express concern about his memory. Planted evidence. Leaving stove burners slightly on, then discovering them and attributing it to his forgetfulness. moving his keys to odd places, then finding them and expressing worry about his cognitive state. Repetition gaslighting, claiming he'd already told them something when he was sharing it for the first time, making him doubt whether he was repeating himself. Eventually, he'd preface everything with, "Did I already tell you this?" because they'd made him so uncertain. I installed hidden cameras in Grandpa William's home with his permission once I explained my suspicions. The footage was damning. Jessica arriving when Grandpa William was out, moving items around his house, putting remote controls in the refrigerator, placing his glasses in kitchen drawers, rearranging his pill organizer. When Grandpa William returned and found items in strange places, he'd be confused, reinforcing the Alzheimer's narrative. Mark telling Grandpa William, "You already told me that story 3 times today." Video showed it was the first time Grandpa William had mentioned it. But Grandpa William, after months of this treatment, immediately apologized. "I'm sorry. My memory is so bad lately." The fake doctor's diagnosis Jessica mentioned? Completely fabricated. I contacted Grandpa William's actual doctor, Dr. Stevens. She was shocked. "William doesn't have Alzheimer's. I've never diagnosed him with any cognitive disorder. His mental acuity is excellent for his age." "My sister claims you confirmed moderate to severe Alzheimer's." That's completely false. I'd never provide a diagnosis to family members without the patient present anyway. This is disturbing. I obtained written confirmation from Dr. Stevens that Grandpa William had no Alzheimer's diagnosis, no cognitive impairment, and was mentally capable of making his own decisions. Text messages between Jessica and Mark revealed their conspiracy. Jessica: "Dad's starting to really believe he has memory problems. He's doubting himself constantly now." Mark: "Good. How much longer until he agrees to assisted living?" Jessica: "Maybe another month of this. He's getting scared of his own memory. Soon he'll want to move somewhere safe." Mark: "The facility I toured has an opening. Let's push harder." They'd been weaponizing his fear to control his living situation. The Alzheimer's was entirely manufactured through systematic psychological abuse. I found the assisted living facility brochure they'd selected. It wasn't independent senior living. It was a locked memory care unit. They were planning to institutionalize a mentally competent man in a facility for severe dementia patients. I confronted both siblings with all evidence: the camera footage, the doctor's confirmation of no diagnosis, their text messages planning the manipulation. Mark tried to justify it. "He's too old to live alone. We're protecting him." "He's mentally competent. His doctor confirms he has no cognitive impairment. You've been psychologically abusing him for months." Jessica: "We're doing what's necessary. You've been gaslighting an elderly man into believing he has Alzheimer's to force him into a living situation he doesn't want. That's elder abuse." The criminal case against Jessica and Mark proceeded on charges of elder abuse through psychological manipulation, fraud, fabricating medical diagnosis, and conspiracy to commit elder abuse. The evidence was overwhelming. The prosecutor emphasized the calculated cruelty. The defendants systematically gaslit their elderly father for 6 months, making him believe he had severe Alzheimer's disease. They manipulated his environment, lied about medical diagnoses, and exploited his trust to make him doubt his own mental capacity. Dr. Stevens testified about the medical fraud. "I never diagnosed this patient with Alzheimer's or any cognitive disorder. He's mentally sharp, fully capable of independent living. The defendants fabricated a serious medical diagnosis to manipulate him." The video evidence showed Jessica and Mark's tactics: moving items, creating confusion, planting false evidence of memory problems. The jury watched elderly William searching his house for items his children had deliberately hidden, believing his mind was failing. A geriatric psychiatrist testified about the psychological harm. Gaslighting an elderly person into believing they have dementia is severe abuse. The victim experiences terror about losing their mind, depression, anxiety, and loss of self-trust. The damage can be profound and lasting. Grandpa William testified, still processing the betrayal. For months, I thought I was losing my mind. I was terrified. Every day I'd find things in wrong places, forget things I was certain about, doubt my own memory. It was my children doing it to me. My own children convinced me I had Alzheimer's so they could put me in a locked facility. Jessica and Mark's defense claimed they were concerned about safety. Our father is elderly. We were worried about him living alone. Our methods may have been misguided, but our intentions were protective. The prosecutor destroyed this. The defendants didn't express concern. They fabricated a disease. They gaslit their father for 6 months, causing severe psychological distress, to force him into a living situation against his will. This wasn't protection. This was control through abuse. The text messages planning the manipulation were particularly damaging. The jury heard Mark and Jessica discussing how to push harder to convince their father he had dementia, how to make him doubt himself constantly, how to create enough fear that he'd agree to locked memory care. The jury convicted on all counts. Jessica received 2 years in prison for elder abuse and fraud. Mark received 18 months. Both received probation, mandatory mental health treatment, and permanent restraining orders from Grandpa William. The assisted living facility they'd selected was horrified to learn they'd planned to place a mentally competent man in locked memory care. We require medical documentation of dementia for memory care placement. If they'd succeeded in manipulating him into coming here under false pretenses, it would have been unconscionable. I became Grandpa William's designated advocate. He remains in his own home, living independently as he always wanted. His mental acuity is excellent. He always was sharp, just gaslit into believing otherwise. The psychological recovery has been challenging. Grandpa William struggles with self-trust after months of being made to doubt his own mind. He second-guesses himself constantly. Did I really remember that correctly? Or am I confused again? Your memory is fine, Grandpa. Dr. Stevens confirmed it. Jessica and Mark were making you confused on purpose. I know that intellectually, but emotionally, I still feel that uncertainty they created. Therapy helps. His therapist specializes in elder abuse recovery. Your grandfather experienced intentional psychological manipulation designed to make him doubt his sanity. Rebuilding self-trust after that takes time. Family reactions split predictably. Some relatives defended Jessica and Mark. They were worried about their father. They went too far, but their hearts were in the right place. They gaslit an elderly man into believing he had Alzheimer's for 6 months. There's no right place in that heart. Others supported Grandpa William. What Jessica and Mark did, making their father believe he was losing his mind, is unforgivable cruelty. Friends who'd noticed Grandpa William's decline during the gaslighting period felt vindicated. We knew something was wrong. He seemed confused when Jessica and Mark were around, but fine other times. We thought we were imagining it. Elder abuse advocates used the case to highlight psychological manipulation. Gaslighting elderly family members about their cognitive function is more common than people realize. This case shows the severe harm it causes. Do I forgive Jessica and Mark? Never. They terrorized our grandfather into believing he was losing his mind to control where he lived. Does Grandpa William forgive them? No. The betrayal is too profound. They made me think I had Alzheimer's, made me fear my own mind. That's not something children do to a parent. Jessica and Mark tried to appeal their convictions, claiming the sentences were too harsh for family concern gone wrong. The appeals court upheld the convictions. The defendants' actions constituted systematic psychological abuse. The sentences are appropriate. Grandpa William is thriving now. Reads his newspapers, does his crosswords, manages his life independently. Everything Jessica and Mark tried to take from him by making him believe he couldn't. Some days he's angry. 6 months of my life, terrified I was losing my mind, afraid to make decisions because I thought I couldn't trust my own thoughts. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I should have realized sooner what they were doing. You saved me. That's what matters. We're close now. I moved back to the same city to be near him, not to control him, to support him. Visit regularly but respect his independence and autonomy. Everything Jessica and Mark refused to do. They wanted control over his living situation, lost their freedom instead. Grandpa William wanted independence and respect. Has both now. In his own home, making his own choices, trusting his own mind. That's the victory that matters. They tried to steal his sanity, failed. He's sharp, always was. Now everyone knows it, including him. Jessica and Mark are in prison for trying to convince him otherwise. That's justice. Watching him live independently while they serve time for the abuse they inflicted. He wins, by being exactly what they tried to gaslight him into believing he wasn't. Mentally competent, independent, and thriving in his own home. Their fraud gave him years of doubt. My exposure gave him his confidence back. That's enough revenge. Him living fully while they're imprisoned for trying to steal his autonomy. Some betrayals involve stealing someone's trust in their own mind. Jessica and Mark's was one of them. They're paying for it. He's recovering from it. And I'm here, making sure no one ever manipulates him like that again. My family destroyed my grandmother's decades-long pen-pal relationship to isolate her from outside contact. I discovered my family had been intercepting and destroying my grandmother's letters to and from her lifelong pen pal, severing a 50-year friendship to control her communications and isolate her from outside perspectives. I'm 27 years old. My grandmother Margaret is 82, living with my parents in their home after my grandfather passed away 2 years ago. She's always been an avid letter writer, maintaining correspondence with friends and family around the world. Her most cherished pen pal relationship was with Eleanor, a woman in England she'd been writing to since they were both 32 years old. 50 years of friendship through letters. They'd shared life milestones, supported each other through challenges, discussed books and politics, maintained an intimate epistolary bond across continents. They'd never met in person but were closer than many people who see each other daily. When Grandma Margaret moved in with my parents 18 months ago, she continued writing to Eleanor every week without fail. Eleanor would write back just as regularly. They'd maintained this rhythm for half a century. It was the cornerstone of Grandma Margaret's social life. 6 months ago, I noticed Grandma Margaret seemed depressed and withdrawn. When I asked what was wrong, she said, "Eleanor hasn't written in months. I've sent 6 letters with no response. I'm worried something happened to her." "Have you tried calling?" "Eleanor doesn't have a phone, never has. We've always written letters. That's our way." I suggested my mother, Eleanor's daughter, might help track down Eleanor's contact information. My mother dismissed it. "Mom's friend probably just got tired of writing. It happens. People drift apart." But Grandma Margaret was convinced something was wrong. "Eleanor wouldn't just stop writing after 50 years. Something happened to her. I need to know if she's okay." My mother discouraged further investigation. "You're worrying yourself over nothing. Maybe her letters are getting lost in the mail. Maybe she moved. Let it go." Grandma Margaret couldn't let it go. The loss of Eleanor's correspondence devastated her. She'd lost her grandfather 2 years ago, moved from her independent home, and now lost her closest friend. The depression deepened. Last month, I was helping clean out my parents' garage and found a box hidden behind storage containers. Inside were dozens of letters. Unopened letters addressed to Grandma Margaret from Eleanor in England, dating back 6 months. Every letter Eleanor had sent, intercepted and hidden before Grandma Margaret could receive them. I also found Grandma Margaret's outgoing letters, the ones she'd given my father to mail. Unopened, undelivered, stored in the same box. Neither woman had stopped writing. My parents had been intercepting all correspondence, preventing the letters from reaching either recipient. I confronted my parents immediately. My mother admitted it. We didn't want Eleanor influencing Mom's thinking. She was encouraging Mom to maintain independence, maybe get her own apartment. We couldn't allow that. They'd destroyed a 50-year friendship to control what my grandmother thought and who she communicated with. The isolation was deliberate. Keep her dependent by eliminating outside perspectives. The depth of the betrayal became clear as I examined the intercepted letters. My parents had been systematically destroying Grandma Margaret and Eleanor's correspondence for 6 months, severing a half-century friendship to maintain control over my grandmother's life and perspective. The hidden box contained 28 unopened letters from Eleanor to Grandma Margaret, each one carefully addressed, stamped with British postage, mailed faithfully from England. The postmarks showed Eleanor had continued writing weekly, despite receiving no responses. The unopened envelopes represented 6 months of friendship denied to both women. 23 unsent letters from Grandma Margaret to Eleanor. Letters my grandmother had written, sealed, stamped, and given to my father to mail. He'd taken them, promised to send them, and instead stored them in this hidden box. Grandma Margaret's words, meant for her dearest friend, never delivered. I read some of Eleanor's letters with Grandma Margaret's permission. They were heartbreaking. Dearest Margaret, I haven't heard from you in 2 months. I'm worried. Please write and let me know you're well. Margaret, I've sent 4 letters with no response. Has something happened? Are you ill? I'm very concerned. Margaret, it's been 4 months. I don't understand why you've stopped writing. If I've done something to offend you, please tell me so we can resolve it. Our friendship means everything to me. I'm devastated by your silence. After 50 years, I thought we'd maintain this correspondence until the end. Please, if you receive this, just send a brief note letting me know you're alive. Eleanor had been suffering, believing her closest friend had abandoned her without explanation. She'd continued writing faithfully, hoping for response, mourning the loss of a 50-year friendship. Grandma Margaret's unsent letters were equally painful. Dear Eleanor, I hope you're well. I miss your letters terribly. Please write when you can. Eleanor, I'm worried about you. It's been 3 months since I've heard from you. Are you ill? Please respond. I can't understand why you've stopped writing. Have I done something wrong? I treasure our friendship. Please don't let it end like this. Both women had been writing faithfully, both believing the other had abandoned them, both suffering the loss of their most important friendship. All because my parents intercepted every letter. I confronted my parents with the full box. You've been hiding Eleanor's letters for 6 months? Grandma. Margaret thinks Eleanor abandoned her. Eleanor thinks Grandma Margaret abandoned her. You destroyed a 50-year friendship. My mother was defensive. Eleanor was a bad influence. She kept encouraging Mom to get her own place, to maintain independence. We needed Mom to understand she's better off here with us. So you isolated her by destroying her closest friendship. My father added, Your grandmother needs family guidance, not advice from some woman she's never even met. They've been best friends for 50 years. Eleanor knows Grandma Margaret better than you do. My mother. That's exactly the problem. Eleanor has too much influence. We had to eliminate that outside perspective. They'd admitted it explicitly. The interception was about control. Eleanor represented an outside voice, someone who might encourage Grandma Margaret's autonomy and independence. My parents wanted complete control over her thinking, so they eliminated her primary source of external support and perspective. I researched elder abuse laws. What my parents had done fell under isolation abuse, deliberately cutting off an elderly person's social connections to increase dependency and control. It's recognized as a serious form of elder abuse. I contacted Adult Protective Services and filed a formal complaint, providing the box of intercepted letters as evidence. The social worker was appalled. Your parents intentionally destroyed a 50-year friendship to isolate your grandmother? That's severe emotional abuse. I also hired a lawyer specializing in elder rights to explore legal options for Grandma Margaret. The lawyer explained, intercepting mail is a federal crime. Doing it systematically to isolate an elderly person adds elder abuse charges. Your grandmother has grounds for both criminal complaints and civil action. Most importantly, I gave Grandma Margaret all of Eleanor's letters. She spent an entire day reading them, crying, understanding that Eleanor hadn't abandoned her. Her own daughter had stolen their friendship. She kept writing, Grandma Margaret said, tears streaming. For 6 months she kept writing, worried about me, and I never knew. I thought she'd stopped caring. I helped Grandma Margaret compose a long letter to Eleanor explaining everything, that she'd never stopped writing, that her letters had been intercepted, that the silence was forced upon them both, that the friendship remained as strong as ever. The consequences unfolded rapidly once Adult Protective Services investigated. My parents were charged with multiple crimes. Federal mail theft. Systematically intercepting and withholding U.S. mail addressed to another person is a federal offense. The 28 unopened letters from Eleanor constituted clear evidence. Elder abuse through isolation. Deliberately cutting off an elderly person's social connections to control them is recognized abuse in our state. Emotional abuse, causing severe emotional distress through systematic isolation and deception. The federal prosecutor emphasized the cruelty. The defendants intercepted correspondence between their mother and her pen pal of 50 years, causing both elderly women to believe they'd been abandoned by their closest friend. This is calculated emotional abuse. The social worker from APS testified about isolation abuse. Cutting off an elderly person's social connections is a control tactic. The victim becomes entirely dependent on the abusers for social interaction and information about the outside world. It's psychologically devastating. Grandma Margaret testified about the impact. For 6 months, I thought my best friend of 50 years had stopped caring about me. I was depressed, isolated, believed I'd lost the most important friendship of my life. All while my daughter was hiding Eleanor's letters and preventing mine from reaching her. Eleanor submitted testimony from England. I thought Margaret had abandoned our 50-year friendship without explanation. I was heartbroken. Learning her daughter had been intercepting our letters, stealing our correspondence to control Margaret, is horrifying. My parents' defense claimed they were protecting Grandma Margaret. Eleanor was encouraging our mother to leave our care. We were protecting her from bad advice. The prosecutor destroyed this. The defendants weren't protecting anyone. They were controlling. They eliminated their mother's most important relationship to ensure she had no outside perspectives that might challenge their authority over her life. The jury convicted on all counts. My mother received 18 months in federal prison for mail theft and elder abuse. My father received 12 months as an accessory. Both received probation, mandatory elder abuse education, and restraining orders requiring supervised-only contact with Grandma Margaret. Grandma Margaret moved out of my parents' home immediately. I helped her find a senior apartment, independent living where she has her own space, makes her own decisions, and most importantly, controls her own mail. She and Eleanor resumed their correspondence immediately. The first exchange of letters after the 6-month forced separation was emotional for both women. Eleanor's letter. Dearest Margaret, I cannot express my relief and joy at receiving your letter. I thought I'd lost you. Learning your daughter had stolen our correspondence is shocking, but knowing our friendship survived her cruelty brings me peace. Let us never lose this connection again. Grandma Margaret's response. My dearest Eleanor, our friendship weathered 50 years and an ocean. It survived my daughter's interference, too. I promise you'll never stop hearing from me. I'll protect our correspondence myself now. No one will steal our letters again. They now write twice weekly, making up for lost time, rebuilding trust after forced separation, celebrating their friendship's resilience. Family reactions were divided. My siblings supported my decision to report our parents. They destroyed Grandma's most important friendship to control her. That's abuse. But some relatives defended my parents. They were trying to manage their mother's care. Maybe their methods were wrong, but their intentions were good. They stole 50 years of friendship. Intentions don't excuse that. Extended family who knew about the Eleanor correspondence were horrified. Margaret talked about Eleanor constantly. That friendship was central to her life. Your parents destroyed it deliberately? That's cruel. The Postal Service investigated and implemented additional protections for elderly residents to prevent similar mail theft by family members. Elder rights organizations used the case to highlight isolation abuse. Controlling who elderly family members communicate with is a common abuse tactic. This case shows the devastating impact on victims and the importance of protecting their autonomy. Do I regret reporting my parents? Never. They stole my grandmother's most treasured relationship to control her thinking. Does Grandma Margaret forgive them? No. They made me believe Eleanor abandoned me, made her believe I abandoned her. That's unforgivable. My parents are in federal prison. Their relationship with Grandma Margaret is permanently destroyed. The daughter and son-in-law who stole 50 years of friendship for control purposes. Grandma Margaret is thriving in her apartment, independent, happy, corresponding freely with Eleanor and others. Everything my parents tried to take from her by isolating her. She keeps all of Eleanor's letters now, the hidden ones I found, and the new ones arriving weekly. Treasures them as proof that their friendship survived attempted destruction. Some betrayals involve stealing relationships. My parents was one of them. They're paying for it. Federal prison, permanent loss of trust, destroyed relationship with their mother. Grandma Margaret paid for it too. 6 months of believing her best friend abandoned her, depression, isolation. But she recovered. The friendship resumed, stronger for having survived interference. That's the victory. Not my parents' prison sentences. Grandma Margaret's daily trips to her mailbox, finding letters from Eleanor, maintaining the friendship they tried to destroy. 50 years of correspondence, stolen for 6 months, continuing now with renewed appreciation. My parents wanted control through isolation, lost their mother instead. Grandma Margaret wanted her friendship preserved, has it now, protected in her own apartment where no one can steal her mail. Eleanor wanted to understand why Margaret went silent, knows now, and they write more frequently than ever, celebrating survival of the theft. That's enough revenge. 2 elderly women, an ocean apart, continuing 50 years of friendship despite someone's attempt to sever it. The letters flow again, freely, unintercepted, treasured. Everything my parents tried to stop. Continuing anyway. Their control failed. The friendship endured. That's justice. Epistolary justice. The best kind. My family was secretly recording my grandfather's confused moments to build a false incompetency case. I discovered my family had been deliberately confusing my grandfather and secretly recording his disoriented responses to create video evidence of dementia that doesn't exist, planning to use it for guardianship proceedings. I'm 28 years old. My grandfather Arthur is 77, living independently and mentally sharp. He's a retired engineer, still solves complex puzzles, reads technical journals, manages his own finances and healthcare without issue. My Uncle Richard and Aunt Paula have been pressuring Grandpa Arthur to give them power of attorney. At your age, you should have someone managing your affairs. What if something happens and you can't make decisions? I'm perfectly capable of making my own decisions. I don't need anyone managing my affairs. You're being stubborn. We're trying to help. 2 months ago, Richard mentioned casually, "Dad's memory seems to be going. He gets confused easily now. We're worried about him." This was news to me. I visited Grandpa Arthur weekly. He seemed sharp as ever, remembered everything, engaged in complex conversations, showed no signs of cognitive decline. "Has his doctor noticed anything?" I asked Richard. "We're taking him for evaluation next month, but we've been documenting incidents. He gets confused about dates, forgets conversations, loses track of things. Classic dementia signs." I started paying closer attention during visits. Grandpa Arthur seemed completely fine, alert, oriented, coherent. No confusion whatsoever. Then, last week, I arrived at Grandpa Arthur's house earlier than scheduled. Found Richard and Paula there, phones out, recording video while asking Grandpa Arthur questions designed to confuse him. Paula: "Dad, what day is it?" Arthur: "It's Tuesday. Wait, no. Is it Wednesday? What date is today?" Paula to camera: "See? He doesn't know what day it is." Richard: "Dad, do you remember what we talked about last week?" Arthur: "Which conversation? We talked about several things." Richard to camera: "He doesn't remember our conversations. Memory issues clearly present." I intervened immediately. "What are you doing?" They tried to hide their phones. "Just documenting Dad's condition, for his doctors." I asked Grandpa Arthur directly, "What day is it?" "Thursday, March 14th. He was correct. But during Richard and Paula's questions, they'd been asking at angles where he couldn't see the wall calendar he normally referenced. They'd deliberately positioned him away from visual cues he used for date confirmation. "Did you talk to Richard last week?" I asked. "Yes, he called about his vacation plans and asked about borrowing my camping equipment." Perfect recall. But Richard had asked about last week's conversation without specifying which one, deliberately vague to make any answer seem confused. Over the next hour, I discovered their strategy. They'd been visiting Grandpa Arthur several times per week, asking deliberately confusing questions while recording his responses, then editing the footage to make him appear disoriented and cognitively impaired. They were building a fake dementia case to obtain guardianship against his will. The scope of Richard and Paula's scheme became clear as I investigated further. They'd been systematically creating false evidence of cognitive decline for at least 3 months. I checked Grandpa Arthur's house for hidden cameras, found 2. One in the living room, one in the kitchen. Motion activated, recording continuously whenever he was in those rooms. Richard and Paula had been capturing footage of normal daily moments that could be edited to appear concerning. The footage showed their tactics. Deliberate confusion, asking questions without context. "Do you remember what I told you?" without specifying what or when. Any confusion or request for clarification could be presented as memory loss. Visual cue elimination. Asking date, time questions while positioning Grandpa Arthur away from clocks and calendars he normally used for reference. His momentary uncertainty without visual cues was recorded as disorientation. Rapid-fire questioning. Asking multiple questions quickly without giving time to think. "What day is it? What did you eat for breakfast? Where did you put your keys? Do you remember our conversation?" Normal processing time was presented as confusion and delayed responses. Selective editing. Recording hours of normal conversation and activity, then extracting 10-second clips where Grandpa Arthur hesitated, misspoke, or needed clarification. Those moments, removed from context, appeared to show cognitive problems. Creating staged scenarios. Hiding Grandpa Arthur's reading glasses, then filming him searching for them. Moving his car keys to unusual locations, then recording him trying to find them. Normal misplacement was presented as memory issues and confusion. I found their video collection on Richard's computer. Dozens of edited clips. Clip 1. Grandpa Arthur asks, "What did you say?" after Richard mumbles something. Edited to start after the mumble, making it appear Arthur is confused about a clear statement. Clip 2. Grandpa Arthur searching for his wallet after Paula moved it from its usual location. Edited to show only the searching, not Paula hiding it moments before. Clip 3. Grandpa Arthur saying, "Wait, what day is this?" after Richard asks repeatedly while blocking his view of the calendar. Edited to remove Richard's repeated questions and calendar blocking. Clip 4. Grandpa Arthur saying, "I don't remember that," in response to Richard describing a conversation that never happened. Edited to appear as if Arthur forgot a real conversation. Each clip was taken out of context, edited to remove causative factors, and compiled into a evidence video showing progressive dementia symptoms. Text messages between Richard and Paula revealed their plan. Richard: "Got more footage today. Dad searching for his keys after I moved them. Looks good on camera." Paula: "How much more do we need?" Richard: "Lawyer says another month of documented incidents. Then we file for guardianship. Video evidence of cognitive decline will make it simple." Paula: "What if he fights it?" Richard: "With this video evidence, no judge will believe he's competent. We'll have full control." They'd been planning to file for guardianship, present the edited videos as proof of dementia, and gain legal control over Grandpa Arthur's life despite him being mentally competent. The guardianship would give them authority over his medical care, living situation, and daily decisions. Essentially, they'd control his entire life based on fabricated video evidence. I contacted an elder law attorney, showed the unedited security footage, Richard's edited compilations, and the text messages discussing the scheme. The attorney was appalled. "They're creating false evidence of incompetence to obtain guardianship of a competent person. This is elder abuse, fraud, and possibly illegal surveillance." I also took Grandpa Arthur for independent cognitive evaluation with a geriatric specialist. Comprehensive testing showed patient demonstrates normal cognitive function for his age, no signs of dementia, memory impairment, or disorientation. Patient is fully competent to manage his own affairs. Medical documentation proving Richard and Paula's video evidence was fabricated. I filed reports with Adult Protective Services and police, providing all evidence: the hidden cameras, the edited video compilations, the unedited security footage showing their manipulation tactics, text messages planning the guardianship fraud, and Grandpa Arthur's medical evaluation showing competence. The criminal case against Richard and Paula proceeded on multiple serious charges: elder abuse through psychological manipulation, fraud, creating false evidence for guardianship proceedings, illegal surveillance, hidden cameras without consent, and conspiracy to commit guardianship fraud. The prosecutor emphasized the calculated deception. The defendants spent months deliberately confusing their father, recording his responses, editing footage to create false appearance of dementia, and planning to use this fabricated evidence to obtain guardianship over a competent person. This is sophisticated elder abuse. The geriatric specialist testified, "I evaluated the alleged victim thoroughly. He has no cognitive impairment, no dementia, no memory issues. He is fully competent to make his own decisions. The defendant's video evidence is manufactured." Digital forensic experts testified about the editing. The defendant's video compilations show extensive editing. Clips are taken out of context, causative factors are removed, and normal moments are manipulated to appear concerning. This is deliberate misrepresentation. The unedited security footage from Grandpa Arthur's house was shown in court. The jury watched Richard and Paula hiding items, moving them to unusual places, then filming Grandpa Arthur searching for them. They watched deliberate confusion tactics, blocking visual cues, asking vague questions, creating scenarios designed to make normal responses appear disoriented. The contrast between the unedited footage, showing Grandpa Arthur responding normally to confusing situations, and Richard's edited compilations, showing only the confusion without context, was damning. Grandpa Arthur testified, "For months, I thought I was losing my mind. Things would be in wrong places. My children would ask questions I didn't understand. I'd see them filming me and wonder why. Now I know. They were creating false evidence of dementia to take control of my life. Richard and Paula's text messages revealed their full plan and awareness of the fraud. Richard: the video looks convincing. No one will question that he needs guardianship. Paula: are we sure this is legal? Richard: once we have guardianship, it doesn't matter. He won't be able to fight it. Paula: what if someone discovers we edited the videos? Richard: who's going to check? The court will see an elderly man appearing confused and grant guardianship. Simple. Their defense claimed they were documenting legitimate concerns. We noticed our father having memory issues and recorded them for his doctors. The prosecutor destroyed this. The defendants didn't document concerns. They created concerns. The unedited footage shows them deliberately confusing their father, then filming his normal confusion. The medical evaluation shows no cognitive impairment. This was fraud, not documentation. Expert testimony explained the abuse. Creating false evidence of incompetence to obtain guardianship is severe elder abuse. Guardianship removes fundamental rights, autonomy, medical decision-making, financial control. Obtaining it through fraud is effectively stealing someone's life. The jury convicted on all counts. Richard received 3 years in prison for elder abuse and fraud. Paula received 2 years as accessory and co-conspirator. Both received probation, restitution for Grandpa Arthur's legal and medical evaluation costs, and permanent restraining orders. The guardianship petition they'd planned to file was dismissed with prejudice. The court placed permanent notation in Grandpa Arthur's records that any future guardianship attempts by Richard or Paula would be automatically denied. Grandpa Arthur remains independent, living in his own home, managing his own life. Everything Richard and Paula tried to take through fabricated video evidence. The hidden cameras were removed. Security system installed to prevent future unauthorized surveillance. Grandpa Arthur's autonomy protected. Family reactions were mixed but mostly supportive. Other relatives who'd been told about Grandpa Arthur's dementia were shocked. Richard and Paula said he had memory problems. We thought it was true. They were making it up? Creating it deliberately, editing video to fake symptoms, planning guardianship based on fraud. Friends who'd known Grandpa Arthur for decades felt vindicated. We never saw signs of dementia. He seemed sharp as always. Now we know why. There was no dementia, just his children gaslighting him. The legal community took notice. Elder law attorneys used the case to warn about guardianship fraud. This case shows how easily video evidence can be manipulated. Courts must scrutinize guardianship petitions carefully, especially when opposed by alleged incompetent persons. Do I forgive Richard and Paula? Never. They tried to steal Grandpa Arthur's autonomy through manufactured evidence. Does Grandpa Arthur forgive them? No. They were going to take control of my entire life based on lies. That's unforgivable. Richard and Paula are in prison. Their plan to control Grandpa Arthur's life through guardianship fraud failed. The children who tried to manufacture dementia evidence. Grandpa Arthur is free, independent, competent. Proving daily that Richard and Paula's video evidence was fiction. Some betrayals involve stealing someone's autonomy through fraud. Richard and Paula's was one of them. They're paying for it. Prison, loss of family relationships, permanent restraining orders. Grandpa Arthur paid for it too. Months of self-doubt, believing he was losing his mind. Trauma. But he survived. With proof of competence, with protected autonomy, with freedom from those who tried to control him through fake dementia evidence. That's enough. Not what anyone wanted, but what Richard and Paula earned through their scheme. They wanted guardianship and control, got prison and exile instead. Grandpa Arthur wanted autonomy and respect, has both now, protected legally from future manipulation. His mind is sharp, always was. The confusion was theirs, ethical confusion about right and wrong. He's clear now, living independently, making his own decisions. Everything they tried to take, everything he kept. That's justice. For manufactured dementia, for attempted guardianship fraud, for elder abuse through false evidence. Richard and Paula created a fictional, incompetent person. Reality proved them wrong and sent them to prison. Grandpa Arthur lives free. They live imprisoned. Fair outcome for attempted theft of autonomy. Some stories end with the victim surviving and thriving. This is one of them. Grandpa Arthur, competent and independent. Richard and Paula, convicted and imprisoned. That's the ending they earned. That's the ending he deserves. And I'm here, protecting him from anyone who might try similar schemes. His autonomy is safe, finally, permanently. That's enough. My family was secretly having my grandfather's driving license medically revoked using falsified health reports. I discovered my family had been submitting fraudulent medical reports to the DMV, claiming my grandfather was medically unfit to drive, getting his license revoked despite him being perfectly capable. I'm 30 years old. My grandfather Malcolm is 79, sharp, healthy, and an excellent driver with a spotless driving record spanning 60 years. He's never had an accident, never received a ticket, and passes all vision and cognitive tests with flying colors. Driving represents independence for Malcolm. It allows him to volunteer at the Veterans Center, visit friends, attend church, and maintain his active social life. My cousins Tyler and Rebecca have been pressuring Malcolm to stop driving for the past year. "Grandpa, you're almost 80. You should give up your license before something happens. We'll drive you wherever you need to go." "I'm a safe driver. My doctor says I'm fine to drive. I'm not giving up my independence." "You're being stubborn. Elderly drivers are dangerous. You should stop before you hurt someone." 6 months ago, Malcolm received a letter from the DMV stating his driver's license was being suspended pending medical review. The letter cited credible medical reports indicating cognitive impairment and vision problems that made him unsafe to drive. Malcolm was shocked and confused. "I don't have cognitive problems or vision issues. My doctor just examined me. Who reported this?" The DMV letter stated that medical professionals and family members had submitted concerns about Malcolm's driving fitness. He was required to undergo comprehensive medical evaluation before his license could be reinstated. "This makes no sense," Malcolm told me. "I'm healthy. My vision is fine. Who would report false information?" He underwent the required medical evaluation, extensive cognitive testing, vision examination, physical assessment, driving simulation test. Results came back excellent across all measures. The evaluating physician wrote, "Patient demonstrates normal cognitive function, excellent vision, appropriate reflexes, and safe driving capability. No medical reason to restrict driving privileges." With the positive evaluation, Malcolm expected his license to be reinstated. Instead, another letter arrived. Additional medical reports had been submitted claiming Malcolm had experienced recent cognitive decline and unsafe driving incidents. The DMV was extending the license suspension pending investigation. What incidents? I haven't had any accidents or problems. My medical evaluation was perfect. Someone is lying to the DMV about me. Tyler and Rebecca offered to help. "Grandpa, maybe this is a sign you should just accept not driving. We'll take you places. Fighting the DMV is exhausting." "But I'm perfectly capable of driving. Someone is submitting false reports." Last week, I filed a public records request with the DMV for all medical reports submitted regarding Malcolm's driving fitness. The documents revealed everything. Tyler and Rebecca had submitted multiple fraudulent reports over 6 months. Report 1 from Dr. James Chen, claiming Malcolm showed signs of dementia. Dr. Chen doesn't exist. Tyler created a fake medical professional. Report 2 from Rebecca, claiming she witnessed Malcolm having a near accident due to confusion. Report 3 from Concerned Family, describing multiple incidents of disorientation while driving. All fabricated. All designed to get Malcolm's license permanently revoked. The evidence of what Tyler and Rebecca had been doing was extensive and systematic. They'd been creating false medical reports and fabricating dangerous driving incidents for 6 months to get the DMV to revoke Malcolm's license. I obtained all documents the DMV had received regarding Malcolm's driving fitness. Fraudulent Medical Report 1, submitted by Dr. James Chen, neurologist, claiming Malcolm exhibited signs of early-onset dementia, memory problems, and confusion that made driving unsafe. The report included detailed medical terminology and official-looking letterhead. Investigation revealed Dr. James Chen doesn't exist. No neurologist by that name is licensed in our state. Tyler had created a completely fabricated doctor and medical report. Fraudulent Incident Report 1, submitted by Rebecca, claiming she witnessed Malcolm nearly cause an accident at the intersection of Main and Oak Streets by running a red light due to confusion. The report described Malcolm seeming disoriented and unable to remember where he was going. I checked traffic camera footage from that intersection for the date Rebecca specified. Malcolm's car wasn't there. The incident never happened. Fraudulent Medical Report 2, submitted by Dr. Sarah Williams, ophthalmologist, claiming Malcolm had severe vision deterioration, making driving dangerous. Included fake test results showing vision problems. Dr. Sarah Williams doesn't exist. Another fabricated medical professional. Malcolm's actual ophthalmologist confirmed his vision is excellent for his age. Fraudulent Incident Report 2, anonymous report claiming concerned citizen witnessed elderly driver matching Malcolm's description driving erratically, swerving between lanes, nearly hitting pedestrians. No police reports, no witnesses, no evidence this incident occurred. Fraudulent Family Concern Report, signed by concerned family members, describing Malcolm's alarming cognitive decline, frequent disorientation, multiple close calls while driving. Traced to Tyler's email address, pure fiction. Over 6 months, Tyler and Rebecca submitted 7 fraudulent reports, some under fake medical professional names, some as concerned witnesses, some as anonymous complaints. Each designed to build a case that Malcolm was medically unfit to drive. Text messages between Tyler and Rebecca revealed their strategy. Tyler submitted another fake medical report to the DMV, used a different fake doctor name this time. Rebecca: good. How many reports until they permanently revoke his license? Tyler: they suspended it already. Need a few more to make the revocation permanent. Rebecca: I'll file another witness report. Say I saw him driving confused. Tyler: perfect. If we keep the reports coming, they'll eventually give up on medical evaluations and just revoke permanently. Their goal was creating enough false evidence that the DMV would permanently revoke Malcolm's license without possibility of reinstatement. More messages showed their motivation. Rebecca: Grandpa drives everywhere. He's too independent. He should need us for transportation. Tyler: exactly. If he can't drive, he'll have to rely on us. We become essential to his daily life. Rebecca: plus, it's embarrassing having an almost 80-year-old grandfather still driving. People judge us for not stopping him. Tyler: if the DMV revokes his license, we're not the bad guys. We're just following the law. They'd been manufacturing false medical evidence and fabricating dangerous driving incidents to force Malcolm into dependency while avoiding blame. The DMV would be the authority taking his license, not them. I documented everything: the fraudulent medical reports with fake doctor names, investigation showing those doctors don't exist, traffic camera evidence disproving claimed incidents, text messages discussing the fraud strategy, and Malcolm's actual medical evaluation showing perfect driving fitness. I reported everything to the DMV Fraud Investigation Unit. They were appalled. Family members have been submitting falsified medical reports, creating fake doctors, filing false incident reports. That's serious fraud. I also filed police reports for fraud, impersonating medical professionals, filing false government reports, and elder abuse through fraudulent license revocation. Malcolm was devastated when I showed him the evidence. Tyler and Rebecca made up doctors? Lied about accidents that never happened? To take away my driving? Yes, for 6 months. Every report the DMV received claiming you were unfit to drive was fabricated by them. But I love driving. It's my independence, my freedom. They tried to take that from me with lies? The criminal case against Tyler and Rebecca proceeded on multiple serious charges: fraud, creating fake medical reports; impersonating medical professionals, falsifying doctor identities; filing false government reports; and elder abuse through fraudulent license revocation. The prosecutor emphasized the systematic fraud. The defendants created 7 fraudulent reports over 6 months, some impersonating medical professionals, some fabricating dangerous driving incidents. They submitted these false reports to state authorities to revoke their grandfather's driving privileges, despite him being medically fit to drive. The DMV fraud investigator testified, "We received multiple reports claiming Malcolm was medically unfit to drive. Based on these reports, we suspended his license pending evaluation. Learning the reports were completely fabricated, including fake doctors and false incidents, is unprecedented fraud against our licensing system." Malcolm testified about the impact. "Losing my license meant losing my independence. I volunteer at the Veterans Center 3 times a week. I visit homebound friends. I attend church and community events. Without my license, I'm isolated and dependent. My grandchildren tried to take all that from me with lies." Medical experts who actually evaluated Malcolm testified, "Malcolm has no cognitive impairment, excellent vision, appropriate reflexes, and demonstrated safe driving ability. The fraudulent medical reports claiming dementia and vision problems were complete fabrications." The traffic investigation officer testified, "We checked camera footage, police records, and incident reports for all dates Tyler and Rebecca claimed dangerous driving incidents. None of the incidents occurred. Malcolm's car wasn't even at the claimed locations. Digital forensics traced the fraudulent reports to Tyler's and Rebecca's email addresses and IP addresses. Each fake medical report, false incident claim, and anonymous concern came from their devices. Text messages showed deliberate planning to create enough false reports that Malcolm's license would be permanently revoked, forcing him to depend on them for all transportation. Professional licensing board representatives testified, "Creating fake medical professionals and fraudulent medical reports is serious fraud. Dr. James Chen and Dr. Sarah Williams don't exist. The defendants manufactured these identities and reports." Tyler and Rebecca's defense claimed they were concerned about safety. "We worried our grandfather was too old to drive safely. We tried to get authorities to properly evaluate him." The prosecutor destroyed this. The defendants didn't request evaluation through proper channels. They created fake doctors, fabricated medical reports, invented dangerous incidents that never occurred, and systematically lied to state authorities. Malcolm underwent actual medical evaluation and passed with excellent scores. This wasn't concern. This was fraud to force dependency. The DMV legal counsel added, "The defendant's fraud wasted significant investigative resources and violated public trust in our medical reporting system. Other elderly drivers may be genuinely unsafe, but we must be able to trust medical reports we receive." The jury convicted on all counts. Tyler received 2 years in prison for fraud and impersonating medical professionals. Rebecca received 18 months. Both received probation, restitution to DMV for investigation costs, and permanent restraining orders from Malcolm. Malcolm's license was immediately reinstated with a formal apology from the DMV. Our suspension was based on fraudulent reports. Your actual medical evaluation shows you're fully qualified to drive. We're sorry your grandchildren's fraud caused this situation. Malcolm is driving again, to volunteer work, to visit friends, to church, to maintain his active, independent life. Everything Tyler and Rebecca tried to take from him. I'm 79 years old and still a safe driver, Malcolm says. Tyler and Rebecca tried to steal my independence with lies. They failed. Family members who weren't involved supported Malcolm. Tyler and Rebecca created fake doctors and lied to the DMV? That's criminal fraud and elder abuse. The veteran community rallied around Malcolm. He volunteers with us 3 times a week. Tyler and Rebecca's fraud would have ended that service. We're glad Malcolm is driving again. Elder rights organizations used the case to highlight license fraud. Family members may fraudulently report elderly relatives as medically unfit to drive. This case shows the importance of thorough investigation and the severe consequences of such fraud. The DMV implemented new verification procedures, requiring actual medical professional licensing confirmation before accepting medical reports, investigating patterns of multiple reports about single drivers, and increased penalties for fraudulent submissions. Do I forgive Tyler and Rebecca? Never. They committed systematic fraud to steal Malcolm's independence. Does Malcolm forgive them? No. They created fake doctors and lied to the government about me, nearly destroyed my independence. That's unforgivable. Tyler and Rebecca are in prison. Malcolm is driving. Their fraud failed completely. Malcolm's driving record remains spotless. His medical evaluations continue showing perfect fitness. He's proving every day that Tyler and Rebecca's reports were lies. Some betrayals involve fraudulent attacks on independence. Tyler and Rebecca's was one of them. They're paying for it. Prison, DMV restitution, loss of relationship. Malcolm paid for it too. 6 months fighting false accusations, temporary loss of independence, stress. But he recovered. License reinstated, independence restored. Driving continues. That's enough. Not what anyone wanted, but what Tyler and Rebecca earned through their fraud. They wanted him dependent on them. He's completely independent instead. They wanted control through license revocation. Lost all contact through exposed fraud. Malcolm wanted to keep driving. With official confirmation of his fitness. Every mile he drives is proof their fraud failed. Every place he goes independently is proof their scheme didn't work. He's driving. They're imprisoned. Fair outcome. His independence intact. Their freedom gone. That's justice. For fraudulent reports, for fake doctors, for stolen license they couldn't keep stolen. Malcolm on the road. Tyler and Rebecca behind bars. Perfect ending. Deserved consequence. Appropriate result.